It's an overcast day here in Seoul, which is the perfect backdrop for our first Saturday showdown here in LCK Summer, as it's a revenge match. Will the OK Bros continue to carry on their winning streak over Kwangdong Freaks? We'll find out today. Hi everyone, I'm Daniel Digon Gonzalez alongside Ox and Chronicler, and we're so happy you could be joining us today for this matchup. Y'all, it's unique, right? Because Kwangdong Freaks were the darlings of last split. OK Bro didn't have any wins when they came in and battled them the first time, but then they not only beat him once, they beat him twice, going 2-0 against them last split.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can sort of look back to last split. That is the moment that Kwangdong Freaks started that collapse, and they really struggled after that point. And I think people will look at this matchup and think right now, Kwangdong Freaks look really strong, you know, and that's the exact same mindset we had last time when Bro took them down 2 times in a row.
I do trust the Kwangdong Freaks also because I think that if we look at their patterns over the last 1.5 years, they've been very consistent. First 3-4 weeks. So I do actually think that for Brion, unfortunately, this is a bit early to face them. If this was later in the split, that's when the Kwangdong predictions, I think, personally start to get a little bit worried. This early on, though, Brion really is going to have to step up.
I see. Chronicler blaming the schedule makers for Bro.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here as we take a look at our Saturday Showdown matchup. For those of you that might have only been following Bro when they don't play Kwangdong, this is a surprise. 5-1 head-to-head since 2023.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy, and I don't think there's going to be many teams where Bro has not even just a winning record, but such a heavily winning record as 5-1. And even though, you know, we've obviously been here to watch that, last split we saw them win those 2 series. When I see that number pop up, it still just kind of blows my mind. I'm like, really? Did that? No, it checks out. There's the full match record. It actually happened.
And the ones in spring are the most mind-boggling to me, because in summer, spring last year, I do think that Kwangdong was a team that obviously was still playing with Taeyoon, didn't have Cuz, and then in spring this year, they did have Cuz, and I keep going back to the having Cuz because Cuz is one of the best junglers in the LCK. So the fact that they, in that 1 week, just went through from going into it as like, this team's gonna definitely make playoffs to a complete collapse. It's a bit worrying.
I also think like upsets happen, but like it's like the fact that they lost to them and then they were like, okay, let's improve, adapt, oh no, we lost again. Like back to back. It's I don't know.
Well, going back to Chronicler's point, that was a schedule maker's kind of dream. They were the last team they played in the first half of the spring split, and the first team they played in the second half of the spring split, which meant they both played week 4, week 5, whatever it is, and it was back to back and surprises. You thought it would just be a slippery slope there, and it ended up being exactly that. One unique wrinkle of this matchup was the loan system, as Young Jae is loaned by Kwangdong Freaks to OK Man Bro, but will not be participating in this matchup here, Chronicler.
I really like this. I think that it makes a lot of sense, right? There's a lot of questions because Young Jae is still tied to KDF. He's just on loan. And having this in place means that it lowers the barrier for teams to loan out players. Because I imagine for Young Jae, he would much rather be and play not against one of the like 9 teams rather, as opposed to just being on the bench, which is what realistically behind Cuz he was never going to be able to play. So I'm always really happy to see any measure as a challenger fan as well that keeps players off the bench.
Yeah, and that does mean we're going to have Doiv coming in, and his record with Bro in the LCK isn't great, but that's kind of just because Bro have been struggling. I feel like he's been pretty serviceable in challenges. Even when he played for Bro in the LCK, he looked decent, but I think it's going to be a tough matchup in the Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, last split, Maokai, Sedge, Lee Sin subbed on in for Gideon, of course, who is not on the roster here. So Doiv gets the nod. And what are your quick thoughts on him coming on in, Chronicler, as our challengers expert?
Yeah, realistically, has the worst matchup out of everyone. I don't think it really would have mattered whether you play Young Jae or Doiv. I don't think it changes the matchup one way or another. I think for Doiv, he should just take this as a learning opportunity. He did also play in challengers for it. I'm definitely the first series. I'm not sure about the second series they played in CL this week. And I think he looked decently fine there. I expect he'll be okay, but trying to go up against Cuz is always a tough ask.
Well, Doiv is the new face for this match. The new face from last match for Kwangdong Freaks was down on the bottom side of the map. The surprise, it was Leaper coming into the AD carry role, which has had a lot of turnover by the Kwangdong Freaks. And not only did he look good, he looked great.
I think also as well, like the fact first game was Ashe, second game was Jhin. We've seen Jhin often struggle to have the impact in competitive play, you know, especially if you're playing into a lot of tanky champions. And Ashe can often be seen as more of a utility pick, but he was putting up good numbers, doing a lot of damage. And I think the main thing is that it felt like he was respecting threats. And when you're playing a mobile picks like these, it's so easy to be challenged by things like the Renekton we saw trying to get on top of him. And he really managed his positioning well.
This also comes after 2 AD carries, which were in their own way, I think, very unreliable. Taeyeon obviously had really high highs, but there had so many games as well where he just went in when he realistically shouldn't. And Bull started off really strong, but we saw the same thing that we saw for him in Challengers, which is that once players started adapting and teams started banning his champions, he wasn't really able to hit the same highs. And for Leaper, I think this first series is kind of the ideal scenario, playing on 2 pretty different picks, having a really, really great game on either of them, and bringing a lot of stability to a roster that I think doesn't need volatility from the bot lane when you already have players like Bulldog, like Dudu that can really pop off, but also have weaker moments.
Here you had the interview after his win. You could see the kind words he said about Deft.
제 우상이었던 사람과 경기를 한다는 거에 너무 영광스럽고 그래서 이제 그만큼 준비를 잘 해야겠다 생각해서 준비를 열심히 했는데 준비한 결과가 나온 것 같아서 좋은 것 같아요.
Again, so surprising. None of us had that pick there, and having Leaper be that one to step up by creating stability, as you said, Ox, again, playing safe and showing the fancy footwork. Some Dua Leaper. I really want that one to catch on, so we're going to push that one if Leaper does well again today. Let's take a look at the top lane head-to-head here because we've got a very, very good matchup. The Lord Morgan, rise up, our Giga Chads. He's back up against Dudu, was it Dushai? Dushai is the nickname. Yeah, or
Dusante as well. We've had a bunch of nicknames for Dudu. Dudu really has suffered, I think, from the Keen effect, where you have an exceptional player on a team that's weak, and then I think he's still recuperating. I still think we haven't seen the Dudu that we saw when he was kind of jailed on Hanwha in 2022, right? Like, this player we know is capable of insane highs, and Morgan seemingly just has his number.
Yeah, and I hope that he has a good season. I think particularly when he pairs up well with Cuz and they have a strong top jungle, that's really where it looks like Kwangdong Freak shines. You know, you now have this reliable AD carry in the bot lane, so I'm hoping that they don't have their mid-season collapse again, but I feel like Bro should be a team with, based on their form against KT, they should be comfortable against.
You know, it's just so funny to sit up here and see how almost like gun-shy we are to get excited about Kwangdong Freaks because of how good they looked at moments and then how much they let us down. They looked very good against KT. So we'll see how they do here against Bro. That was a lot about the players. Let's take a look at the champions. We talked a lot in the last week about Skarner on the top side of the map, but no, surprise, the key champ that we want to highlight here is Taliyah in the mid lane, in the jungle as well.
Yeah, and I mean, Taliyah has a lot of good matchups in the current meta. You know, we're seeing things like Triss, things like Corki, but also I just think like the pairing with Vi and Nautilus, that point-and-click CC that locks them down, there's no counterplay to it other than like a Zhonya's, and then the follow-up burst damage is insane, but also picks like K'Sante really struggling to Taliyah, a champion that can really just run the map, run team fights, and Taliyah can stop that. I'd say the other big thing is that because she's so good at following up on ganks, if you get Taliyah a lead, it's so easy just to move down towards bot lane, and suddenly the whole map is winning for the Taliyah team.
There's the flex potential as well. We saw it both played in jungle as well as in top. And if you pair it with something like a Renekton, it is just super oppressive to play into, and particularly for some of our weaker teams. So Brion, for example, I really hope that today they keep the priority on this pick high, as I think for the top tier teams, you're allowed to play Nidalee. I don't think Brion should try to go for that, especially not with Doiv, who's already under a lot of pressure here.
Well, let's take a look at our predictions that we've had so far in the split here on the cast. One of us stands above the rest, and it is Future Teller Chronicler, who had the correct pick there on D+ over Hanwha Life. Kwangdong Freaks here. Yeah, everyone got Kwangdong here, but later on, we got a little bit of diversion here. Thoughts on the picks? And let's let the man in, that is leading go first here, Ox.
I think the DK prediction made a lot of sense. I know we meme it a lot, which makes me very uncomfortable, so I'm just going to completely gloss over it. The thing that I'm really looking forward to is that KT-DK match, because knowing both of these teams, I don't feel any... Actually, I might actually feel worse about my DK prediction now that they have beaten Hanwha and KT got 2-0'd. That's the one I'm more worried about now.
Ox.
I feel like with some of these predictions, like you go into them at the start of the week, and it's like by day 1, you're like, oh, I don't feel good about that anymore. But then by like day 3, you're like, okay, maybe it's good again. And just I feel like it gets to the later predictions in the week, and it's just the scenery has transformed so much from when you made the prediction. You don't even know what's going on anymore.
Yeah, well, Huni and I originally thought we would be smart picking the Hanwha Life win and then switch to D+. So we joined you on this one. Hopefully we'll be able to take some points and leave the rest of the pack behind. Now, focusing back up on our Saturday showdown, let's take a look at some of the comments that the coaches have of this head-to-head. And Edgar, the wordsmith as he is, great quote there, along with CV Max, much more poetic.
CV Max's quote, man, I have no memory of beating this evening Speng in the past year and a half, but we will break through the barrier together with the energy of our new players, and the new players have looked great.
And you know, he isn't having memory issues. They just haven't won against Bro, which is so crazy that Quantum Freaks, even because as we said, they've had their good moments, and they just keep losing to a team where Bro have consistently been bottom end of the table. Yeah, in a year and a half. That's such a long period of time to have not beaten Bro.
I love that. The energy of the new players as they've cycled through bot laners. They subbed out support as well a little bit.
Many times, yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. All right, guys. Give me the standout pick from today's Saturday Showdown. What is going to be the pivotal pick that goes back and forth here? Ox, let's start with you.
I feel like Tristana's been really high prio, opens up AP junglers as well, or AP in other areas, so I feel like Tristana's going to be hotly contested.
Yeah, I was going to go Tristana. Mine is Nidalee, but in a bad way. Let it go, really. Canyon, keep banning it against him. That's a great shout. I'm pretty sure against T1 you don't want to take the risk either, but otherwise, that pick's bait. And I think it can be really good in the right hands. But if either of these two teams go too ham on it, I will be very upset.
Would Cuz play it?
I don't think that's Cuz. I'm sure he could, but I don't want to see Cuz do something like that.
That's the sort of thing where he picks it. He's like, I'm really good. I can do this. And they lose against Bro.
But he needs to let it go.
Speaking of let it go, it's time for us to let it go to our casters on the day. It's the Saturday Showdown. Okay, man, bro, versus the Kwangdong Freaks. Giga Chads rise up because we're sending on over to Wolf and Valdez.
I've seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I'm standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding.
진격의 OK 저축은행 진짜 완벽 부활 광동을 두 번에 잡아요.
최근에 OK 브리온한테 많이 패배를 했는데 다른 모습을 보여주고 싶고 2대0으로 꼭 이기겠습니다.
선전 포고는 상대방이 저희한테 해야 될 것 같고요. 저희는 이제 항상 이겨왔던 팀이니까 또 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
이거 촬영하셔서 게시글 해시태그 4개를 올려주시면 방송 화이팅! 방송 섹스 화이팅! 불도 돌아!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We're here for OK Man Breon up against the Kwangdong Freaks, and this one has gone the way of Bro in the recent times, but I don't know. Kwangdong Freaks looked great up against KT Rolster, and I have them as my big favorites coming into this one. What do you think, Wolf?
I'm going to have to agree with you. I do think that Kwangdong looked very good in their match against KT Rolster. Leaper looking like a huge team changer here for this roster so far in our first week of LCK Summer. So going to have to give them a massive edge as well, especially when you consider with the agreement with Youngjae and his team, Kwangdong Freaks, he's actually forbidden to play against his actual team because he's on loan. They have to play Doiv, who is not a bad player, but obviously that synergy is going to be broken up, and Bro's synergy so far hasn't looked that great. I think in terms of the play we're seeing in team fights and how the map is being played, Kwangdong looking much better. I mean, they're currently tied in first place. Of course, we're not even finished with the first week of regular season here, but you know, they have the same record as T1 and Gen.G, one of 3 teams to get the 2-0.
And we always talk about this, but if you're beating top teams that are generally on the western side, it's going to put you in a good spot to make playoffs. You know, you can oftentimes win against the lower teams, but if you don't at least get some extra wins, you might find yourself in 7th, 8th, you know, just on the cusp of making playoffs. But Kwangdong Freaks already with a great start, as the first 2024 Summer Saturday Showdown will be Bro versus Kwangdong Freaks. It has been their kryptonite, except for that one time in Summer Round 1 2023. And I don't know, I think it's a changed team, as you mentioned, coming into Summer in 2024 with Leaper and the fact that they were able to take down KT.
Yeah, I think the context that Chronicler kept putting forward there on the space in the pre-show about why Bro upset and the form of Kwangdong being so poor when they faced them back-to-back. So it was basically, it felt like 2 round 2 matches because it was the end of round 1 and then straight into round 2 in a big slump for Kwangdong Freaks. I don't think that's the form we're seeing from Kwangdong Freaks right now. And as mentioned, because of the agreement with the loan, that allows their player to play against themselves, essentially. Doiv will be in the starting lineup. It's been a while since we've seen Doiv. As mentioned by Ox, pretty serviceable jungle player. Not really a weak point for Bro when they were playing. They had bigger issues as a roster. I think similarly today, this will make a small difference in terms of the synergy, but it's not like a handicap by any means.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, though, you know, if you compare him to some of the other carry junglers that we've seen in the Challenger League scene, you know, coming into the LCK, even struggling, guys like Lucid, but Doiv, you know, he has to come in here as a serviceable guy in Challengers, but how will he do in the LCK? It's another question. As Samver starting against Kwangdong Freaks, bot on fire, which is a good thing in this case. The duo leads the team to victory against KT, and can they flip the trend against Bro? But let's take a look at some of the predictions here, because regardless of the you know, the curse or the way things have been going, even the fans are heavily in favor of Kwangdong Freaks.
The Western fans are like 5 times more likely to predict Bro. The Giga Chad watchers,
True.
so you'll have to see it.
Yeah, well, here's an interview, guys. Let's listen in.
OK 브리온 상대로 저희가 2번 졌던 게 기억이 나네요.
광동을 2번에 잡아요. OK 저축은행 제제.
2번 다 지게 될 줄은 예상 못했습니다.
저희가 광동이라는 팀이랑 경기할 때 많이 이긴 데이터가 있다 보니까 플레이도 더 과감하게 하고 경기가 좋게 나오는 것 같습니다.
저희가 좀 팀적으로 많이 혼란스러웠어가지고 빨리 풀었으면 좋았을 텐데 이번 썸머에서는 잘 풀어보겠습니다.
광동이 플레이오프를 가는 거 보고 얄미웠죠. 저희가 2번 다 잡았는데.
승부의 세계는 냉정하죠. 다른 동부팀보다 잘해서 간 거라고 생각합니다.
저희도 더 잘해서 플레이오프에 가고 싶다는 생각을 했습니다.
광동은 항상 저희를 이기겠다고 했고 결국엔 저희 항상 이겼고 이번에도 그렇게 될 거고.
제가 들어왔으니까 다르지 않을까요?
생각보다 LCK가 원딜로 살아남기에 힘든 곳이라고 생각하거든요. 이번 기회에 선배답게 좀 후드럽 해주도록 하겠습니다.
영준이도 하고 있는데 원딜 차이로 2승 0패 해보겠습니다.
저희가 지난 스프링 때 1승 1승이 더 소중하다는 것을 저뿐만 아니라 모든 팀원들이 느꼈을 거라 흐름 좋게 시작해보도록 하겠습니다.
스페인과는 상관없이 이번 썸머에서는 OK 저축은행을 꼭 복수하고 싶어요.
스프링 때 기억 살려서 2대0으로 복수 못하게 해드리겠습니다.
꿈 깨세요. 시원하게 복수하고 이번 플레이오프도 저희 강동이 가겠습니다.
Well, that was very fun to listen into. I love how Morgan is a big-time believer. He's like, it doesn't matter what the situation is. We always beat these guys. We're going to do it again. That's just the way it's going to go. And he will lead his team down the stairs here as they will walk in. Doiv's like, oh yeah, I guess I should go too.
I feel like for Doiv, this has got to be a really awesome moment because we only really do these special walkouts in playoffs and in...
He's running to catch up.
Yeah, and in the regular season opening week. So it's really cool that Doiv gets to be a part of high-fiving the fans directly instead of doing the central walkout. So that's pretty cool for him. Samber and Palu walking in, as you mentioned. Samber will be starting today. We did see both Samber and Envy when they did play it last week. Envy pulling out the Jin. So a pick that between these two 80 carries has come up quite a bit already here in this regular season. The Tristana mentioned on the space, I think is definitely going to be a huge one. Karis really leaning on that in their last series as well.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see that, right now in this meta, it feels like the AD carry role might be the most flexible. Like, we've seen so many different picks, like the Jay and the Ashe, a lot of the favorites. Zeri's coming back. Ziggs is kind of a mainstay. You can play pretty much anything, so will be fun to watch those two go head-to-head, as here are the Quagnome Freaks now walking down as a team, as Cuz does know what he's doing here.
Of course he does. And Dudu as well. Nice recovery. And you love to see the energy of these fans. Bulldog dyeing his hair back, not going blonde anymore. And Quagnome Freaks, I think, coming into this first week of play, I think really surprising people with a dominant win over KT. And yes, KT disappointed in that series, but I think the synergy from Quagnome is what impressed us the most. And for me, the biggest standouts were the bottom duo. Leaper's performance on Jin in particular, the Blitzcrank from Andil, also the Seraphine this team is known for playing that he pulled out with the Senna, and the extra healing that they were able to offer in those team fights, really counteracting what KT was trying to do. His positioning fantastic, and I think this bottom duo really shaping a new Quagnome roster. It's no longer about Dudu being the hard rock in the top lane. It's no longer about Bulldog, the rookie, his potential, how strong he is. It's really about the bottom lane, and since Bull joined, it felt that way too, but he felt a lot more one-dimensional.
So many Doi fans coming down to watch and support his friends, right, that have come down to support him here as he does make his 5th appearance in the LCK. And it's going to be fun to see if he can step up to the plate here up against a team that's already on a roll. It's kind of weird to say that they're on a roll because they just had one win, but it was a big win, right? And it was a very dominant victory over a strong team. So kind of gets you excited about the prospects of Quagnome Freaks' summer, whereas Bro always trying to, it feels like, dig up from the bottom.
And that's what I was going to get into here, is that for OK Savings Bank Breon, this is a win that if you can take may be one of the reasons that you're in those last few weeks having an opportunity to fight your way to that 6th place and make a playoffs. It's been so many years since we've seen Bro in that top 6 spot. They've been put in situations where they have to defeat D plus Kia, in a tight match to then make playoffs, and they've risen to the occasion in the past. This is a completely different roster, though, and you know, I think the synergy is constantly kind of being rebuilt for both of these teams with some of the adjustments that have been made and how much they've adapted Challengers players into their roster. I mean, Leaper, a streamer, getting pulled in here, was inactive as a pro for a really long time, but having a great debut, and, you know, a very controversial coach leading him right, CV Max, but he's been able to meld so many of our league's players from, you know, great potential into legendary superstars, right? And maybe this time the experiment works out with this bottom duo, as Andil had some health issues, right, was really struggling on stage. He came back, bounced back in a great way at the start of the season. And I think for Kwangdong fans, you're not thinking, you know, this is going to be a tough match. You're not thinking about the record. You're thinking you want to continue that momentum, because this week so far you've got some real hope that maybe this team could actually be a strong contender. And it's the first time, you know, we felt like that for Kwangdong, I think, in week 1 in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at their future schedule as well, they have Nongshim next Wednesday. So this could be a really great way to get a big snowball rolling, like a potential 3-0 start. They do have T1 after that, so that would be a rough one, but who knows? You know, you get 3 big wins, maybe you get confident. T1, a little happy gaming. I'm looking very far in the future. But anyway, let's talk about this draft here. Obviously, highlighted by our pre-show, the Taliyah, definitely a big one. The Tristana, another big pick. What is going to be prioritized here? The Ashe is already taken away alongside of the Nautilus.
Nautilus gone now. We'll see what is to follow. The Skarner, the big one we're looking at, Dudu's Kasante. The Dusante already off the board here. So, you know, we're not necessarily looking at prio here for something, you know, like the bottom lane when you're removing that Kasante early on. As a lot of thought going into this one here. I think perhaps a little bit surprised by that Kasante ban to come through in the first phase. The Taliyah, that's been so strong on the east side of our teams right now in terms of setting up combos. Pretty wise choice to remove. Very simple yet effective.
Yeah.
There's the Senna. The Senna, you've got to take this away from Kwangdong Freaks. They've played so many different variants of this. They like the Senna Seraphine. It's a combo that not Leaper, but all of the last few Kwangdong bottom lanes have actually really enjoyed to play, including in Challengers. So I think it's wise to take that one even on blue side here. And now the Skarner question. You know, this is where we're at now. I mean, the Nautilus is already banned. And they'll ban the Nidalee instead.
Yeah, I know our spacers would have loved to let that go in and just bait them into picking it, but instead, you know, they leave both Rumble and Skarner available because Rumble can deal with the Skarner, and Morgan's like, sure, I can take the Rumble then. If you really want to play Skarner into this, that's fine. We could see Skarner also move into the jungle if you wanted to, you know, pick something else into the Rumble, but Rumble also very strong right now, so let's see where they want to go.
I wonder if this is the first game we don't see Skarner, just because of how poorly it went last time and how confident teams have been to just play the Rumble into it. Keen in particular really showcasing that. Now, Cuz has played only Maokai this season. He's played 2 games of Maokai. He'll be playing a 3rd as this does get locked in here, and they'll grab the Skarner with it. This does leave open the Tristana here for Karis that he's been leaning into quite significantly. They could have actually grabbed the Tristana if they wanted to take it away and then save that Skarner for 3rd, but because they take the Skarner here, bit of a puzzling choice. Even though it could be flexed, that leaves the Tristana to the side of OK Savings Bank Breon, and Karas will happily accept. Well,
definitely a lot of thought about the Sejuani. Certainly kind of a safe standard pick for Doiv, who is coming in here. And they still could go ahead and take the Tristana. Feels pretty good. You don't have amazing lanes for the Sejuani to work with. I mean, the Rumble's pretty good. But it is just going to be Corki and Tristana, and that has been a very common mid lane nowadays.
It's a very volatile one, though, and I think a lot harder for the Corki player to really manage when you use your Gatling gun and use it to trade. Do you use it to clear the wave? A lot easier to just be Tristana and stack damage on the Corki and push him out and get a big advantage there. So do like this matchup for Karis quite a bit. Now, we're moving back towards the bottom lane a little bit here. The Kalista gone, the Lucian taken in trade here. There's a lot of other picks that both these bottom laners enjoy to play. The Jhin, we talked about already quite significantly, is very good when you have a front line like what Kwangdong Freaks have. You have the Skarner and the Maokai, so I think that might be one that gets taken away here. Also the Varus, one that is very strong. We'll add some additional poke here in a comp for Breon that already has the Rumble. Take away the Kaisa. However, that's a lot of burst damage they would have been able to follow up on a Sejuani ult, for example.
Yeah, it's something that Samber has played, I believe, in the past. So maybe a little bit more of a target. I mean, you mentioned the Varus, you mentioned the Jhin, definitely could be something we see here.
Zeri also, I feel like, pretty good for both teams, but Kwangdong in particular have such a great front line for it. If they wanted to go that route, it is going to be the Leona that's removed now.
The Leona Ziggs combo.
Yeah.
That one will be denied. We have seen Ziggs still played without the Leona here in the LCK.
Yeah, we certainly have, and normally into Senna lanes as a response to that, but it has not really been working out.
Yeah, Blind Ziggs I'm not so sure about.
I like the Zeri way more. I mentioned it earlier. I think you've got a great comp for it. You just add that consistent damage. That's the one part of this comp that you don't have yet as Kwangdong Freaks is just long-term consistent damage. Corki can do a little bit of that once he gets his IE online, but the Zeri is going to really be what you want. Now, this means that probably, to Chronicler's chagrin, we're probably going to see Red Smite Maokai, and it is going to be, you know...
Absolutely.
It's going to be
100%.
damage
That's the best build, unfortunately, for Chronicler. Well, you gotta get some AP damage in there. And Rel is going to be the choice here. So some more CC added alongside of it, and it will be Jhin. So Jhin Rel up against the blind Zeri so far.
I think that the way that these team fights have to go, there's so much pressure on Doiv and Palu. You know, Palu, not technically a rookie, but doesn't have that much experience here in the LCK. Doiv, obviously, you know, has kind of been a substitute player for this roster. And so, you know, the complexity of this one is a little bit tough. I think Morgan you could trust. I think Karas has been leaning on this Tristan a lot, been spamming games of it, so I'm not as worried about him, but I think the engage is going to have to be there to make sure Samber can get that damage down. The Alistar coming through here in response to the Rel is a classic soft counter to be able to just bop her away and shut down those engages. I have to say, Valdez, I really like the draft of Kwangdong Freaks a lot more just because it's well-rounded. It has both a great frontline, but also good engage. It's got a limited damage profile, but when your main tank that you're really running into is just a Sejuani, it might not necessarily matter because she's going to be the one who has to go in first and then might just get burned down by all that damage, especially if you consider in the early fights that armor shred from the Corki will be quite significant into it as well. I think for Bro, I think this draft is not a poor one, but it is going to be difficult to pilot. And I think so much pressure, like I mentioned, on Palu and Doiv to get those engages down, be that frontline so that Jhin can actually do damage. If you mess that up just once, the Zeri runs away with the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even the fans kind of knew it, right? There was a huge gasp from the audience when Libra locked in the Zeri because there is a lot of hype around this player, and Zeri can be one of those hard carry, hyper carry, 80 carries, if you will. And, you know, I think a lot of people are just excited to see him play it, and they expect big things from him to potentially carry this game. And, I think he's got a pretty good opportunity to do it right here.
It'll be his third 80 carry champion of the season. He's played the Ashe, played the Jhin. The one weakness of Bull was really that he was extremely binary. Only played the hard pushing, not the scaling champions. Let's find out if Leaper can do the opposite.
Here we go. Game number 1 starts right now. The Kwangdong Freaks fans coming out in force today. A lot of hype after their big win against KT earlier in the week. And now they're here in the first Saturday showdown of summer. And I would say the big favorites. I mean, a lot of the fans believing it. We certainly had some more GigaChad fans on the global side, but I think it was 95%.
Yeah.
To 5 on one of the Korean websites. Like, that is insane.
Yeah, definitely not a lot of faith on the KR side. I think on the Western side, maybe some misplaced faith. Maybe just a little bit of
they're just having faith that they're going to have a good time watching,
yes, exactly.
Right? Regardless of the result, they're like, you know what? I'm going to put in a vote for my team.
This is one of the rare times where the Western side is a little bit more voting with their heart than the KR side. The KR side usually votes with their heart a lot.
Mostly.
But maybe, maybe this time a little bit more brain voting. As what I'm most interested in, Valdez, in this early game is going to be how they leverage the Rumble pressure topside. At level 1, a little bit tougher to actually start getting a huge lead, but as you start getting a few levels in, it's really difficult for the Skarner to actually close that gap. The Harpoon can just push the Skarner away. You burn down that health bar. You end up getting Prio there. We'll see if the Sejuani can actually make an impact there top side. See Cuz as well, very aware of this, will path top as well. Ward will spot that Cuz is starting bottom because he's not on those Raptors, so some additional information, they instantly ping it at the timing he should be there. So they both know, okay, top side is where the action is going to happen, so let's not try to make any crazy plays here on bottom. Sombra is winning that lane for now.
Yeah, they're going to hit level 2 first. The Alistar doesn't really do much for now, so just getting pushed in as you would expect. I really do like the Alistar in this combination. There is a lot of lockdown on their side already. It's great follow-up after like a Maokai ultimate or an Impale or something like that, and also you create a lot of space against the Rel, against the Sejuani for your 280 carries. Both sides going for double 80 carry in this case, as Karis is getting in there pretty aggressively onto Bull. He's getting pretty low. And by Bull, I mean Bulldog, of course.
Got that dog in.
Still struggling with that one. That'll never go away, I guess. Yeah, he's safe, I guess.
That type of moment right there is exactly what I was kind of leaning into when I said it's at this level, between Bulldog and Karis, it's a little bit trickier for the Corki to actually manage how you want to use your Gatling gun. Whereas for the Tristana, you just keep shooting the Corki. It's pretty self-explanatory. The trading is quite simple. This is going to force Bulldog to teleport back, grabs a refillable potion and a control ward. That's not the ideal bag that you're looking for on the Corki, but at the end of the day, it will just be a trade of teleports. No summoners outside the teleports expended. It's not the end of the world, but could have been worse.
Yeah, could have definitely been worse. Karis just teleport back and they'll just reset in that lane, essentially. Karis picking up a cull, so we'll be looking to just farm that one out. Top lane, Morgan, the first pick, Rumble. Very much expecting the Skarner to still be picked, and he is expecting to still have a pretty nice laning phase against that champion.
Yeah, don't see any sort of early gank to come through here from Doiv. Obviously, a little bit tougher to pull that one off at this early stage. Nothing coming through from Cuz as another jump through. Good reaction there with a Valkyrie. And, at this stage, you see a little bit of a roam up from Palu, trying to get some additional information. Scuttles are traded. And what I'm trying to get at here, Valdez, is a bro game. We're keeping it slow. We're keeping it simple.
What's your brew of choice today for your bro and brew enjoyment?
Today, I got standard Lol Park coffee. I didn't go to the coffee shop.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's kind of my go-to as well.
Yeah, we got a little bit of
coffee.
Noodling GT as well over here. Like, we keep changing the tea at Lol Park. This one's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's. I feel like it would be pretty high in calories just because it's probably made from rice, but
5 calories.
5? Okay. That's way too high for me. Really watching my weight. The 5, I just can't. I can't afford it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I had cake yesterday.
Well,
carrot cake. So so it was worth it.
I mean, if you just don't drink 100
Who says I won't? I mean, maybe I'm really thirsty.
In 100 days of you not drinking, it'll be totally happy with how it all went down. As we are going to see the grab of this dragon here very early from Bro with the prio they have in mid. Not really much Bulldog can do, as they are going to rotate Cuz over without ult.
Yeah, they're still trying to go for this, though, and the turn here from Bro, it's very deep, and yes, they will take down Cuz first blood, but what will they pay for it is the question, as Leaper is flashing into them. For now, it's just going to be a 2-for-2, though, but it's a double kill for the Zeri.
Gonna certify this one, Valdez.
Stamp it.
I mean, these are the types of skirmishes you don't want to hard commit to. You got the initial pick, you were winning the fight. Take your W and grab the dragon against a Zeri. She is just so strong in these early skirmishes, even without her ultimate. With her ultimate, even scarier. But she's just so good at outputting that consistent damage, what a Jhin really cannot do at this stage of the game. And so this is going to be what was a weak lane for the Zeri and a huge CS deficit, now kind of completely shored up by 2 kills being picked up. She has a cull as well, so Leaper has really set himself up for a powerful mid-game out of this greed here from Bro, and Bro will not get the dragon either. Just going to turn their attention topside. You watch the numbers game here and you know Andil and Leaper are out of the picture. It's totally fine for Palu to say, look, I'm going to engage. We're going to try to knock Cuz out. Then we can secure this dragon. And when he flashes away there, you don't have to continue to go forward, but it's a good play from Andil here to keep locking them down as Leaper arrives here, can get over the wall. Damage output really just tough to match at this point. I mean, it wasn't a longer fight here, but he can rotate in so quickly as Zeri, flashing into them as well. Now picks up his Berserker Greaves. Could have been a lot better for Bro.
Yeah, definitely could have. I think, you know, going pretty deep for that one. And as you mentioned, that's exactly where the Zeri does thrive, in those little skirmishes very early on in the game. And so Leaper already putting himself into position to carry this one. Kara is going to jump on into Bulldog once again. As Palu is here as well. It seems like both teams really want to take this Drake. A lot of control, just being pressured around that area of the map. Some control wards. The Scuttle Crab was taken by Cuz though, so for now, Quantum Freak's going to hold on to that. But a slight gold lead still going to be in favor of Bro, all things considered. The mid lane going pretty well, Kara's getting a kill, and the top lane also going well for the Rumble, and still the CS lead for Samver here, although Leaper with the 2 kills is catching up quite a bit.
Yeah, we'll see who does ultimately end up getting this Drake, as this is a non-stop battle for Prio in mid. The jungler's hanging about. You know, Cuz really wants to get in there and start this one up. He does have his, was it Faded Ashes? I like to call it the burn urn because it burns and it's kind of urn-like, but he's got that, so yeah, he's got the ability to kind of work at this dragon if they can get there. But the problem is, it's tough to get Prio in mid. And Bulldog keeps getting pushed out by this Tristana. He's maintained CS parity here, but isn't able to actually get first rotation. Now that there's a faster rotation for Cuz, maybe finally this is the moment where they can start up that dragon, as Leaper does have level 6 as well. Very impactful ult if they do fight, but they back off. They don't have vision in the pit. We're kind of just juggling Prio here.
Yeah, and it does feel like both teams have kind of given up on it for now. Just going to let it go. The first set of grubs did go the way of Doive as well, so he's picked up all of the first 3. As Doive is going to be here once again, actually invading onto Cuz, who is up a level. But he does have the Tristana rotating over. Meanwhile, a fight down on the bottom side. Is Leaper going to throw that ultimate in? He's getting aggressive as Andil, and Leaper moving ahead, trying to get a kill down on the bottom side, and Paulu's in a lot of trouble. Will get chased down the lane by Leaper, who will pick up a 3rd kill already.
I mean, Jin is not really an AD carry. You know, the copy pasta where he tricked y'all, man. He doesn't really output that much damage at this point. He has a lot of burst, obviously has a lot of utility, and if he's given a ton of space, he can do massive damage, but you don't want to be in range of this Zeri who has ult online, and even just sitting on Berserker's Greaves, you know, it's a lot of damage. She got 2 kills early, now she's shored up the CS, and Leaper is just a huge problem in this game, and we'll have to see how that all started off, because we jumped over there a little bit late, but there's a lack of respect being shown there, and the Jin just isn't going to be able to compete, sadly. Bulldog, ton of damage there on the Cars.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, as you're mentioning, it's kind of the scenario you find yourself in the bottom lane that might matter most. It's not always like a crazy, flashy play. It might just be, okay, we need to know that we can't be in range of Andil's engage. And it kind of, based on what we saw right at the beginning of that one, I'm sure we'll see the replay. They probably just got comboed by Alistar and then the fight started. But if you know you're not going to win the 2v2, you can't be in range of getting engaged on like that. So either way, we will have to check in on the replay.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. Yep, just
no range of the combo.
Yeah, no vision of Alistar and in range of the combo. Zeri's there with the all-in.
I mean, they had vision of Alistar. He was standing in the lane.
Oh, I thought he was on the brush.
No, he was just there.
Well, in that case, I really can't defend. I'm trying to cup half full of this one, but
it was Thorel who was in the bush, and yeah, it was very much Samver and Palu just being pretty close and very far up the lane, and they do get punished for it.
Yeah, obviously, if you're going to be in range of the Zeri all-in from started off from the Alistar, obviously you can't just do it alone, then you're going to lose this one as Jin, you know, just by the nature of how the champions work. So, yeah, pretty simple one there. But
here we go again. The ult, and Samver, he doesn't have his flash anymore. A couple of Qs are going to miss, though, but Leaper's still putting on a lot of pressure. And again, that's just going to chunk him really low and kind of get him to a spot where he has to ult the wave now just to try to survive. generally we will see like one-on-ones between the AD carries in the bottom lane, but it won't always go so heavily in favor of one guy.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas is really running away with Leaper. He picked up a Rectrix as well, so a Rectrix, excuse me. So he's really going to be putting that damage out there. Having that extra speed as well is going to be quite nice. 900 gold the lead. Almost was able to get an extendo beam there as well to deny the back of Samver. That would have been insult to injury, as Paulo once again trying to come up here and make something happen on Bulldog, but he's playing too safe, too far away to get caught by that engage. Even with the flash engage there, it would have been tough for Paulo to make that happen. And Bulldog just safely gets away with this one. So in terms of the gold right now, very even, only 200 gold, the difference between these two. But as I mentioned in the draft, you know, Kwangdong Freaks' draft kind of plays itself. It's very well rounded. The Zeri's already online at this point. And, you know, Doiv should be fine here, but
yeah,
playing with fire.
He's got enough support from his teammates that are nearby. Andil and Bulldog just trying to aggressively control some vision.
I'm just a little bit concerned about how these next few team fights are going to look when it comes to 5v5s on these critical objectives. And, you know, the big concern is the Zeri, and whether or not we could see Paulo and Doiv lock this guy down. So mobile, as a bit of a scuffle here.
Yeah, and you remember how the draft went. You were talking about the draft. Like, we had the Nautilus ban. The Vi was not banned. And that could have been an option, but at that point they didn't know the Zeri was going to be played, and maybe they just wanted something a little bit more comfortable for Doiv. And I don't know, I think that Vi just in general is a strong pick, and it's relatively easy to play, and it does deal with the Zeri, but with Nautilus ban and no Vi, it just means that Leaper kind of just gets to run around the Rift, especially with Cleanse, I mean, and being this fed, so.
Yeah, even if he gets hit by Doiv's ult, he could just cleanse it, and he's already big. He hasn't even finished his cold yet. He will very shortly with, you know, 7 more minions here. Be able to cash that in, and he's just got so much money for these next few Dragon fights. And usually with a comp like this, what Kwangdong Freaks are running, it'll take a little bit longer for Skarner to become really tanky. It's AP on this Maokai, so, you know, his team fight power is really just about his ult, but the Zeri, with you, if you just have any frontline, you have any Impale, or you have a Nature's Grasp, like Leaper ults a few people, you either have to leave or you fight to the death and lose. And so this is really awkward for Bro. Even with a gold lead here, it's tricky. Now, heavy lifting going to have to be the engage. And if you can catch Leaper, sometimes that's all you need, because he is going to be the big damage threat. Bulldog going to take a little bit longer to actually be that carry in a longer fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have that Collector finished first here for Samver. I feel like can be decent against some of the squishies, but you are going to be dealing with a decent amount of tanky members on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. He is going to build lethality regardless, but we have seen many different first items from Jin, so felt like it deserved mentioning, as we do have the Rift Herald started up here by Bro very confidently. Kwangdong Freaks not really in position to challenge this one due to without teleport and is heading bot, so Bro just going to take the objective, and Kwangdong Freaks say, go ahead, take it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty good call from Bro, and because it's Skarner in the bottom lane, it's not like he's going to be able to knock this turret down real fast or anything like that, so the punish isn't really going to be very strong. Morgan doesn't have TP, but still will be able to come down here pretty safely and catch some of that wave and defend the turret, so Kwangdong Freaks trying to get Dudu in position here to knock this one down, but it isn't going to happen. He's not even going to miss the cannon, so very nicely done here by Bro. And all things considered, you know, you don't want to take a real 5v5 where Leaper's in position to carry, but if you can kind of pull the wool over Kwangdong's eyes, rotate quickly there, know the Skarner doesn't have TP, force that fight on your terms with a man advantage, and Kwangdong just can't take it.
Yeah, still a pretty close game in terms of gold. There is the one Drake that did go over to Kwangdong Freaks. The next one will be Hextech on the way, which means we do have potential for the Chemtech Soul. Ox is here. I'm sure he's paying attention very much. It is Saturday Showdown after all, and so, you know,
it's going to be Mountain.
I assume it won't be Chemtech. Thank you.
I feel like it's going to be Mountain because there's a Skarner in the game, and we all know how this
throws
goes.
rocks.
Yeah, and he gets tanky. So
we had a lot of Infernals.
We really
right?
have, yeah.
We have had a lot of Infernals, which is kind of weird. Very exciting stuff, very fiery stuff. Bro's doing a good job of just grouping up as a team and saying, okay, we're going to take all the vision.
The key is to just make sure that Paulo is in these choke points so that they cannot actually enter the Dragon Pit and can't get that frontline set up for the Zeri. And because doesn't want to go in alone, needs some follow-ups. Ando's going to have to come over there and clear this vision. Paulo taking a lot of damage.
Oh, and look at this engage from Andil already on the top side here, and the root comes in. The equalizer is going to hit Leaper, but he flashes away perfectly. The damage coming on in. Chorus is just going to assassinate them all alongside a Somber and somehow pull this one back for Bro. That was not looking good to start, but man, Chorus and Somber able to turn on that one.
I mean, they have a lot of burst damage, and who needs CC to kill that Zeri? You just blow her up, you just shoot her, and that's what they did. Can't miss that, can't miss the autos, and you know what? She flashes away, and they just blow her up, and that was enough damage there. If she doesn't get burst like that, it could have been disastrous, but the start of the fight looked a little bit rocky because Cuz was doing so much damage to Somber, and then the engage from Andal was so fantastic. They got a little bit too close to the Alistar there, and yet the Zeri still just obviously no tankiness to this champion with the lethality Jhin and the Tristana. It's not going to last long. So Paulo, you're trying to challenge this choke. This gives Andal a huge opportunity as Cuz puts his health low, but because he doesn't get hit by Nature's Grasp, he actually has the opportunity to re-engage here. Leaper, again,
Karis.
half health. Karis with a double ult here, and he pops him, man.
Yeah, I mean, Samber, I gave him credit because he joined in, but that play was all created by Karis.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, this is insane wherewithal, like within the fight, it's all going wrong, and you're just like, no, I'm gonna assassinate them.
And he has the knowledge of how much damage he has, but also his positioning is good enough to give him the opportunity to go in like that after Cuz's ult is
Yeah, Andal's just dead. He does not have Unbreakable Will. He did have Flash, but not even sure he was given an opportunity to use it. So that's a pick onto Alistar, and could just be a Drake, but instead they're going to look to push mid-tier 1, which is also a fantastic early objective here for Bro.
Yeah, this Herald not even really needed. Well, give them an extra charge potentially towards that inner if they want to really force the issue. They have a Tristana here.
Do it, Karis.
I mean, Kwangdong need to respond because that's a lot of damage. Meanwhile,
yeah, they're trying to engage onto this one. The Maokai does some surprising damage, actually, early on in this game. Dudu just top lane waiting to TP in, and now with the chunking going in, I mean, they committed a lot to try to get that mid-tier 1, so I suppose Quantum Freaks just get the Drake for free.
Yeah, I think that really was not the place to be for Bro there on the river. I think a very split team call, trying to, on one hand, push the Herald mid, but on the other hand, being a little bit too far up there in the river with their tank. So, Cuz with the Leandres does do significant damage. We've seen it in these setups, as you mentioned there, but also in the previous fight into Palu. Yeah, not going to get caught here, Karis, but they don't end up getting the Dragon. They don't end up getting the inner. They do get the mid-turret, the outer, but no damage done there on the second one.
Yeah. The Rift Herald's kind of getting a weird amount of value. I feel like they could have just dropped it, let it hit, and then turn and just go directly for the Drake and pick that up. So now with the Cloud Soul on the Rift, I feel like the Cloud Soul is actually going to be fantastic, especially when you look at both of these compositions that just love the extra movement speed. So many of these AD carries love it. The Jhin and the Zeri are super fast. All the engaged champions going to love it. And it's not a Chemtech, so we love that. And Quantum Freak's already a couple of Drakes in the lead, trying to get towards that very valuable soul here. And Bro are going to have to figure out how to get some of those dragons.
It has been really a lot of this game decided by, some called out players, right? Like this.
Speaking of which, here we go again. Bulldog trying to take a 1v1 while Cuz is just dying. He is quite tanky though. Now Ando is getting up the Karis here. The Tristana is going to live and finally gets taken out there by Leaper, who gets into position. And now over the wall they go as everybody's trying to go over the terrain. But dude is not going to land that impale. They're still on the chase here though, as Morgan is left out to dry, just left to cook, as the rest of his team will just run away. Meanwhile, Bulldog's just pushing top.
Yeah, he's pushing top. I mean, Cuz dies to the equalizer, but otherwise there wasn't really much that Bro could have done there. Somber doesn't even really make an impact in this fight. And this is rough stuff here as Leaper is ripping through this turret as well. Zeri could do a great job at that, and they could just go ahead and force it down. So 2 turrets on the play, as well as a win in the team fight. Shutdown onto Karis. And man, this game has been very back and forth, but it all starts off with somebody looking like they're out of position. In this case, Cuz, right? But the rotation up is so fast, and even with the teleport coming through here for Rumble, it takes him so long to get here, and his equalizer really impacted Cuz more than anything else as Bulldog actually escapes and then goes to kill the turret. And look at the damage output on the Zeri already. You're just not in formation here as Bro, and Morgan, he came into ult, and then he's like, well, I can't do anything here. There's nothing I can offer in this. The fight is over. Same with the Jhin. And this is why I was saying this comp for Bro is harder to play than what Kwangdong Freaks have. Just really simple. Protect the Zeri and let her do all the work. And when she got as accelerated as she did early, it's tough. And Cuz tanky enough to, yes, he was caught in air quotes, but tanky enough to just allow Kwangdong Freaks the numbers advantage there to take that.
I mean, the people he was caught by as well was like the Rel and the Sejuani, I think, right? So there wasn't a lot of damage there, and essentially, okay, this is weird. Morgan just flashing in, and they're doing Baron.
What is happening?
They're just gonna do Baron, and Cuz shows bot, and they're like, you know what? We'll just take the Baron. No, it's 21 minutes into the game, guys.
Yeah, it's Zeri is here.
I don't know about that.
Porky is here, and Rumble doesn't have teleport, so optimistic. It was decisive. I'll give him that. But they will have to back away.
It's true. That's an improvement. Yeah. Generally, you want to make your decisions kind of in the positive direction, but, you know, as long as you're all on the same page.
And they also made the decisive call to not do the Baron after they decided we would start it, and then they were like, we can't do this.
Yeah.
Let's leave. Well, that was a bit of a messy one. And for Bro, it's so frustrating because it felt like Karos was really going to run away with this game. It felt like they were really starting to get back control, and then it slips through their fingers with some awkward skirmishes here, and now you're dealing with the Zeri problem.
We've had a Zeri problem since minute 7. That's when that fight happened, that first skirmish, when we got the stamp of approval from Wolf. He certified the Zeri moment, and now she has 5 kills, and the biggest thing about Leaper for me is that he always seems to be in the exact right position, and he's so quick about it, and Zeri is just one of those champs that allows you to do that even better. So he's just like right there. The second they need him, he's outputting a ton of damage.
It's incredible to me. I think what Bull didn't have and what Taeyun, lacked was strong positioning, right? Leaper's positioning has been fantastic. Bull didn't have the flexibility, but Leaper has played now Ashe, Jhin, and Zeri, 3 completely different style of AD carry champions. So he showcased his skills in 3 different areas, and that's what's something you want to see, right? And when you're a streamer, you're playing solo queue, you're going to have to play a lot of different champs, right? You're moving up the ladder. And he's known for his flashy plays, but we saw him all in, follow up on those engages so incredibly well early, and he's too big to fail at this point. His Phantom Dancer is just going to rip through these health bars, and Somber just needs good engage to actually get value on this pick, and it's really Karos is going to be doing the heavy lifting otherwise in terms of damage throughput here.
Meanwhile, on the side of Quantum Freaks, they have this pretty fed Corki as well as they... Okay, that was very optimistic, and Doiv is just going to die for it. Leaper will pick up that kill as here comes the Skarner, looking for the Impale, just desperate for anyone at this point. But there will be a Blast Cone to deny us any more action, unfortunately.
Looks like it's going to be Soul Point Valdez here for Kwangdong Freaks. Doiv looking for the opportunity there, but it's just a Valkyrie away from Bulldog.
He's just gonna kidnap him in the jungle, and Samber has to cleanse and flash to get away from Dudu, who just pressed his R button, just like that.
Well, you end up getting 2 summoners for it. I think you'll definitely say worth, even though the kill doesn't go over. And that's a very common thing to do, to just go, well, okay, we're going to give the dragon, but we'll get red buff and then punished. As Doiv here, very far up, trying to help set up with Palu. But look at the positioning here of Bulldog and Leaper. Like, they're both on the opposite side of where Doiv and Palu are going in. They're so far away from the Rel engage. There's nothing they could do, and it's a really easy Valkyrie to just avoid the attempt there from Doiv to catch him. And so it all fails, it all backfires, and Doiv is just ripped to shreds, taken out instantly there. Positioning of these carries here for Kwangdong Freaks, too good for the opportunity Bro was looking for.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about before. It's like they have this insanely fed Zeri, but Bulldog is also doing really well. Like, his farm level is high. He's got 1 kill, 5 assists. Like, he's definitely got a lot of gold under his belt. So if one fails, even if the too big to fail guy does fail a bit, you've still got that second AD carry who is quite serviceable.
And the Warmogs isn't really going to do a whole lot into this type of damage output as well. I mean, against a lot of different comps, it's very strong. It's good against like the Leandries of Cuz if you're getting a lot of poke from that, but I'm not a huge fan of the itemization here for Doiv in this case, because you need to have a strong set of armor to actually live long enough to get into the thick of things and look for those engages. You could see after the engage failed, his health bar just disappeared. There wasn't going to be any regen. There wasn't going to be any, okay, I'll walk out of this one and then come back with full health and do it again.
Yeah. Warmog's definitely a big part of the meta, but sometimes we kind of say, you know, we've taken the meta too far. We've adhered to it too much in this case.
The recommended items aren't always right, Valdez.
Fox yesterday talking about Locket as well into Karthus, but instead we just saw Warmogs going to the support, which all the supports are just building that item. It's just the way it is nowadays. I feel like especially in week 1, a lot of players are like, okay, this is the way it is. This is the itemization. This is the meta. I'm going to do this. And then a lot of times we'll see the iterations over the course of the first couple of weeks.
It's so insanely strong for supports to be able to buy this item because while you're clearing wards, you will obviously inevitably take a lot of damage, and you need to be able to have that health bar so you can constantly then control vision. But yeah, the Locket would have been great yesterday, but we digress. As Quantum Freaks are just going to start up this Baron, and Palu, again, trying to get in, but he's blocked. And look at Dudu's angle!
Oh, Dudu, he's found Somber, and he has nothing! He has no health, no summoners, nothing at all. And Doiv is going to go down. Karis, he had one miraculous play in this game, and I think it's going to stay at 1. He has to hop away, and Dudu's just going to chase him around the map. And once again, Cousin Leaper, they were already 2-manning it. Okay, trying to back on a ward. That wasn't good. Morgan going to take that down, but Karis eventually, Dudu does find him in the jungle, and that will be Baron here for Quantum Freaks at 27 minutes.
And Leandri is on this Maokai, and Azeri sitting on 3.5 items. They can just duo this. It's going to be fine. They can do it quickly enough, as Morgan will be punished as well.
What's going on here? Go home, my guy. You got the 1 kill. You flashed for it. Yeah, Morgan's going to be caught out as well. Very unfortunate mistake there, just to add insult to injury. Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, wholly unnecessary, Valdez, to be there.
Yeah.
You got the kill. Take your W and leave. I mean, this is really just, you have to check the Baron, you have to approach with your front line. The Nature's Grasp is going to get the roots, but it's really Dudu's play to take out the Jhin instantly. That's the biggest problem here. And Karis, he just gets burst down. If he was able to come in there during all of that CC and add some extra damage, maybe he could have added some extra potential for them in that fight, even if the Jhin was burst down, but he was on the wrong angle for that to work out. And then, yeah, I guess we're not going to watch Morgan's.
I
prefer it that
honestly,
way. Yeah, I prefer it that way. Yeah.
Let's just skip that one. Let's pretend it didn't happen. He is the Lord after all. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of insane what Skarner can offer you, especially from ahead. He does turn into kind of an assassin, right? Just getting into that backline through the wall. Never expected it, did Samver. He's just trying to play an immobile carry, and he will get punished for playing that. It's a nice angle here from Ondil, but they do just kind of boop him away. And the Baron push will continue. Quantum Freaks say, we don't care about the curses. We don't care about Spring. We don't care that we haven't had a lot of success against this team. We are revamped. We've got Leaper, and they're looking strong as a team. Now, Dudu is in a bit of trouble here. He is going to try to go for the Impale on Akaris, and will get into the jungle. He is so quick with this one. Even flashes away and does get out, but now Cousin a bit of trouble. This is a very prevalent fight. Ondil decides, you know what? Let me donate myself as well, as here comes Bulldog and Leaper finally, and Ondil will live until the very end. It's perfectly calculated, and it's a Quadra for Leaper. Can he pick up the Penta? It's looking extremely likely. The flash away from Somber. Dudu is blocking him with his body. And that will be the Penta for Leaper in his second day playing at the LCK.
2 Penta kills, both on Zeri here in the opening week of LCK Summer 2024. And that's the Penta to end the game. And Ondil, his play. Good up. Look at the Warmog's value. He's already back. Full health, Valdez. Guangdong Freaks gonna take it in a scrappy one. But at the end of the day, Leaper was once again just too big to fail. And this man is making waves early on in the season. And I think a very different player than his predecessors, Taeyun and Bull. And I was the biggest Leaper skeptic. Everybody who watches Pog State could tell you, you know it. I said, well, this guy was a streamer. Not sure what he's going to look like. I'm not sure how I feel about constantly rotating things around Ondil. He's never going to be comfortable with the duo. But suddenly, you know, this duo looks really strong together. Now, obviously against KT, some really good plays for Ondil, setting up Leaper in this game as well. Wouldn't be surprised if Ondil actually gets a few votes because he had some fantastic engages and was a huge part of why Leaper got so big. But I mean, the Penta speaks volumes. His positioning was fantastic. And for Bro, I think they made some good decisions in the early game, and there was some great calls. Karis' flash play, the Tristana moment where he was able to kill the Zeri, that was great, but otherwise it felt like Bro were floundering and constantly trying to force things they had no business fighting.
And
Quantum Freaks were just like, thank you for the win.
At the end of the day, like we said it so many times over the course of this game and in the draft, they didn't have an answer for Zeri. And if she got fed, it was going to take over the game. And guess what? It did. It really did. The Skarner also having some shiny Skarner moments, as we would expect. Morgan did well in the lane, and he had some decent equalizers, but still not nearly the impact that Skarner had in that first game. So Quantum Freaks looking strong once again, coming out here with a big win in the beginning of Saturday Showdown. We're going to close for now and send you over to the space after a short break. We will be right back.
야 버려 밀려갈게 이거 바텀 살았어 나안 봐도 쌈바 집텔할게 집텔 앞라인부터 쳐볼래? 해봐 천천히 보자 해봐 나 집 볼게 나 원컴 만나 야 봐볼게 뺐다 먹어 뺐다 제발 안 될 듯? 아 먹어 되나? 돼? 배달해줄게 먹어 나이스! 이거 진짜 하네 일부러 안 뛰는 왜 끝냈어?
그 전령은 나 때문에 나가게 됐다. 그 알고 있는데
뭔가
내가 전개 좀 맞춰 초반에 움직임.
내가 부르대로 안 되네 뭔가 소리
First blood has been drawn here by the Kwangdong Freaks as they take game number 1 against OK Man Bro in our Saturday showdown. Welcome back to the space, Degon alongside Ox and Chronicler. And at the top of the show, I asked what champions would be the important ones. You said Tristana, you said Talia, both with T's. One of them not in the game, one of them, important, but not quite as important.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Tristana pickup here was pretty big for Bro. It definitely felt like Karis was the one making the most impact with that. And the composition we saw coming out from Kwangdong Freaks, very bulky front line. And they have this double AD carry composition that can clean up there. I think for me, the thing that kind of stood out as being an issue was the Jhin, because we had that game the other day where Jhin did really well from Leaper. But in that game, like the tankiest person was a Renekton who was a bruiser. Here you have an Alistar, a Skarner who's super tanky, and this Maokai. And I feel like this just isn't prime situation for Jhin. If you're ulting, the tanks can block it. Your autos aren't doing much. You even saw that moment in the jungle where Dudu just kind of like slapped him around, and there was really nothing the Jhin could do, especially as he went like collect a Ghost Blade, which is not a tank killing build at all. Even though he's not good at it, you should at least itemize like an early LDR.
I think it's important to know, and in light of full transparency, that Ox was roasting me a lot about how I didn't talk about Tristana. But I just want to make very clear, I talked about Talia being broken, and clearly I was more right because she was banned. And I do think that was the right call here by KDF. What's interesting to me is that teams are willing to leave open Skarner, and given Dudu's performance on the champion, I think that's valid. I don't think he looked very good in it, unfortunately. I keep collectively waiting for the Dudu resurgence. But to me, this was a game where, even though I agree I didn't love the Jhin, even though some of the ideas, Jhin with Rumble and Rel, I think the composition could have worked. I think the problem mainly was just when it came down to execution, Kwangdong was light years ahead.
Definitely, and on the bottom side of the map, we had lots of bans thrown the way for both these AD carries. Leaper ended up on Zeri to scale later and later on, so our first highlight, it's pretty late in terms of the game, 19 minutes at the Baron.
For me, Maokai is one of those picks where if you don't actually 100-0 him, engaging him is always a mistake. Like, he's one of the strongest disengaging tanks in the entire game. And here as well, all Cuz is doing is baiting you into a fight that, at that point, I don't think you should have taken.
I also think the big issue is there's so much split focus. Like, Karis is going for the Corki, they're going for the Maokai. Because they both get low but don't die, Karis doesn't get like the early rocket jump reset. That is your fight winner, is the Tristana getting momentum. And the other side, this is Kwangdong Freak's fight winner, is the Zeri, who was untouched in that fight. She's the one who's going to clean up throughout the rest of the team fight. And I feel like they very clearly played for their AD carry, whereas on the other side, Bro did not set up that Tristana.
Also, credit to Bulldog. I think he really was one of the really big supporting actors in this game. I think he's been very hit or miss in general, and I think this was a really clean game, and showing why the priority on the Corki remains really high. He was able to take, I think, a lot of pressure off of Leaper, who obviously was the main character in this one.
Yeah, and in that replay, don't worry about that Dudu predict flash. He was in the Mind Palace. He was trying to get things right there. Didn't quite matter though, because the team continued to power forward as this was the fight that ended up the surprise here. Oh yeah, that's right. Over on the top side of the map where Jasamber gets caught, and it's tragedy.
Yeah, this is one of the points where you see really Skarner's strength when you're having these fights with all the terrain around towards the river. They bait them in that flank angle. Being able to have a tank with such bulkiness, such CC potential coming in from a flank through terrain. It's like Kayn if he was just like full tank Uber CC Kayn, and just very hard to deal with. So great setup there from Kwangdong Freaks, and really punishing for Bro, who are losing control of this game.
From that point onward, I don't think there's a whole lot you can do as Brian, but really it was going back to that first fight towards the top. Against a comp like that, I don't think you get a lot of leeway.
Well, if you get yourself a Penta, it probably means you're going to have pretty good odds to get the player of the game. And there it is. This is the budding story here in the LCK. Leaper gets player of the game.
Really, really cool to see a player come in with relatively low expectations and then really pop off. And I think the reason why everyone, including me, went for Leaper is because he actually was very proactive in setting it up. There's a lot of Zeri games where she gets a Penta and you feel like it was kind of handed to her, but he was extremely proactive in pushing in leads, and again, had great positioning in fights.
Yeah, we've definitely seen the Zeri where you kind of spoon-fed, you win a fight, you just clean everything up, but I feel like he was super active. His role in the team fights, he was looking, and he was so staring people down, tracking them down, putting the pressure in, and just a really solid performance overall. I will also say, pentakills per game, his rate is off the chain right now.
That's a good stat there, Ox. And it's our first 12 of 12. Pog, everyone. Pog Media. Pog EN Analysts. Pog EN Cast. Great job, guys. This one was a slam dunk. Congratulations there to Leaper getting our first unanimous player of the game. The Bros will stay on the same side and maybe a little jealous of what just happened. Changes coming. Let's send it on over to the casters to see game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. And yes, 12 out of 12. This one was the most obvious. You were saying, Wolf, maybe throw some votes towards Ondil or someone else for setting him up. But, I mean, what he was able to do when being set up is just kind of insane. And to have someone come in with such a fiery debut, it is always very exciting to see just how far a player can go.
It was a good draft. There wasn't great lockdown for the Zeri, and I mean the term ADC, he lived up to it, right? He did the carrying, and that's what the role is designed to do. Is to do with what gold you're given and what setup you're given is do the damage output required, and he did. As Envy will be coming in, so this is the second time we have seen OK Saving Spring Breon use both AD carries in a best of 3. And the performance between the two of them, Envy and Samber, wasn't really, to me, I feel like, noticeable. I felt like they both played a relatively similar performance. So, like, Edgar, it was Jin, man. It wasn't Samber, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I think they may be just trying to get both of them a little bit more playtime, but
Samber didn't have the best game at the end of the day. I personally think there were a couple of big mistakes that just actually led to Zeri getting even more out of control.
The lane was a problem.
Yeah, but overall, I think Samber's a decent player. Envy also a decent player, so kind of interchangeable at this point. And as was mentioned by the Space, Bro is going to stay on the blue side. We have seen some teams mix around with that. I think Dongshim also moved over to the red side in their series after losing on blue. But let's see what the bans look like compared to game number 1. So far, they are exactly the same.
Yeah, we'll see. I think it's probably going to just continue to be the same.
And then first pick Skarner instead of Rumble. Or a Maokai ban.
Okay, that's a good adaptation. Only pick that Cuz has played all season, so not surprised to see that, especially with our top teams pretty consistently banning that Maokai pick in the first banning phase. It's just so pivotal. We'll see also if Envy wants to try his hand at the scaling AD carry. I mean, he's been quite known for 2 champions in particular, the Lucian and the Zeri. Those are definitely his best picks, and that may be something that they're looking for here in this draft as he's been subbed in. As Skarner and Rumble are still both available, and it's going to be the Rumble opt-in. I wasn't too impressed with Morgan's laning, and the advantages that Keen got, for example, on his Rumble were much bigger than what Morgan was able to do in this matchup. But we'll see how the second time around it does go, because I expect that Duda will be happy to lock the Skarner again. And maybe this time they'll consider taking the Tristana away.
The Nildy also available, left open. They did ban the Kalista this time instead. With Senna available, though, they are going to go down that route, and I think that's going to make a lot of people happy that we don't see the Nidalee,
so
at least just yet.
A 4th champion for Leaper to play. We have seen Ondil pilot this champion as well, so, I'm not going to count my chickens before they're hatched on that one, but still, either way, it's going to be a new look for Leaper again. So the more different Leaper champions I get to see, the happier I am. So I am happy to see the Senna to come through here. So it does mean that Tristana will once again go over to Karis. And we'll see what they want to lock down with this in terms of there's a lot of different picks they could go. They are going to push the Kai'Sa up. This was banned last game. And it's going to give them, Kai'Sa plus Tristana is a ton of single target damage, a ton of access to the backline as well, as we saw Karis showcase in the last game on the Tristana. This time you can follow up with the Kai'Sa. Bulldog's just going to go back to the Corki, which does make sense in a draft like this. Let's see what the adaptation is going to be. No Maokai this time, so what AP jungler will Cuz look to play here to get that damage profile? The Karthus could be something we see, but into this comp, like into the Tristana, into the Kai'Sa, very risky.
That's okay. You just die and then you just do 75% of their percent of their health as damage. You just press your R button. get some Qs in. You have insane amount of damage and already a nice front line. I think it's okay, but yeah, it can be a bit risky. You're not going to get a lot of value outside of the ult, potentially.
And the punish would have to be before Karthus comes online, right? You would have to try to invade and put the pressure on, and it requires you to have a strong jungler that could do that. Seraphine Senna, we talked about this so much. Ando playing the Seraphine earlier on this week to great effect. I think this is a very wise ban, especially when you consider how much power this Skarner is going to have with all of the additional stats that Seraphine can grant. And in terms of this, it might just be a Leona ban. In terms of engaged champions down there on the bottom side, she has kind of been the C tier next to Nautilus being A and Rel being B. They'll actually take away Doi's Sejuani instead. Did not have a great performance on it, if we're all honest here in Game 1, but perhaps one that he's leaning on and they just want to take away. Now the Ornn is gone, so question becoming what is going to be that bottom farming pick here with the Senna.
Thomas Kench, perhaps?
Very likely.
Thomas, the Kench engine. Will it actually happen?
Yes.
Yes, it will. I mean, this is just, it's very obvious, right? The Nautilus is gone. The Ornn is gone. The Seraphine is gone. There's not a lot of other combos that we see with the Senna nowadays that are meta.
I wonder if they'd be willing to play Rakan here, bro. Just, I mean, it's very risky. It's very greedy, I feel, into this, but would be a lot of extra setup here for this Rumble. And it's just going to be the Leona. The Leona, I feel, is so one-dimensional on how it's going to function in this draft. And into Tahm Kench, it can be quite tricky. Now, Lilia going to come out here for Cuz. And we were talking a little bit about the Karthus. You know, it was the 3 picks, you know, you're considering are the Karthus, the Brand, and the Lilia in terms of what it's going to do for this draft and your damage profile. And Lilia feels fantastic into Xin Zhao and the Leona because it's really easy to actually peel and turn team fights if they try to engage. As long as the Lilia doesn't get hit, she sets up a sleep, then you re-engage. It's very, very simple. They have a lot of safety with this Tahm Kench for both the Corki and the Senna. But I like the draft for Bro more than I did in their Game 1 draft. This actually has a decent amount of ways to set up fights. You have synergy between your Tristana and the Kai'Sa in terms of single target burst, so it's a lot easier to play this one out than the Jhin, who just felt like it was going to be really tough to actually win fights with later on, especially with the way the Zeri got accelerated, but they just didn't have consistent setup for him.
I don't know what that thing on the right is, but it scares me. Not the OK thing, but the crying beast.
Yeah, it said, I think it was like, we're getting ready to win, but I'm ready to cry. I couldn't actually read the whole thing because somebody walked through, but something about getting ready to cry.
I was distracted by how creepy it was.
And it was creepy and it was crying, so.
Yeah. Well.
Giga sad.
Giga sad. Well, we'll see if the Giga Chads can come back in this second game. I think that, you know, try to send it. You know, send especially the Leona, your 280 carries into that back line, and access Leaper and maybe get him off of the Rift. We'll see how it goes here for game number 2. Here we go, Doiv. Different look for him. He will be on the Xin Zhao here for game number 2. As you mentioned, the Sejuani, I feel like the early skirmishes were fine for him, but then he did have that one big whoopsie where he got kind of aggressive, tried to do the fadeaway ult onto Bulldog. Would have looked really cool if he hit it, but also I think the follow-up wouldn't have been there, so... Yeah, I think it's more so about picking and choosing the right times to go in and having the communication with your team to make sure that it's the right call is more important than, you know, did he hit a Sejuani ult or not. So we'll see if he can shore that up.
Yeah, I do agree. The decision-making was further the problem than the hands. And we'll see, Cuz go ahead and start Raptors up here on the top side, and they were not able to get vision of this. So lack of information this time around, whereas there was a ward last game to get some additional information about the pathing. So does allow Cuz to have kind of a little bit of an edge here in terms of the jungle farm setup, as we will see the leash for Doiv on the bottom side, allowing Leaper and Andil to hide there to keep that information secret. Will now show. And this laning phase, obviously the Leona, once she hits level 2, can do a lot of work. She can hit the Zenith Blade. Kai'Sa damage is, you have to respect it. You know, it is going to stack up with that passive onto even the Tahm Kench is going to really struggle and will eat a ton of it. But if you can maintain proper range away from that Leona, deny those Zenith Blades, and it does feel pretty comfortable here. And then later on, you know, Leona gets that CC set up, and then Tahm Kench just devours the CC'd person and walks away. So can be kind of struggling later. Here's that Zenith Blade, level 2.
Oh, Andel, he's getting caught by this. He should have known, I think, that the wave clear of the Kai'Sa especially, if they're going to be on that wave, they should be able to hit level 2 first. And Andel just gets caught out. He is going to have to flash. Trades the Ignite for it, I suppose, but definitely a bit of a mistake. Leaper was already backing away. Leaper knew, he's like, okay, I'm out of here. We got to back up. But unfortunately, Andel did get kind of caught by that. Nice look by Palu to catch him.
Yeah, a lot of these, in this series at least, the bottom lane kind of decided by, do you know the engage range, do you know the timing? In this case, unfortunately, Andel got caught. You know, so but all he has to do is just not be hit by the Zenith Blade. And then, not 10 seconds later, he is hit by it. But that is just how the matchup goes.
Yeah.
If you play bottom lane, you just know that's how the game is played. Did you get hit by it or not?
Yeah. Just dodge everything, forehead, and you'll be fine. Skill shots pretty important unless you're playing Nautilus or Vi. And that's why those two champions are not here on the Rift. Although Vi once again just overlooked, right? I mean, Vi was available again. And they just said, no, not going to do it without the Taliyah, without something that can also kind of enable it potentially. Could be their thought process. I think that it's still very strong. But
I think the one thing that Vi it really doesn't do it for a team like Bro is when you go in, if the team is a little bit uncoordinated, as we saw with some of the engages for Doive, like you just die, you're not tanky enough, you can't buy space or buy time, whereas if you kind of mess up a Xin Zhao engage and your team isn't all on the same page, at least you can crescent guard and probably walk away. You know, I'm reaching here because I look at the Vi as like guaranteed setup for Equalizer, guaranteed setup for Tristana damage, perfect for setting up the Solar Flare. Like, the Vi here is absolutely, like, giga broken. But if Doive's not comfortable with it, maybe Quantum Freaks have sussed that out by looking through his champion pool, his solo queue. They're like, we don't even need to ban this, he's not going to play it. Then
the other part of it as well is that there is a Tahm Kench, so maybe they just say, yeah, let's just not run straight into Devour. And I don't know. I still think it's a strong pick, but I agree. Definitely a lot of staying power, as you mentioned, right? So you can just kind of throw up the Crescent Guard, provide a very nice front line.
He also can, you know, in an ideal situation, if Crescent Guard goes off correctly, split Tahm Kench away from a target he wants to devour, and that can really help you lock down and burst a target with the Killer Instinct coming through. Again, that's in an ideal world, though very difficult to set that up guaranteed, whereas Vi is press R, that's the gameplay. So, you know, simplicity is something we've really been championing quite a bit.
Especially for our Eastern, teams. The Eastern side of the bracket teams, I think, you know, it gives you a very clear goal. You know, there's not this wishy-washiness of, oh, am I gonna go in on Xin Zhao? No, it's like, I just press the R button, and that's it. But no Vi, 2 games in a row, so that presence will fall a bit here, as this is going to be a Hextech Drake looking to be taken here very early on from the side of Bro, and Palu's just standing on a ward, so I think Quantum Freaks might just know this is happening. As you see, Leaper going to give away that there is a ward, but still not going to challenge onto this Drake, so an early one going the way of Bro.
Yeah, Cuz going to try to take Wolves away as a result here, as meanwhile.
Nice trade here from Bulldog, actually. Karis going in for that one, but Bulldog avoids the jump damage, and is just able to back away, but there was, of course, the horde of teammates of Bro moving up the map, so he avoids that as well.
Has the wave, and so his Gatling gun is going to start shredding that armor as well. Someone
what? Knocked into the wall, and we see the Rumble is just not having a good time here, although now trying to turn this one around, and Quantum Freaks will respect it. They just get out of dodge with everybody coming up the river. They do not get the kill onto Morgan, but at least they get away with their lives.
That's the Giga Chad confidence I want to see from my OK Savings Bank Freon. That's what I want to see, is Morgan just in the face of danger. I'm going to equalize. Palu went mid, now he's going straight up the top. Now this will cost them, obviously, with Palu showing a plate down here in the bottom side. They know they can hard push this. They're going to give up those grubs, so ends up being a flash expended for Morgan. We'll have to teleport back to lane, so it's not a free, you know, win, so to speak, there on the top side for the grubs. It does come with a trade-off, but a really good reaction there from Bro, and Palu knowing to go up there just to cover for a moment. Definitely the right decision.
Yeah, just trying to make his presence felt on the Leona. It's what you'd like to see.
And so far, I mean, with his first Zenith Blade, getting a little bit of a lead in the lane, and then the play topside there, you know, making a big impact.
Yeah, when is Leaper going to start moving around the map? Looks like now, actually. He goes back, picks up his Swifties, and he is looking to the top side of the map. This is oftentimes what you do on the Senna. Just going to leave the Tahm Kench down on the bottom side to farm by himself. Don't necessarily need to be in that lane to get souls on the fasting Senna, so it's going to show on a ward here. They do ping it immediately, so they know that Leaper is going to the top side. We'll see if Bro can use that information to some effect in this game.
Yeah, Doive is finishing off his red buff, and then maybe could try to make a play onto the Tahm Kench here, bottom side. Palu also kind of between mid and bottom. Looks like a lot of respect, though, Andil showing, just letting the wave push through, so a little bit of a lack of opportunity there. They won't be able to do anything with this, but can react. Morgan will pull back, and we will just see nothing from this Senna roam, sadly, for Leaper. Although he was channeled back, and now he's looking for maybe potential root setup here in mid.
Yeah, Palu's also showing, so maybe just wants to be here to get some XP and souls as well. He's going to get the root down onto Karis, but he helps out Bulldog, pushes this out, gets some souls, and just hanging out, having a good time in mid lane, and now he will look for a back.
Yeah, good move there from Leaper. Very quiet start to the second game here. A little bit of action topside, but otherwise just kind of farming it out. Next Dragon's up in 2 in perfect sync with those Void Grubs. And that's where we're going to see potentially a big fight there on the bottom side. To give Bro 2 Dragons in a row would not be ideal for Kwangdong Freaks if it's going to be a high-impact soul. Which, you know, numbers here are pretty 50-50 on that at the moment with the Hextech and then Ocean.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a Infernal again.
I
like when the outliers happen and we just get like Infernal after Infernal and it doesn't make sense. But we'll see if that actually does come into effect here. There's a lot of damage on both sides of the Rift that would love an Infernal Soul. Although the Infernal Soul does kind of feel bad for Rumble because some of the walls go away and you don't have as many chokes and can be kind of annoying. Mountain on the other side, great for him.
Yeah, definitely true. And you're looking at the game state now in terms of where we are scaling-wise. It's a pretty even game, and you know, there's not a whole lot to say in terms of like who wins, which one is better in the late game. Obviously, the Senna will be insanely strong when we go super late, but the Kai'Sa hasn't been given too many opportunities to show that combo with Karis and the burst just yet. So I don't want to say, oh, it's great for Leaper just because nothing happened yet. But if things continue to not happen, it will start to become great for him. And that's why this next fight is so critical in the next 30 seconds here. If Bro want to look for a skirmish, plus Garner's too tanky, Morgan set up an equalizer play, for example, if he wants to join in. There'll be an opportunity to get this Kai'Sa and Tristana online. I think they definitely want to fish for it more than Kwangdong Freaks, but Kwangdong Freaks are priced into it because of that potential double Drake lead here. Void Grub's also on Bro's side, so both objectives a big threat here for Kwangdong Freaks to respond to.
Meanwhile, on the top side, Dudu is making the Skarner angle look very one-sided to him. Note that he was the one who set up the play onto Morgan and could have enjoyed just a good trade from doing that. He didn't even need the jungler there, but they almost turned that into a kill. And it's looking even better from Game 1 into Game 2. Same matchup, same players. And Dudu's just having kind of a free lane up in the top side.
Now, Doive has started this Dragon off here, but see if any contesting come down. I just don't think Senna Kench can do anything here. Bulldog had teleport, but he's just going to let this one go. Yeah. And they decide to focus top side here. And depending on what soul we get, this could be quite devastating. It's going to be Cloud again, so not the outlier you were looking for, but back-to-back is still an outlier.
Yeah, Atlas isn't here today, so I suppose he's watching intently and potentially affecting which Drakes we are getting here. Just wishing and praying for the soul.
A very good soul for a lot of the champions in this game, especially the Skarner, I would say more than anyone else, but Kai'Sa is going to really enjoy the soul buff when she does use Killer Instinct as well. So decent here for Bro. Kwangdong Freaks only able to equalize Grubs. And this bottom side starting to become a little bit more problematic for Envy as he's starting to get outranged a little bit, and the turret will drop another plate here. So Leaper is starting to get larger, starting to pick up the stacks. I think it was 40. We saw last time he's at 46 now. So a pretty good pace for the Senna, all things considered. With all the roams he's done, the stacks he was able to pick up mid, he's making good time.
Yeah, he definitely is. As now Morgan in a bit of trouble. This is a 2v2 though. They see Doiv and they just try to back away, but now Dudu in a bit of trouble. He is burning and he will flash just to get out of dodge. And I like that call. You know, they see the Xinjiao and they say, hey, you know, we shouldn't force this from here.
The items that Doiv has compared to what Cuz has means that 2v2 is just not really winnable realistically in this situation. It's much tougher for the Lilia to be the first one to engage in the 2v2 like that, and he doesn't even commit the ultimate knowing that it is just a zero-sum play. Good decision making to back out there.
And still no kill. 13 minutes in.
This might actually be the longest time before a kill this season. I know it's only been a few days, but like some ways we
still counts.
Yeah,
still counts. What is it, like match 7 today? I think.
Let's see if we have the data. It is
match 7. Doing math on stream.
So the longest game or longest first blood so far was 10:55. So we passed it by.
Hey, breaking records in 2024 summer. Week 1.
That's hype. It's hype.
It's hype, yeah, okay. We're getting in on Cuz. He's in a lot of trouble. And look at this. Kaisa immediately comes in, but the Devour is huge from the side of Ondil, as he will get Cuz to safety. TP also coming in, but the follow-up has to be here. Leader's going to land this route, and Ondil might be the one guy who's in trouble. But he's also on the run here, and everybody else has gotten out. So Ondil will be the sacrifice. First blood at 13:39 finally does go over to Morgan.
Yeah, if he had just died a little quicker, we could have had an elite first blood record, but you know, moving to 39 there. Dudu will get some consolation plates on the top side. Looked very bad there for Guangdong Freaks, but you can see the power of Tahm Kench in a composition like this, and I think Karis' ult also kind of inadvertently helping them on the retreat there. Not the value he was looking for, but at the end of the day, it is still a kill to go over for Bro. Still a good punish here. The kill does go over to the Rumble as well. Morgan going to pick up some additional gold. Sorely needed after how the laning phase was going for him.
Kind of unfortunate that we have to say that sentence, but yeah, he does kind of shore up his laning phase against Skarner, who had a tier.
Still, you know, puts him in a gold lead, and that is significant as the Rumble needs that first item to actually be able to do the real big damage in this upcoming fight. As I'm not entirely sure if he was able to pick it up. He has now. The Leandri's completed. And this next fight for Guangdong Freaks, I mean, they absolutely have the tools to win it, even though Senna is not, you know, super big just yet. But I think this is a fight they absolutely need to take. They don't want to give Soul Point over. As, Killer Instinct comes in, and then this Buster Shot kind of gives Cuz a little bit more leg room here to pop out onto the other side. But Ondil, unfortunately, just isn't going to be able to escape. Gets caught here by the Zenith Blade, and that's the end of him. Morgan picks up the kill. Good punish, though, and you can see how quickly this composition from Bro can collapse on somebody who's caught.
That's really the big example there, as Doiv, by the way, is just going to pick up a free Rift Herald. Just gets it solo by himself. Everybody else was off the map. Quantum Freaks was down on the bottom side of the map, maybe wanting to begin picking up some of these Cloud Drakes, but that will be now potentially the Rift Herald to help Bro stack up another Drake, get some pressure in mid once again. Did see some of this in game number 1, although didn't lead to a win.
Yeah, so even though Guangdong, like you said, kind of got the vision set up there on the bottom side of the map, they're not in position just yet. Dudu doesn't have teleport either, so it's not like he has the advantage over the Rumble, who pushes him in now and can rotate faster, and they have the Herald to drop mid to guarantee prio, so Guangdong Freaks, they're going to have to take a hard fight here, and it might be Cuz who needs to set up the engage. He does not have flash.
Dudu's going to get his TP on time, though.
Yeah, it looks like just barely, if they can.
Unless they started it, like, right now.
Yeah, it looks like he will get it.
Not, yeah.
But, you know, he's not going to be there initially. He's going to have to TP on a flank. They had some ward set up. A lot of that vision cleared now. He's got this ward here.
Yeah, they're trying to go forward into this one as they are going to blow up the Tahm Kench, and now Dudu is kind of behind enemy lines, and he's just on the run. Everybody else is leaving him out to dry. Not much he could do by himself 1v5. And that is a couple of picks here for Bro. A Rift Herald in mid, and it should be soul points.
Yeah, I feel like Guangdong Freaks just kind of got caught with their pants down on this one. The call to just go Herald top there and set up this fight was a good one, because even if they timed out Dudu's teleport perfectly, they would have known that if he TPs in, he's going to be late, and he didn't have a great TP angle because they cleared a lot of that vision, and yes, he had the flank. In some ways, that's great for Skarner, but if you lose the fight before he shows up, then it doesn't even matter, and he shows up to die, sadly, in this one, and Guangdong Freaks lose everything on this play.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty nice gold swing to now get Bro into the lead. Also, as for mentioned, we did have the Cloud soul points going their way, so now 3 Drakes on their side.
Look at Guangdong Freaks' position here. They're completely split. Bulldog's on bottom turret, and this teleport decision, I think, is just not the right one. I think the proper call, unfortunately, would have just been to give the Drake, because you don't have engage with no flash on Cuz. He can't close the gap to set up for a big sleep. Bulldog isn't there, and that was just super disjoint on the side of Guangdong Freaks, and Bro, it's like, it's already checkmate. I can't believe you're walking into this one. 2 kills plus Dragon puts them back even in gold, but the soul point threat is a huge problem, especially, you know, taking that aspect away from the Senna where she can avoid fights. Maybe this one was the one to avoid. The next one, you don't have an option. But yeah, definitely not ideal. And if you look at the engage options here for Guangdong Freaks, it's Skarner and the Lilia sleep. You don't have a whole lot, so if you don't have Prio, you can't go in there.
Yeah. And, you know, very proactive play from the side of Bro as well. I mean, they just saw those 3 guys out of position. They just drop an equalizer straight on top of that. As you mentioned before, like, Morgan was already there, so he's just able to immediately press that button as the teleport is happening and make a big impact for the team. And so that's going to be feeling pretty nice for Bro. Again, it's still a very even game state. We have exactly even gold amounts. Yes, there is a Dragon stack here for Bro, but even the mid-tier 1 stays alive. He's still got that, even with the Rift Heralds dropped at some point.
One big team fight tips the scale of the game instantly, but I think that the tools that Bro have to take that fight on their terms is the biggest concern for Guangdong, more than the gold. But if Guangdong make the right calls, make the right choice, Cuz does have his flash back up now, there's a lot of ways where they can absolutely crush this next fight. Now, the first item is finished, the opportunity here for Leaper as well. So it's not all doom and gloom, but it feels like the ways in which Guangdong can come back in this game are out of their control, because they're playing with a Tom Kench, they're playing with a Corki. This is not like a, okay, well, Bulldog can look for a big shuffle in and a Azir ult to actually warp the team fight. You know, it's going to be really tough if they don't get control of the map.
Yeah, it's definitely a much more passive kind of composition compared to what we saw in the past. And Leaper, kind of an awkward spot here. He's going to be spotted, but does get away. Morgan is just waiting, desperately waiting for somebody to get caught out here in mid, but it looks like they do want to group up for this mid-tier 1. And again, Bro are ahead of the play. They're going to take it down, and Guangdong Freaks just not able to hold on to that one. They did have split pushing going on as this was happening. Bulldog was on top, and we had Dudu down on the bottom side. Once again, just barely away from his TP. So it didn't look like Guangdong Freaks wanted to collapse on that either way.
It's not a even trade, though, because the value of the mid turret with these two compositions is way more high value than the the top turret. And the mid turret here for Bro still full health, so they're nearly full health, as you can see. But it means that they can kind of get prio for these Dragons and Barons a lot easier, clear the vision, and it makes it so tough for Guangdong Freaks to be able to kind of hunker down on this Scar and say, come at my Impale. We talked a lot about it earlier this week on the space, specifically about how Skarner just kind of sits on top of his carries and you can't get there because he just impales if you try to engage, and you can kind of counter the engage in that way. But if you are the Skarner trying to walk towards the enemy team, that's when things get a little bit trickier, as we saw with that teleport play just moments ago. Not going to be that ideal for Bro every time, but still, I think getting this mid turret was super significant, a great call, and trading it for top turret, absolutely worth for Bro.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be happy with the way things have turned out here. I think we're going to see the first big turning point in this game potentially happen on this next Drake that will come up in a minute. I like that Bro have been taking proactive map plays, but they also haven't really forced any big team fights in their favor at this moment in time. Guangdong Freaks just once again realizing, okay, we got to back up, we got to spend some time to wait until we are ready and we are online.
I like this call to come up here and clear Baron vision and say, Guangdong, you can't just start this Dragon for free, we won't allow it. We're going to pull you away from it. Palu.
He's in an awkward spot here. He has to go in, and that will be onto the Tom Kents once again, but look at the damage he has taken. Root goes down onto Ondil, but he is still alive, and Bulldog just going to pop the Leona after the Eclipse goes down. So now advantage Quantum Freaks, but very low health bars on their side. So they say, okay, we took the kill, but we don't want to extend this fight any further. So they're going to take that one. And with the Dragon available, Bro all moving up to the top side, maybe trying to threaten a Baron or something. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think that's what they wanted to do, but Impale is still up. The Lilia ultimate is still up. I just don't think there's any way you could do that, unfortunately.
And the Dragon is up too. I mean, you got to favor that at this point.
Yeah, I think this was not the right call, to push towards that topside Baron. Maybe a split call in terms of the comms. The turn was pretty good there for Bro. Morgan had a decent equalizer, but they don't have the follow-up there, and the Impale is the big deterrent. As now that this Dragon is started, they're
pinging it.
They're pinging it, and no one from Kwangdong very close by, but again, with those tools up, I just don't know about this. Everyone's obviously been able to reset and get full health too, and Bro are kind of ping-ponging between not making two choices.
Yeah, definitely seeing a bit of that here. Just trying to like fake threaten that they're going for it, and they're not actually. I mean, it's 22 minutes of the game. You have 3 people here.
They will get a turret, and
are they going to do it now?
Oh,
okay, now they are.
They're grouped as 5 this time, though, so this absolutely works. If Kwangdong Freaks can't get into position,
well, they should know that this is happening, Quantum Freaks, and they will get into position. That was a weird little spinorama, but now can he get into the pit? No, it's going to go to the Kaisa of all people. Envy takes it down, but Doi will pay the price, and so the Baron is secured by Bro after all of that. The whole song and dance, but now Palu as well. It looks like he is going to bite the dust. Only 3 people will survive with the Baron buff. Question is it worth it at the end that they get the Baron and lose 2 people for it, so plus the Cloud Dream?
They gave the Dragon, they got a turret, they got Baron. They got the Baron gold, obviously. They'll still have 3 members for controlling Prio. The timing of this, though, because the Dragon was traded over, doesn't mean you're going to have guaranteed Prio for the next Dragon fight. The game state is quite weird as well when you consider the IE was done for this fight for Bulldog, so he does a ton of damage, right? So a very risky call in itself. I think Kwangdong should have been able to punish this, honestly, Valdez, a lot better than they did. As we go all the way back to this play here where Palu was picked off, trying to look for the engage. The follow-up here for the equalizer is unfortunately so late because he has to teleport that while it gets some value, I think the value would have been much greater if this was a set play and not a reaction. I think Bro kind of panicked a little bit. Paulu's like, well, I'm going to get caught. I have to go, and I'm forced on it. Now, Dudu here getting pushed away by Palu makes this a very difficult steal to come through, and the damage is there. Palu's kind of split as, okay, we're moving to the next play now.
Okay, Envy will survive. The Impale does not land, but he doesn't have much of a health bar. Not sure exactly what happened there. Kars, meanwhile, just pushing mid by himself, still has Baron buff. And yeah, that was very risky, though. I mean, that easily could have been stolen, and then Quantum Freaks would absolutely be running away with this game right now. But definitely a weird spot, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, I do like the call for Palu to try to pull Dudu there and make sure that he can't make a huge impact on the play, because the Impale setup there could have been absolutely massive. But Bro are getting value gold-wise out of this Baron now. I mean, the Baron power play going up to 1,200 here. We're able to get the gold itself from the Baron. And they're going to get some deep vision here. Maintaining that is going to be a challenge, but if they can do so, as we saw in the last Baron take attempt, it's hard for Kwangdong to start fights on their terms when they don't have Prio.
Yeah. Also, I feel like Cuz's Lilia has been kind of okay. That equalizer is going to be much better than okay, as in goes Envy, and will punish Cuz immediately, takes him down behind the turret. There are only 2 members of Quantum Freaks there when that even happened.
And I want to go back to what you're saying about Cuz's Lilia, because I feel like this is not a Cuz play issue. It just draft-wise, the Lilia hasn't had enough agency in this game to really get anything done because there's just too many engaged threats. She's so squishy, and all it takes is an equalizer, and down you go. I mean, there's just so much burst. There's so much CC. The Lilia needs that arm guard. She has it now, but it's a one-time use until that Zhonya's is finished. You definitely want to have that for this upcoming Dragon fight here, and Cuz sorely needs some sort of survivability. And what do you have if you have Flash and Arm Guard / Zhonya's with a Lilia, as you can flash in, Q, sleep, and then go into Zhonya's, you'll survive, add all that extra damage. In this particular case, it's just a perfectly placed equalizer to come down from Morgan, and Envy is able to ult in with a Killer Instinct and burst him down. But the Lilia hasn't had the big Lilia value in a team fight just yet, and the Zhonya's is required, the Arm Guard is required to make that happen. 90 seconds until this Dragon fight. Bro fighting for prio here, knowing again that engage tool's limited for Kwangdong Freaks. The Senna starting to get a little bit bigger. The stacks are coming through, but it's all about whether somebody gets picked early here and how big that equalizer is. Level 16 for Morgan now, 3 items.
Yeah.
He is quite large.
It's Morgan and it's Envy as well. We saw he's very much up towards the top of the gold graph as well.
And he can poke now.
Really the only person on Quantum Freaks who is at that level is Bulldog, right? Who has been farming really well, has a couple of kills, and is nearing a 3rd item. But at this point in time, Bro definitely in the driver's seat here, and they're making it very clear that they want the soul now.
Yeah.
And not on the next dragon. No shenanigans this time.
With the static shiv, this wave clear is just so good for Bro. They can maintain that mid-prio. That turret take, we talked about it so long ago, still so relevant here as they shove these waves through. And Envy just keeps launching Void Seekers towards Kwangdong Freaks. Every time one of those connects, it's massive because it means that he can reset it and continue to chip away. And Kwangdong Freaks just can't close the distance here. Bulldog's sitting on IE, but it doesn't matter if he can't auto anybody in a fight because he's dealing with all the CC. Dragon spawns in 10 seconds here, and Kwangdong Freaks are going to have to fight their way through this control vision. Control towards 3 of them, keeping them at bay. Who's going to walk in first, Kwangdong Freaks? Tough call.
It's always Andal. They always go for him too, though, and they are going to burst him down once again. Dudu gets in the backline, but he's being melted as well. And that's 2 kills already for Bro, as finally Cuz will go in there, but the equalizer and the Kaiser just melting the backline. We almost had back-to-back pentas here as Envy will be denied his. Might pick up the Quadra. No, it will go to Kares. And we might just have a 3rd game here as Bro. They find a huge team fight ace at 28 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the death timers are pretty long here, and they've got a lot of push. Might just be the end off of this one with a Tristana. And man, Bro, they knew their win cons in this game so incredibly well. The control vision was set up, the prio was set, and Kwangdong Freaks' draft fell apart like a house of cards once they lost control of this game. Beautiful reads from Bro on the map, and this is a comp they looked way more comfortable playing than the last one. And sometimes draft can make all the difference, and setting up Chain CC against the complex draft of Kwangdong Freaks was all they needed. The Lilia pick really coming up empty.
Yeah, it just didn't have a lot to enable it, as you were mentioning, as we do have a Bro-lever here in the audience. Welcome. Love the carrot as well. And yeah, I just think that Bro, you know, even Morgan, after he had kind of a rough laning phase, was able to turn it around hugely. I mean, his equalizers were game-changing. And then Envy was always ready to go. He was always in the right position. This time, he was the AD carry. That was the flashy one and making the big plays. And that combo of those 2 players really put one-on-one together to win the 2nd game here.
I think when you watch a game like this for Bro, it really gives you hope. Like, they know what they're doing. They can make great decisions. They know how to play the map. They forced that mid turret down. They traded it for top. They pushed deep vision. They threatened that Baron knowing that Kwangdong had to walk into them. It was a risky call, but ultimately it gave them more prio, more control for that Cloud Soul that Kwangdong Freaks didn't have the option to opt out of. Stacking dragons early. Much more proactive Bro than we saw from them in game 1, but also even in their first match of the week. If you're a Bro lever, this is a 2 thumbs up for sure.
Yeah, it's a great look. And, you know, they stayed on blue side. They changed up their draft a bit, and it looked much better in terms of their play this time around. So we do have a series on our hands, a 1-1 scoreline here in this first best of 3 Saturday showdown. And guys, we're going to take a break and have the space afterwards. We'll be right back.
빨리. 얘들 캐치부터 얘들. 빨리 와. 나 스카너 바꿀게. 나 스카너 볼게. 뺄게. 스카너 암래. 그렇게. 릴리아 놓고. 릴리아. 쭉. 패스한데. 아니야. 자꾸 미드가. 패스한데. 미드가. 나이스. 패스한데 문양아. 풀키로 먹어야 되냐. 먹어버리긴 했다. 아니 형 이거 형 거는 제가 먹어야죠 근데. 아니 패스 까비. 패스 이슈. 일단 아래부터 무조건 끝나. 영희서 살아 있는데 오늘? 야야야. 뭔데 안 끝났다. 진짜가 없네. 내가. 뭔데 죽어도 돼. 오케이. 뺄게. 나이스. 다만 잘해보자. 다만 잘해.
got a throwdown on the showdown as it's tied up. Okay, man, bro, come back to tie it 1-1, which you know what this means. They're going to win because every single series that's gone 2-1, the bros have won. So rejoice, Giga Chads, you've already run. But before we get to that, let's break it down here back in the space. Degon alongside Ox and Chronicler. Draft, pretty standard and straightforward here.
The biggest thing that I think many are going to talk about is the Lilia, and I want to echo what the cast was saying. There's two factors to me for it. I think that Cuz at his best is someone that sets the pace for his team. I think that he does so very well. Picks like Viego, like Sejuani, right? Those are two standouts because they allow you to, if you see an opportunity to like really go in, and if your team is quick to follow up, you can kind of dictate the pace of the game that way. Lilia, to me, is a very different play style where you're much more trying to outfarm the enemy jungler, which he was barely able to, which is against the Xin Zhao, because it's just not necessarily his style. And then also you play Lilia with very little setup. Like, I know Skarner has good individual lockdown, obviously Impale can be quite strong, but if you had a Leona or a Nautilus, both of which were either picked or banned, it could have made it, I think, a lot more consistent, because Lilia otherwise can't really skirt around the way she would love to do in fights.
I think just generally as well in Pro League Legends, games are a lot easier to play if you have Engage, and the only real Engage with Quandra Freaks was the Skarner, and I'm gonna be honest, Dudu in both games hasn't looked particularly convincing. Like, even in the first game there was some mechanical mistakes. I think relying on that, especially when his Engage is to run at them, if that's your only option, it's nowhere near as effective as compared to Brion, who have Leona who can set up the Engage. They have the Rumble who can set up and put the Equalizer down so everyone can get it there quickly. And then for follow-up, they have 3 champs which want to dive in. And you saw when it came to the big fights, it really worked for them.
Well, they said on the cast that it felt like this was a game that was going to go for the record for longest first blood. It eventually went down around 13 minutes. And then finally, we had some action. It was a sneaky Baron take that kicked things off and really turned this one on.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is when a team starts to stack up those early dragons, the opposing team ends up putting so much attention towards that to deny the soul, so Brion know that they can just move over to the Baron. They know the focus of their opponents will be denying that soul. They don't really care about one Cloud Dragon going to them. The one thing I will say, the setup wasn't amazing. They did allow the Lilia to reach the pit. I do feel like rather than stopping the Skarner, maybe stopping the Lilia from getting there would have been the thing, but they end up winning the 50-50. Yes, they do lose a few lives, but getting the Baron is the main win here, and they managed to pull off the heist.
And after this heist is successful, you get to the point where even a team like Brion, who I think have really struggled when they start falling behind, they're very inactive if that's the case, they get to set the pace of the game. And even without the trusty general, of course, I think the loss of Amti is felt in many of the games where they are behind and he isn't able to take over. They're still able to make it happen.
Yeah, well, Baron plus Tristana equals very much control of said game. As they took control, they also had the Drake, so then it forced this Drake fight here at 27 minutes, and really just a tough spot to be in, and you get to see how difficult it was for Lilia to do anything without the setup.
I love that they engage on the Tom Kench first, because he's that safety button for everyone else. They lock him down, they finish him off. This Equalizer here cuts off the Lilia, hits both the carries, allows the follow-up. Just really good execution.
Team fighting from Brion, I think miles ahead in this one, and as is so often the case with these weaker teams, we're always going to go to a draft that plays itself, right? You have great engage, you have Xin Zhao who splits up the fight very nicely, you have the lockdown necessary to enable the Rumble, and then you have the Kai'Sa to clean up any of the stragglers, and I think everyone did their job.
Yeah, this Guangdong draft reminds me of the KT draft that they played against earlier in the week without any engage. It felt like the Tom Kench was left on his own. Let's take a look at the POG from game number 2, and it's Envy on the bottom side of the map. Substitute comes in and makes an impact.
Envy coming up huge here. I think the killer instinct is always something that you're going to be judged on as Kai'Sa. Envy has had moments where he's not able to do it as deliberately as I think many would like. But in this game, every time he went in, it was immediately leading to a very successful play.
Yeah, I think the big thing is picking the right time to go in. I definitely see some Kai'Sas pull the trigger too early, end up just getting focused down, but it felt like he was waiting for the right moment. Got a nice Void Seeker there before the Senna got behind the minions, follows up for the cleanup.
Yeah, again, good stuff there by our substitute MV coming in after being down on the bench. And if you take a look at the votes, everyone pretty aligned except the our Ncast and our Vietnam broadcast as well. So shout outs to the Vietnam cast also knowing the Lord's work.
Yeah, Lord Morgan had one bad TP, but outside of that, I think his equalizers were what made these fights so easy to play out. So we really, especially going back and watching all the fights, I think you'll see a lot of those killer instincts are prefaced by equalizer hitting as well.
Yeah, it was pixel perfect. And honestly, what I find weird is like we don't communicate with Wolf. You know, he's up casting, he does his vote, we do our vote separately. We're just in sync. You know, that's the global team. We just know. And apparently we have honorary global team with the
Lord Morgan enjoyers.
Yeah, for sure.
That's right. We have the Lord Morgan enjoyers here. Let's send it back on over to our Lord Morgan enjoyers with the Waldez broadcast or the Wolf cast. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Spacers. I think Wolf sounds much cooler. Waldez sounds like some kind of Pokemon, and well, we're not Atlas and LS, so we don't really do that.
I do want to add some context also to the Vietnamese cast dropping that Morgan vote. You said they're big Morgan enjoyers. They actually are. He is insanely popular in Vietnam, one of the most popular players there because he spent some time there and ended up hanging out with the Vietnamese players and fans, and instantly like skyrocketed to fame in Vietnam very, very quickly. So they do actually love the Lord in Vietnam. But he also played really well, and I thought he was POG. To me, the Kai'Sa follow-ups are really good, but the equalizers I thought were larger impact.
I would agree, and Quantum Freaks have decided to stay on red. So they say, you know, blue is pretty good. It's flavor of the month every month. But we're going to stay on the red side, even though we lost the last game on the red side. They won the first one on red. And so we're going to have same sides for all 3 games. We get the epic music for Game 3 of Saturday Showdown. We don't always get a Game 3 in Saturday Showdown, but I knew it was coming with these 2 teams.
We knew it was coming. Now, historically, recently, as Deacon pointed out, when it goes 3, Bro wins those. But the drafts have been a big issue for the losing team in both games. The Invisible Jin in Game 1, the Lilia not making impact, the lack of engage for Kwangdong Freaks in Game 2 was a huge issue. I felt like we spent a lot of both games discussing some of the draft issues and why they made the game relatively unplayable later on. Malipa really showed up big on the Zeri. There was no lockdown for the Zeri in that first game. So let's keep an eye on how this draft shapes up because it has been, in a lot of ways, really the major deciding factor of how some of these late game fights go is just draft issues and weaknesses really glaring. As we'll see a very similar draft here. Again, the Rumble first pick into Skarner. And I gotta agree with the space. I feel like Dudu's Skarner has been very low impact and alone isn't enough engaged. Now, we don't know what this draft is going to look like in its full extent just yet. Maybe they'll make some good tweaks there, but this does not inspire confidence from the outset if they're just going to slam it down again.
Yeah. Something we have mentioned is that you don't have to pick the Skarner right away, but I guess you do want to avoid any flexibility with that pick on the side of OK Man. Brion, who could obviously pick it up, but either way, they're going to slam that one down, and the Corki looks to follow. Game 1 was Maokai Skarner, then we had Skarner Senna, and now we have Skarner Corki. So, bit of a difference maker here. Probably not going to be Senna for Leaper in this case.
No, unlikely. So, once again, same draft, running it back. Big gasp from the crowd after this, but I think a bit of a groan from the Kwangdong side because this was very successful for them in the previous game. Leaper, a lot of feedback here in the comms about whether he's going to lock the Senna, as they will just once again ban engages, as, ooh, this does not spark joy.
We heard more than the groans from the audience after that one.
Now,
was hovered.
The Nidalee, I don't think, okay, this is a better look. I was going to say, the Nidalee I don't think suits Cuz's playstyle all too much either, but at the end of the day, would have been able to at least offer some poke and neutral fight control that they didn't have in the last game. As this draft is shaping up to be really reminiscent of Game 1 here for Kwangdong Freaks. It was the game they won. And now for bans, in terms of what we took away last time around, the Sejuani from Doive was a pretty wise choice. The Vi is banned this time because they're like, okay, they guarantee they learned, right, that we don't have any lockdown for the Zeri. So we're not going to let them have the Vi. Even though they didn't play it last time, they probably got the feedback like, oh, it would have been a good Vi angle.
Yeah, that's a good call. You know, no Tahm Kench in this game either, although the Tahm Kench in the last game was just kind of a punching bag anyway. Didn't necessarily need the Vi, but yeah, that's taken away. And we did have, you know, the Seraphine and Ornn targeted last time, but that's just because of the Senna. So now we're going to see new stuff. The Lilia does get targeted here.
I think we'll probably see a Leona ban here, just simply because it's one of the best, you know, lockdown champions left available to hit this area. The Rel could be another option. Now, Doive has played a lot of Lee Sin. A lot of Challengers players have played Lee Sin. It was extremely popular throughout the entirety of a lot of these players' careers in terms of meta and in terms of Challengers more than LCK being played often almost by default. So trying to limit him here a little bit, but see what they want to take. They may just take the Leona away themselves. Be a nice deny pick, also anti-dive.
They could also just try to get a top tier, well, I was going to say top tier AP jungler, but there are so many that are banned away already. So it is going to be Nidalee. And already, if you look at the composition here, again, it's Skarner, who's got some pretty good single target, potentially multi-target, but dude has been struggling with that lockdown. And that's it. So Nidalee might struggle a bit here. We'll see what they round it out with.
I think the Xin Zhao was fine here. I prefer the Leona, but I think both the Leona and the Rel do very different things. The Leona is going to be great at catching a single target and setting up for the burst damage of the Kai'Sa Tristana very easily, more than the Rel, because the engage range is nice. You have Solar Flare to set that up. But the Rel Magnet Storm is great for Equalizer. So what the Rel does for the Rumble, the Leona would have done for the Tristana Kai'Sa. The other thing is, you know, if you do end up not picking the Leona here, they could have it for their potential engage. And Andil, pretty good game on the Alistar in game one, as we discussed quite significantly. But I'm looking at this draft for Bro, and I go, well, they already found success with this. They knew how to play around Prio. They knew how to play around a relatively difficult to engage composition. Nidalee doesn't offer more engage than Lilia. Now, they have the Alistar this time around. It's not that Tom Kench damage sponge that we saw in game 2, but
yeah,
I don't think that Leaper is going to have the same leash that he was given in game 1, where he was given kind of a freebie. I don't think we're going to see Paulo get caught the same way and have the Zeri get accelerated. I'm not saying the Zeri is not going to be relevant in the late game, but I don't think that he'll have the same sort of spike and the fast spike with the Cull hitting and everything like that like we saw in the last game.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, you are correct, but, you know, Bro isn't the cleanest team we have in the LCK, and there is still a chance that some wonky early skirmish goes wrong. I would say, though, that even if it doesn't go entirely wrong and the Zeri doesn't get Omega fed early on, there is still not a lot of lockdown for the Zeri. We don't have the Vi band, the Nautilus band, you know, the Rel. She's got a decently sized circle to potentially hold the Zeri down, but other than that, it's not much.
My concern is the Rel. The Rel, if Palu can find the engages, the equalizers are good. If you can burst through the rest of the team, even if Zeri escapes, gets over a wall, she's the last one standing. Tristana wins those, you know, in the long-term fight. You will eventually die, so setup here is so key for Kwangdo Freaks.
Well, game 3 starts right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. Game 3, first Saturday showdown of the summer season 2024. Leaper, oh, he's going to spot Paulo. Oh, he's getting flashed on, and Leaper will respect that. There were 4 people down there, so if you don't flash it, potential to die, and just playing it safe and flashing away. Probably the right call here from Leaper.
Yeah, we could just tell the way Paulo was walking up, there's no way he doesn't flash that. He definitely did. Leaper had a lot of advance notice, so was able to react very quickly there and trade his own flash. And, you know, a lot of ways in how this lane's going to work out, it feels pretty good as a trade here for Leaper, actually, because the Rel engage, you know, is somewhat limited, even with Hex Flash, without that flash in turns, especially when Doive ends up coming down there. But we'll see. The Cleanse is still available for Leaper, so even without flash, he has the ability to get out of a lot of sticky situations. Andil will keep his. And as we saw in the last game, the all-in potential is real when you have the ability to engage onto that Rel. And without counter flash, I think Andil is going to really enjoy the flash advantage he has. Obviously, the idea is that with all those people down there, they kill Leaper. The flash trade, in my mind, I think slightly favors Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, Hex Flash, we'll see if Paulo can utilize that in this case for potential engages onto Leaper. but as you mentioned, I think that Zeri Alistair, it's really difficult to punish in general, so you're going to have to find a really awesome angle, and not having flash can make that a bit more difficult. I am curious to see about how this top lane is going to go this time around.
Well, you know, he's ready to Hex Flash.
He is. He was thinking about it. Definitely zoning away the Alistair as you should at level 1. Although, it's actually Andal and Leaper who hit level 2 first. Kind of a weird spot here, but for that, they will stick around and they will be just fine. Leaper can easily skirt over the wall if he does go for that.
Yeah. And seeing the jungle path set up here, going topside first for Cuz, heading down towards the bottom, and the opposite true here of Doive. So big focus differences, as if they can make a play topside there with the Rumble would be massive for Morgan, who hasn't really been winning these lanes early, but has been making a larger impact, I think, in team fights than Dudu has across this series. We'll see if he can get anything done here. Good ward from Dudu with the prio he has in these first few levels. We'll be able to spot a potential quick gank there from Doive if it were to come through. It's a nice ward.
He's getting burned down, and Dudu's in a lot of trouble, actually. Here he is Skarner, so he will get away, but that's just kind of an instant way to lose lane pressure. He was trying to push in that last wave, and he does get punished a bit for that one. Cuz actually gets in and clears out that ward, which is going to feel pretty good. Gets some traps down, gets some nice control, so that Leaper and Andal can stay safe.
He had to use his dash to get out, so it's a little bit delayed on having it to get back to lane, but it is going to help him speed up back to lane so he can try to save his teleport here with the push he had and get back and minimize how much lost CS he has. So this ends up being okay for Dudu at the end of the day. Just grabs that tier. Not going to be anything that helps him lane stats-wise, but he does have to start stacking up that Fimbulventer to get back into this one, as it will be a free back here and some great vision obtained by Morgan as a result of that play.
Yeah, I think Doive as well. Yeah, placing his own ward, and they got 2 wards in a very similar spot, but they're going to know exactly when those Krugs are starting.
True.
Very important.
Good coverage.
Yeah. Nice little jump in from Karis. He does have Palu nearby. Not sure if Bulldog is aware of this potential, but Bulldog very respectful on the Valkyrie. Palu maybe trying to get some value out of that Hex Flash in mid, but we do have Andal moving on in there as well. Just zooming in on that very cute back animation, but also the 2 wards. The great coverage they have.
Having some good information of Cuz not only being there, but that he backed allows Morgan to continue to try to put the pressure on here as Rumble in this top lane. As Doive is just farming. You know, the back for Leaper meant that there wasn't like an angle bottom side for him to make a play while Cuz was gone. And Cuz is heading directly down there where they have vision control of the dragon. Rapidly losing prio though here with this wave clear coming through from Kaisa, so a sticky situation. I don't think they'll be able to maintain that vision, as you can see, and we will drop this control ward down. Clear it up with Bulldog.
There once again, Karis putting on the pressure. He did take a big chunk, but Bulldog was low on mana. Here comes Bro, gonna start up this early Drake, as now Cuz, he's gonna get stunned down as Palu, he does flash away and actually will get out of this one somehow, some way. And now Palu in a bad spot. Karis extremely low. Potential for a Zeri moment. I can smell it coming as both Palu and the Spear is going to miss, and a big ult from the Tristana, but it doesn't matter. It's still first blood. Over to Bulldog here for Kwangdong Freak.
I feel like it's deja vu from game 1. You know, it's not the huge Zeri moment in this case. Leaper just picks up an assist. But take your W, you found Cuz almost the exact same way as they found him in game 1. You had the advantage, but you pile in on it. And that's when that turn from Kwangdong does come through. And Alistair is just so good at turning these fights, as we saw from Andal. Guess what? In game 1 and in game 3 in this particular case, on the very same pick, as Cuz is not on a tanky champion, right? He's on the Lilia, so I get this idea coming in on him, but his flash is fantastic. Look at the peel from Andal, keeping him alive here, and then they want to continue to force the issue, and then Palu is then headbutted away. He's isolated. Karis is low from that trade on Bulldog moments before, so he can't really do anything, only using his ult for utility here as Doive goes back in. Well, there is just no way you're winning this one. It ends up being a kill going over the side of Kwangdong Freaks, picked up by the Corki in this case, and that's going to be the Dragon as well, looks like.
It's just really rough, right? Because if they get that kill on a Cuz, you know, the peel comes in, but you can kind of back away after that and you feel pretty good, right? Like you were saying, but they don't get the kills, so they feel like priced in and they go very deep and then they just get peeled off, and eventually a kill does go the way of the Corki. It's not the Zeri, and it's still going to matter in a big way, right? We do have a nice gold lead now for the side of Quantum Freaks. They get this early Ocean Drake, which is always very nice. You know it's not Ocean Soul. You have it for the laning phase, just to keep you healthy. And this is a much better start here for Quantum Freaks compared to game number 2.
Yeah, I feel like the Ocean Soul is incredibly valuable for Dudu right now as well, laning into
the Drake.
Or yeah, what did I call it?
The Soul.
Yeah, sorry, the Ocean, singular Ocean Dragon. Oh, that is picked up here.
Still single.
Yes. Indeed. Yeah. Good for singularly Dudu in particular, but it's going to be good for everybody, obviously, in terms of how laning goes. As we do see Cuz in the vicinity here.
Yeah.
Not going to commit.
I mean, this is kind of what you want out of your Nidalee, right? Because the fact that he doesn't die, it means he's still on the map. He's able to farm up an incredible amount. He gets the Drake. He gets a lot of camps away from Doiv. And now Doiv is like, well, I need to go to the top side of the map. And he might actually get onto Dudu here, but Dudu will flash away respectfully.
I have to say, I feel like that was... Like, you just drop Krugs if your top laner is going to drop an equalizer. You just drop Krugs and see what you can get. That was a bit late to try to get onto the play there. It still will get the flash out of Dudu, and he will dash away, but there's a huge opportunity there that was completely missed because doing Krugs. But
and you can see the difference in the pressure from the junglers now. And now, nice little engage. Just now in goes Leaper's level 6. He's looking for Palu. I don't know if he's going to get a kill here, as actually Envy thinking about turning this one around. He gets in, and he assassinates Leaper. Envy going to turn this entire trade around. And you see Andil, he's alone. He's got actually Cuz coming down now. As Cuz trying to put on that pressure, and Andil will actually just get this kill onto Palu and not give the assist over to Cuz after all of that. So Envy had to back away. And it actually just turns into an even trade.
Yeah, it ends up being an even trade, but a kill for the Kai'Sa more valuable than a kill for the Alistar, even with the assist gold going over to the Zeri. But yeah, the pressure bottom side here, you can really feel it. I mean, this is the kind of play that Chronicler and the rest of us have been talking about, but specifically Chronicler is talking about in terms of using your Nidalee pressure on the map, and Cuz is doing a great job of that, and super coordinated with his bottom duo, even though it backfires a little bit in this particular case after he leaves briefly. But still, you can really feel what he's trying to do. Doiv is getting some farm taken away topside, but not able to get Dudu. Good jump.
That is a Tristana.
Yep.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, Cuz he's really far ahead now. It's kind of like a better version of what we saw from the Lily in the last game. They were talking about that on the space, where you want to be ahead of farm. He is 20 CS ahead, and he's got the pressure advantage. I think the beginning of this trade is fine, but
I mean, I think they really just underestimate because they're all in on the Palu. Envy has a large amount of health still, and so when he goes in with Killer Instinct, he gets the shield, and there's just no way they can actually use it. They have no more tools. They used all their buttons, and so it's a little bit tricky. Andil peeling so incredibly well for Cuz on the previous play, also setting up great stun there. Headbutt to guarantee Palu cannot get out. Cuz is denied, unfortunately, the kill there, which...
He also hit level 6 Andil. I didn't even actually realize that. Maybe getting some extra XP after his AD carry went down, but that just keeps him alive for long enough for Cuz to get there.
Cuz had Aether Wisp and boots before that, so his rotation speed is just so insane on Nidalee. It's already fast moving around the jungle, and after that play, he backs up, now has tier 2 boots, and is able to pick up the Hextech alternator as well, so those spears are going to hurt a little bit harder when they do connect, and Quantum Freaks take control of the game on that play bottom side there.
Any face checkers in chat? Well, there's one in this game, as Palu is going to get away for now, but the spear has to be eaten by Doiv as well, and immediately they say, okay, well, we don't have much control of the top river anymore after that one. Bulldog also going to pressure Karis out. So this should be just 3 Void Grubs over to Cuz, and they should split it 3-3.
They should be able to, as there's no way for, unfortunately, Morgan to get in there and impact the play. No prio mid. So big win here for Kwangdong Freaks, even though nobody goes down on the side of Bro. Good play there. Bulldog really turning this lane around quite significantly as well. Does buy his coal faster. We'll have that cash in here shortly for that first item. And, I mean, this game state is really strong for Kwangdong Freaks because Cuz has all of that money, because he has all of that farm. And yes, the Kai'Sa did get a kill early on, and we'll have some extra wave clear for mid.
Palu is still level
He's
5.
crazy also, man. What? He's up here
Well,
alone.
they want to turn this one, and they've got the Kaisa, but that's just not enough burst. I mean, they need a little bit more. If Karis was there, potentially they could have gotten the kill, but now this is turning into a decent fight for the side of Bro, but Andil able to throw up that Unbreakable Will and survive, and very much on a knife's edge there. You see the idea from Bro, but wasn't able to make it become a reality.
I mean, Palu has no fear, and I mean, that's what you want to see from a newer player like Palu. At the same time, you know, very high risk there. If Zeri gets over there a little bit faster and you're not able to get that burst, and the CC and the peel comes through from Andil again,
Palu
Lutra has a Zeri moment.
Just sit next to the minions and bop, please. Bulldog, oh, he's in a lot of trouble. He's just dead. Just caught off guard. He's like, okay, they're probably doing the Drake, and I can push this one out. Nope. And especially not with Morgan there as well.
Yeah, they had a control ward in the bush above the river as well, and still just ends up getting a little bit surprised by this play. I'm not entirely sure if Morgan walked through that or not.
Again?
Yeah, outliers for real.
So Atlas really was the one pulling the strings.
I mean, with the drafts looking the same, you know, game to game, I guess eventually some things need to stay the same to keep it fair, right?
Yeah. Well, Envy's here by himself just trying to push this one out, and he's decently fast himself on the Kaisa. Just trying to run this one off as the Zap is going to miss. Envy throws his own version of the Zap into the Alistair, and he does get away.
And, you know, this game state is so even right now. I mean, a Drake to a Drake. The gold is dead even after that pick on the Bulldog in mid. And we have two junglers doing two very different things. I think because spear accuracy hasn't been fantastic so far here, but once we really start to see him come online, it could be a huge threat.
Trying to make something happen here on a Morgan. He's going to knock him into the wall. That's a free impale, and with Cuz here, Morgan in a lot of trouble. He does have flash, but just elects to take the death, and that will be the kill going over to Dudu. Nicely set up. This time they get Morgan.
Definitely wanted to give that kill over to the Nidalee, but it was getting a little bit scary there with the impale actually with the pull pulling him out of spear. That was not what he intended. His cousin's probably not super happy with that, but at the end of the day, just want to guarantee the kill goes over to Dudu. As yeah, he did not go over into that control ward, actually went above it there. So smart move there from Morgan. But will unfortunately for him get punished here, as we are setting up for this Herald in live.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that the Impale just made the Nidalee miss like everything.
Yeah.
It just looked like the Pounce as well just also misses. Just unfortunate. This Rel in a bit of trouble as Andil gets the advantage with that engage. Bit of damage is coming in, but that will be the Rift Herald going over to Bro. And now an Equalizer only hits Leaper and doesn't do much of anything else. Palu's going to go down, and Andil is frontlining as Dudu trying to get onto this Rumble. And that is 2 kills now for the Corki as Quantum Freaks. They do not get the Rift Herald, but they do pick up a couple of kills and should be very happy.
The huge disconnect there between Palu and Morgan, I feel. You know, the way that you're going to get the most value out of Equalizer is with the Magnet Storm, but Palu wasn't in a great spot to storm, and so Morgan just drops it down to low value, and Envy's dead.
Envy, no! He does have a barrier, and he is trying to turn it onto Andil, but at the end of the day, it is just not enough. That is just a very unfortunate death for Envy, not expecting them to wrap around.
Yeah, that's going to be a turret there as well. Karis will get a decent amount of damage down in the bottom lane, but Leaper gets the last hit on this one too. So a huge injection of gold here for Guangdong Freaks after what was a very sloppy and disjointed fight for Bro on the Herald. Because we were watching the topside replay, I'm not entirely sure all the setup here. Okay, it's a TP that comes through from the Skarner, but it's Andil who goes in here first onto Palu. He burns down to half, and then this is where things get awkward because Morgan shows up, but Palu decides not to go in for the Magnet Storm when the Equalizer is dropped, and then Magnet Storm's Andil alone while the Equalizer really does nothing. And those are your two big tools in this fight for Bro. Unfortunately, we don't have that much prio, or really any at all. And Envy just did not expect them to be here, and he gets comboed by Andil. Andil, a fantastic game of Alistair here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see what he's able to do on that one, and they gave him 2 great Alistair spots in a row, to be honest. So, you know, the draft working out in his favor, the play looking great, and that's what you want. You know, a lot of this is Leaper, and everybody's excited for this new AD carry, but having Andil performing at his best is one of the other big talking points for this team. They did drop that game to Bro, game 2, but this one is looking much better compared to game 2, I would say, especially because, you know, you've got not only Leapers in a pretty good spot, but also an extremely fed Corki in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Corki is becoming very quickly a large problem. See the ability for Cuz to actually do so much with how quickly he can farm here.
There's more coverage. You can tell, like, that map on the right is just everywhere.
Yep. And then all the power he had bottom side as well. Pushing around red buff, looking for some potential dives down there on the bottom side. Pretty huge what Cuz has been able to do impact-wise here over Doive. The spears haven't been the greatest, but, I mean, he's farmed a lot of that jungle away from this Xin Zhao. Herald is going to get dropped down here, and Guangdong Freaks looking to push this next dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Bro is going to take this tier 1. Doesn't look like they're going to continue on the push, though. Rift Herald just going to die to Leaper. And, but they get the tier 1. And this has been consistent from Bro. Ooh, that's a spear that hits. Okay. You called him out, and Cuz is like, all right, let me show you a spear. Max range Q onto the enemy Kai'Sa.
Yeah, that was a big one. That's about half the health of the Kai'Sa. A little bit puzzled by the fact that Guangdong didn't really push deep beyond the Dragon Pit or do much with that while the Herald was being dropped in to drop the Herald either, but at the end of the day, it's just a turret that gets dropped here. Bro gets some free gold out of it, but Quantum Freak still maintain control of the Dragon. It was Bulldog like pushing the inner turret bottom, as now they're going to push the advantage past the Dragon after they secure it here, and they're going to take away this red buff. Very frustrating here for Breon, as this game has really quickly just fallen away from Bro, and to get back into it, they're going to need to win a big fight with a Magnet Storm, Equalizer combo, like something like that. Karus gets some gold out of it. Then once he becomes a threat, you know, we could talk about what the Tristana could do and what she could do in the side lane, how quickly she takes out turrets, but they need to win that one big fight. And if they lose the next one here, that starts to open up Baron possibilities. The Zeri already has Runins. I mean, the Corki is so huge already too. I'm very concerned for what Bro's, you know, backup plans are going to be if they lose this next fight. I mean, that's probably just GG.
Yeah. I think just the setups for fights and for picks that they had in Game 2, they have to channel that a little bit better. As now we're just having Karus nearly die. That is the power of the Corki. Also, Paulo ate a spear meanwhile, and he's getting chased down. And all of a sudden, I mean, Bro are trying to get position on the map. They're trying to get some vision, some value anywhere, but they're just being pushed away by intense amounts of damage.
I mean, Cuz is just where he needs to be all the time.
I mean, there's no Crescent Guard here, but you see that Andal's not going to overcommit onto level 11 Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I'm not going to commit any further there, but, you know, trying to get his flash, be successful, but an opportunity nonetheless. It feels like Cuz, even though his individual mechanics and the spears and stuff haven't been great in terms of, like, the exciting, fun parts of Nidalee, I think, for fans, what he's done on the map, it feels like he's got Bro on the floor and he's got his foot on their neck. Like, he is just constantly applying pressure. He's constantly taking vision away. He's constantly looking to find picks instead of picks. So every time Bro tried to do something proactive on the map, even just trying to shadow for Karus pushing topside, he's there. And he knows about it, and Quantum Freaks are faster on the play each and every time because of it. So he's had a huge impact. Andal's had a fantastic game, peeling for multiple members on his squad. He's had some good engages as well. And I'm just really concerned if Bro can get any sort of pile on the map going into this next Dragon fight, because without it, those Magnet Storms get so much tougher. And their last fight where they tried to Equalizer and run in with the Rel was disastrous.
Yeah, it was just very disjointed. I mean, they missed everything. The execution was off. Communication wasn't there. And was kind of a difficult situation to handle because Morgan like just TP'd in. They were doing the Rift Herald at the same time, so definitely a lot of moving pieces that it seems like they just couldn't quite handle. Whereas for Quantum Freaks, it's like, okay, we just move in as a 5 and kind of just make it happen with Skarner following up.
I mean, Morgan is sitting on, you know, almost 2 items here. He's trying to hard farm this out. He will hit level 16. You know, if they can win this next Dragon fight, then he'll have 16 for the follow-up one, right? So I think all it takes is one great combo here from Bro or one big mistake from Guangdong Freaks, and they can get back into this. But I feel like you only have 1 life left as Bro. You miss this fight, you mess it up, you get wiped one more time, and then there is no coming back. Even though Wombo combo isn't going to be enough at that stage with the lead that Guangdong will have at that point. They've got a huge Skarner. This Corki does insane damage. His IE is finished already here. So one more shot here. 80 seconds to go on this Dragon. And I don't think that they have the damage with just Flicker Blade, Kraken Slayer. I mean, that's still a lot of damage for Tristana, but it's not enough to try to, do a tricky Baron play. So I think Bro probably better off just grouping for Dragon here and looking to take the fight, get Prio as soon as possible. They have no Prio on Baron, by the way, whatsoever.
They don't have any vision anywhere, really. I mean, there's one control ward in the red buff jungle. They've got one ward down there as well, and that's it. I mean, there's the Scuttle that was taken on the top side.
That's it. I mean, they're glad for it. That Scuttle is so valuable because it can't be cleared.
Yeah. I do feel like, though, Bro have been good in the series about moving as a squad and keeping Palu safe to make sure we can get some vision, clear it out as a unit. They are carving their little spot of land here.
Here we go. I mean, this is the angle. They got the vision. No vision here for Kwangdong. This is the Magnet Storm combo. We've got to see it.
For Kwangdong, though, you got to be really careful. Just don't get picked. And just continue to poke because you've got spears, you've got zaps, you've got Corki. So
this is what they didn't have last game in these neutrals where they didn't have vision. Now they can change the equation by just setting up for this poke in the neutral. A few spears hit. Kwangdong are like, you have to leave. And now the vision they had is all gone. And the counterplay isn't to just rush Baron now as Bro don't really have an option here. Look at Dudu checking them out.
I mean...
Dudu just says, you can't do it without me knowing, and Bulldog is going to solo the Dragon.
I do feel like, Bro, it is a big part of their playbook, though, and it's almost like they are going back to that as spears are landing now. I mean, we were saying they weren't, but now that he's got a couple items, he's hitting them somehow. Maybe that's helping on the accuracy for some reason. But that's the second Cloud Drake, and now Quantum Freaks are going to start up the Baron.
Yeah,
Vision will come down.
The Scuttle's gone.
The Scuttle's down, but they will see it with the blue trinket. Bro are going to have to try to get in here, but Palu has no health. He couldn't back.
Yeah, I mean, he can get an ult off, but he won't last any longer than that.
All right, they want to try to go for the kill instead as Flash on the Impale, and Envy nearly going to go down. That rocket might have gotten the job done, but the engage from Andal is big, going to push them back. Another Flash taken out of the hands of Bro forcefully, and now they're looking at the Baron. This time should be good for them.
Yeah, Morgan can't get in there to drop an equalizer.
Bro are going to stay.
Okay, well, he's going to try. He's got Flash.
I mean, the turn is still here. The turn is still here. The equalizer does a pretty good amount of damage, but you don't have any health bars, my dudes. Doiv is going to go down. And Quantum Freaks, I mean, at least that does stop the Baron for now. No, they're going to start it up again.
I think they can because they know Equalizer is down now, and they still have vision control. The Nidalee traps are set on both sides.
Bro are going to stay again.
But they don't have any tools. This time they're going to get totally wrecked. TP from Corki as well. Bulldog's back to full.
The engage here. Andal's got his ult, and Palu goes in alone. Immediately just going to go down, and this is just half-hearted at this point. I mean, Envy couldn't even enter the fight. Like, yeah, he had his ult, but never an opportunity. And Leaper is just an assassin on this area at this point. Going to take down Morgan. Everybody else is too low, and they finally stopped the Baron attempt at the very, very least.
Yeah, but the cost is quite high. I felt like Bro ran into that last one with a M16, but there were no bullets in the gun. They were like, I gotcha! Click, click, click.
Yeah.
It was a little bit half-hearted. Unfortunately, they had to try to contest this, right? But Paulo is so low. There's just no way, and Dudu's positioning here is fantastic because he denies a Magnet Storm combo from going off. Envy takes so much damage from this extremely fed Corki, and then once Karis is half health, you're like, okay, it's done. Morgan still has Equalizer, so he's thinking, well, if they all stand on it, maybe. But he drops Equalizer, and there's no Magnet Storm, and then Palu goes back in on the third attempt, but there's just no tools anymore. We're not. Please don't show it to me. I don't want to see it anymore.
Yeah. We already saw the 5 stages of doing Baron in this series, I guess, in this game. And they're just going to stick around. And for Quantum Freaks, they can just stand there. I mean, they have a lot of farm already, although Envy getting in onto Bulldog, who is in a bit of trouble and has to flash away. But the turn coming in, TP now for the side of Kwangdong. Dudu is very tanky, and Doiv in a ton of trouble, just CC'd 100-0, no hope at going for the Crescent Guard as 4 people up against the wall, and Andal, if he had Flashman, that would have been so big. It's still going to be big here. Double kill for Bulldog, looking for a Penta maybe. The Leaper, he just wants to go in. He just wants to win the game. He's going to be taken out, and it's a 3-kill Penta again! A second one in the series, this time for Bulldog.
There
Leaper, he set him up, and he got the last hits, Valdez. He ends up getting a penta, and sacrifice from Leaper as well. He goes in, he dies, but that chain damage coming through from the static shiv and the runins is enough for Bulldog to get those hits in, and a penta for the young player does come through. And Bulldog, I gotta say, the situation here, he was given such a huge opportunity to carry this fight. Yeah, he goes half health, but he is just so big, and they wanted to kill him. If they wipe him out there, if they can actually kill him, this fight becomes so much more manageable. But Doib is out early, and then the chase is on. Leaper very greedy here, but ultimately does a ton. He even eats Morgan's equalizer again. Could have had a lot more value dropping it on the rest of the team, but Leaper just chipping away here. And look at how much damage Bulldog does so quickly in these low health bars.
Look at this. Oh! Yeah. That's gonna feel good.
Watch it, watch it. 아, 없네. 뭐야? 뭐야 이거? What is this? He says.
Yeah.
That's a pentakill, Bulldog.
He didn't even realize. He didn't even realize that he got a penta. He's like, wait, what? Oh, I guess I got a penta. Wow. Yeah, and that's gonna be Baron. Quantum Freaks in a very good spot now. And we all know what poke comps, I mean, this isn't necessarily a poke comp, but there's a decent amount of poke in it, what they can do with Baron and with lane pressure.
With all of the Corki Penta, between the Corki Penta and the Cuz early game, I feel like Andil's getting robbed this game, man.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm going to vote for him. I'm going to vote for Andil.
Please vote for Andil. Justice for Andil, man.
I forgot who it was who said that we need better justice for supports, but you know what?
Probably Ox?
No, I mean, it was one of the players who said it. I can't remember who said it, but at the end of the day, Andil, he deserves justice, and I'm going to give it to him.
Yeah, he's had an incredible game.
He has had such a good game, and I think a lot of this game state wouldn't have been possible without him. But you know what? Cuz also, amazing game in the early game, and then the Corki Penta, I mean, he farmed well, he had the items, and he did the boom boom. To be fair, Leaper also did a lot of boom boom right before that as well.
Yeah, the ult did like an insane amount of damage actually to that squishy backline. And now Doib, okay, Andil just getting on in there. Doib trying to get whatever vision, whatever control he can. But that is Cloud Soul now to the side of Quantum Freaks, and I mean, we know what Zeri with Cloud Soul can do. That's just absolutely disgusting, not to mention the rest of the team. As, yeah, Morgan's just going to have to flash away from that one, but that's a very fast cow. Just running straight at him. And Morgan barely gets away.
Yeah, this Baron push, 25 more seconds on it. They're trying to grab this base. I mean, they haven't been able to break any of the base, really. And
the Tristana gank onto the Skarner that's higher level. Not doing it.
Well, I mean, Baron's fading. They might be able to save these inhibitors, but it's not going to take away the 12,000 gold lead. Nor the high DPS.
That was like
game comp.
Oh man, that was like just a train coming right at your face. He turned back into that one. That's why I was so surprised. As the spears are continuing to rain down.
He has Leandri's too. Even Doib gets hit by it and his health is burning.
Just throwing him in, and he can comfortably just sit in the base and get a very nice angle. Palu kind of has to block for this, which isn't good for him with his health bar.
I mean, the poke is so insane that they could practically keep this up until they get to the Nexus. Like, Dudu's like, I'm eventually getting this inhibitor. No one can deal with me. I'm too tanky. And Cuz is just playing, you know, he's doing target practice here across the wall. He's got some vision here over the wall. He's got traps over there. And he even has this Scryers.
Oh, the damage is coming in, and Andil's going to get that engaged now. He is Alistair and will be fine. And now Skarner is going to line up the Impale, and they're just sending it into the bases there, just so far ahead. But they have gone pretty far due to getting low, but another big engage comes in from the side of Andil. And it's not clean, but sometimes you got to get down and dirty to get the job done. As Morgan is desperate, he is alone, and soon he will be dead. As Flash comes in, triple for the side of Bulldog, and that will end the game. Guangdong Freaks with a big win here in Game 3, and they will take the first Saturday Showdown of Summer 2024.
Let it be known, the X is in the support box, Valdez, but
Good.
Fantastic game for the entirety of Kwangdong Freaks after what was a rough draft in Game 2. I think throughout the series, games 1 and 3, somewhat similar, but some good tweaks to the draft here in Game 3 from CVMAX that we really did like. The Nidalee was utilized correctly for pressure, and Andil, don't let this guy have Alistair. He is going to do work. And Kwangdong Freaks looking a lot cleaner in that third game. I think some of the draft issues in Game 2 limited what they could do. Stronger team on the day, but they broke the streak. Finally, they win one of these regular season games against Bro, who were worried for a little bit after that second game that maybe things could go wrong, but they end up doing it in the end. Quiet series for Dudu on the Skarner, but overall did his job well enough.
Is he going to do the cuz?
He's got to do it.
Do it.
They're waiting for it.
Oh, because. Get it? Bulldog giving him the L.
Yeah.
Just take that. Leaper, just happy.
Yeah, I mean, Leaper, great series. A little bit limited on what he could do on the Senna, obviously, but a very scary 80 carry right now. And Andil gets a huge cheer as well. I always want to root for Andil because I feel like he's had a rough going of it, He's been rotated around a lot of different 80 carries. He's been pulled out because he was sick, he had some anxiety issues, and he was struggling to play on stage, but he's coming back in a big way here in summer 2024, and he's been so clutch. Like, he's been so punishing. He punished them in the top lane every time they were trying to farm. He was punishing, overextensions from Palu. And the question becomes, how deep does this winning streak for Kwangdong Freaks go? And you mentioned, I think it's Nongshim they're playing against next?
Yeah.
And then it's T1, so it gets a little bit tougher after that, but this team is definitely impressed, and it's a great start momentum-wise to the season. I know Chronicler is waving his finger going, well, round 2, though. We have seen some disasters. But this, to me, has been the most impressive start to a season for Kwangdong we've seen in a while. Because, we're like, oh, yeah, Bulldog did pretty good, and he was playing Tristana before everybody else. We had those moments where he was looking great, and then it got a little bit rough. This has been cleaner, I think, than the better parts of Kwangdong we've seen in the past. Now, competition here, you beat a shaky KT, you beat Bro, so contextualizing these wins, I think, is important. They also lost a game to Bro in this series, but there were draft issues there. My main thing for Kwangdong is just how well they play around skirmishes and fights, and that's something that they've always been pretty good at, but they've taken it to the next level.
Yeah, they definitely have. I think that both Leaper and Andil are always in the right spot to essentially make a game breaking play and really turn the tides. They're always having great positioning, Andil included, and Leaper as well. You see that he does get that kill, and this is, he baits out the equalizer, then he gets in with the flank, and then Corky eventually just rips them to shreds. Look at this, all of how much damage it does.
Yeah.
One Q comes through, 2Q, and then, and they immediately flash the pentakill for our second one in one series.
Crazy. Look at Leaper, man. Look at his movement. You love to see it. I mean, he's so passionate, and we've seen a lot of streamers across esports go pro and kind of drop the ball or get burnt out early because it's a very different type of environment, but Leaper looks like he is ready, man, to go the distance. He looks so passionate.
Yeah, he definitely does.
They're so relieved about the win as well.
He said he was sorry at the end, maybe saying he went a little bit too ham, and I think that's a good mindset to have, even though if it was a little bit closer and he goes in ham like that and dies, it might turn the tides around. Wasn't the case in this game, but always seeking that perfection. But either way, it's not necessarily perfection, but they get the win, the 2-1. That's going to feel good for the side of Kwangdong Freaks in this Saturday Showdown. Saturday Showdown is done. We will have KT up against DK for our second series of the night, which is just going to be an entire fiesta. I don't even know what to expect from that, and you never really can. But first, guys, we are going to send it over to the space to break down this Saturday Showdown.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on today's Saturday Showdown. It is a trend-making win here for the Kwangdong Freaks as they win 2-1 over the Bros. Giga chat of the Bros to give the win on over, but definitely earned by double pentakills.
Yeah, the first pentakill, obviously, the one that I think
totally legit
so the first pentakill.
one.
Very cool, Leaper. The second pentakill might be talked about more. We'll get into that a little
How
bit
much
later.
is a team play, you know?
Yeah. What is important here, though, the takeaways are, again, I think that loss to Breon, it makes sense. I think Kwangdong have a bit of a mental block against them, but in the games that they won, I did think that they looked a lot more consistent. Looking at the draft here, I understand the Skarner priority because I do think that the pick is too strong, but I don't think Dudu is very good at it.
Need some practice.
Yeah, definitely need some practice here. And I want to hone in on the Nidalee because I was very critical of the Nidalee, and I want to give both credit to Cuz, but I also think that the execution for the rest of the team to play around it as well was really well done, right? This is a pick where it's just, if you don't take control and tempo early, and you don't play the mid to late game team fights, well, it just doesn't do anything, right? And the Carthus, I think, is a really good ban because it's a lot more easy to go off, and Kaz also has played Carthus, I think, to a higher level than we've mostly seen of his Nidalee.
I think for me, the standout really is the Alistar pick. You know, the kind of criticism I had of the last draft was they lacked that engage option that was reliable. And I feel like not only did the Alistar provide that for them, but also it was a really good game from Andal on this. So it meant they could start the fights, they could lead the pace. And also, especially when you have an Nidalee, having someone who can set up that initial CC to land the spear has a lot of value.
All right, well, let's take a look at our first highlight that happened here around the Herald fight on the top side of the map. Again, this is where we start to see one team taken away here.
Yeah, so in this one, ends up being like a little bit of a scrappy one. The Equalizer doesn't get a huge amount of value here, and the engage that comes out from Polo kind of gets interrupted by the Alistar, and now the backline for Bro can only really hit the Alistar, and the cleanup starts to come through. This ended up being a pretty substantial advantage for Kwangdong Freaks, where they really set the pace of the game.
And for Kwangdong in particular, I think you could sense as well that after that point they were a bit more relaxed. This was a really important win for them because for us it's mostly funny, right? We talk about the fact that this team was unable to beat Breon even though they were considered much stronger. But imagine in the shoes of these players, you're doing so well mid-split and then you take back-to-back losses against, by that point, a pretty large margin, the worst teams in the league. So I think that this for them was a really important win. And even though it was a 2-1, even though they 2-0'd KT, I think this win is really going to set them up for a good first round robin.
Definitely. And that highlight kind of showed the, I guess, dis-synergy, unsynergy of Palu on the Rel, and on the top side of the map, Lord Morgan missing out on some ults, because this happened yet again and then led to the big play that we're all going to be talking about.
And I kind of understand the play coming out from Bro, trying to pick the Corki in this situation. Unfortunately, the flash means they don't get him. Also, only the Kai'Sa was really in range to make it happen. Coordination not quite there. And the play ends up getting turned around. They managed to take out the Xin Zhao almost immediately. And then at this point, you know, it's a big lead already for Kwangdong Freaks, so they're just cleaning up. But what I really want to focus on is what happens at the end of this clip. Because we see a really strange interaction. I've been thinking about this since we saw it. And Zeri has Static Shiv. And when you kill a champion, you get a really powerful chain of lightning that goes through, but Zeri dies, and it's actually Corki who gets the kill, but it's Zeri's item that chains the lightning. So Corki set it off, but it's Zeri's item that did the damage, but Corki gets the credit for the kill. So I'm not really too sure how that interaction works. Maybe it's because Zeri was dead. Maybe that's just how Static Shiv works, but a funky one.
The big thing here is that, unfortunate thing here is that at this point, the game was obviously going to be done one way or another, even without the Static Shiv frog. But I think Bulldog really, particularly in the second half of the series, obviously playing incredible. And the Penta on Corki,
yeah, I don't know. This is sus ox. Why are you trying to take away the penta here? It is a penta. He played well. He deserves it. Landed the rocket.
I'm just saying, you know, he wasn't the one who killed the last target. The Static Shiv did. Maybe we give Static Shiv
he doesn't like Bulldog. That's it.
Hey,
hands off my challenger
I hold a very high bar for my pentas. You know, they have to meet the quota, and you know, I'm not sure this one did. It'll go down in the stat book, but
so many already.
I know. even just today, 2 today, and we're only on day number 4.
Maybe 1.5.
Okay, it counts. It's count. Bulldog, I'm with you. Here, I'll do the Bulldog. Blah. There it is. All right, let's take. Oh, okay. We have we're still waiting on the POG.
This is a really interesting one to me because it feels like there's 3 very valid votes. There is Undil and Cuz, the 2 of which run the early game, and even though the Penta might be questioned, Bulldog's play, I think today in general really wasn't. I think that he has been one of the players that has really stepped up when it comes to Kwangdong because a lot of his inconsistencies aren't as much there as they were before.
And also, I think the 4th option, Leaper for building Shiv.
All right, let's take a look at the POG. Which pose will it be? It is Andul. That is the based vote. The guys were talking about Andul before the Penta happened. We weren't sure if they were going to stick to their guns, and they do. The support played fabulous here in game number 3.
I want to highlight Pleda at the beginning was calling for better treatment for supports. Guess what? We're getting it.
It's a movement. It's a movement, right? And Andal had such a fantastic game. So many of his engages were really good. And a big thing with Alistair is obviously the WQ combo is the bread and butter of his champion. But really good Alistairs is something we saw a lot from Delight last year when the champion was doing really well, is sort of using your W and your Q in different situations, and there, like using the W flash Q, I think he had really good ability usage his entire game, and a well-deserved POG.
So, because it was tied, we had to revote, and we went from unbased EN analyst to based EN cast. That's right. Way to go, guys.
Yeah, because so I was specifically voting for Cuz because I feel like, as mentioned, I think his early game presence was amazing. But then between the 2, I love Bulldog, but I had to go for Undil.
And someone did like the Leaper for building static Shiv. The media, I see you. I see you.
All right, hey, the interview is ready now. Let's send it on over to Deer with the translation.
2024 LCK Summer 첫 번째 세러데이 쇼다운.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Leaper and Andal on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, who just took down Bro with a 2-1 score. Even in the last match, you guys, the bot duo got the POG, and now, yet again, they got another POG, so congratulations! Leaper, a consecutive victory right away after your debut, and POG for both matches, and on top of that, pentakill.
사실 첫
How do you feel?
경기는 기분이 굉장히 좋았는데
To be honest, for game 1, I was really happy, but
사실 세
I
경기
felt
다
like
합치면 그렇게 막 만족스러운 경기는
I felt a little bummed out for the games 2 and 3, so overall, I wouldn't say that I'm very satisfied about today's match. And Angel, with today's victory, you got a proper payback for last spring. So how do you feel?
졌었는데 이렇게 또
Yeah, we were on a consecutive loss against Brian.
되게 좋습니다.
And being able to break that wall down makes me very happy. And in game 1, the 3 kills you got early really showed how much control you had over bot, and as proficient you are at Jhin, you seem to have a pretty good understanding of Jhin versus Seri matchup. So what was your vision in the early laning phase?
안 했는데
Did we leash in the first game? No, we didn't. We did not leash.
라인전을 이제 초반에는 어쩔 수 없이 진이
And so,
우세를 가져갈 수밖에 없어서
Jhin actually has prio
초반엔 좀 반반 가다가
in the early laning phase, so it was 50-50, a handshake in the beginning, but because I am so confident in the team fights, in terms of team fighting, I believe that I told my teammates that, hey, we will win as long as we fight. And Endo, as a support, is there a tip for how you gain control in the early game? No, not exactly. No secret or no tip. I just did what I needed to do. And Leaper, of course, we have to look at the Zeri pentakill. Just 3 days since debut, and you got a pentakill. So we were already at an upper hand over here. And Skarner was facing after getting so chunked out. And even before I started auto-attacking, I actually knew that there was a good opening for a pentakill.
첫 기록도 너무 축하드립니다.
아, 감사합니다.
Of course, you got an unanimous POG. Congratulations on your first achievement.
사실 이거 못 먹는 줄
So
알았어요.
right here. Yeah, I thought I wouldn't get this last kill, but
네, 이렇게
Please give it up for
박수까지
Leaper.
나오고 있는 현장인데요. 2세트부터는 상대가 바텀을 교체하면서
and in game 2, the opponent swapped their bot laner, and you faced Envy, who is a pretty familiar face for you. How was it playing against him?
하기 전에 약간
Yeah, Envy before the
얘기도 좀 나누고
match,
그랬는데 사실 MB 선수도
we actually talked a
굉장히
little bit.
잘하고
But
사실
to be honest,
LCK는
Envy is a great player.
전부 다 잘하는 선수들인 것 같아서
And
사실
in the
누가
LCK, there are so
저는
many
이제
good
제
bot
할 것만
laners.
하자는
So no matter
마인드로
who
이제
I get to face, I told myself that I just have to do well no matter what.
아 정말요? 근데 사전 인터뷰에서 MB 선수가 리퍼 선수에게
And being able
이번
to
기회에서
not being able to win
을
against
내주겠다.
Envy was just such a bummer. And yeah, in the pregame interview, Envy mentioned that he would teach you a lesson. Did you see? Yeah, I did watch that, and I said something in reply too. But to be honest, I'll admit that I did lose against him, but my teammates did so well on my behalf.
마이크 잡은 김에 한마디 해주시죠.
명준아
But you won in the end, so would you like to say anything to him? Envy,
다음에는
next time,
진짜 제대로 밟아줄게.
와.
I will stomp you properly.
이런 이야기를 해주셨습니다. 좋습니다. 그렇다면 안딜 선수 2세트 패배 후 3세트 레드
And
지역을
after the game 2 defeat, you guys picked red side for game 3, so what was the strategy here? It felt like the team was prioritizing Skarner.
저희 팀은 이제 저희 팀 탑은 그냥 뭘 해도 잘해서
As for our top
다른
in our
신경을 별로 안
team,
쓰고,
he actually
이제
does really
좀
well
서로
with any champion, so we don't really worry about that.
좀
We just
제리카이사
went for
정석 구도가 나온 것 같아요.
아 그랬군요. 그렇다면 안딜 선수
we just went for something that we're confident of, the matchup that we were confident in. That's why we ended up with a Seri Kaisa matchup.
고민하는 모습이 보였어요. 어떻게 나온 픽인지
And so
궁금합니다.
in Andel's Alistair We Trust, we saw you wavering your pick, so how did you end up locking him in?
그냥 좀 뭐 있나 보고 있었어요.
Yeah, we were actually pretty sure on certain with the pick, but
사실 교전 때마다
you know, I just took my time. I was stalling a little bit.
할 때마다 좋은 모습이 나오는 것 같아요.
And the way you fearlessly engaged was quite impressive.
아쉬운 것도 많았지만 일단 저희가 좀
Yeah, there were
저희
some
주장님
places
또
where
호세형이
it left a
좀
lot to be
사실
desired,
교전
but
같은 걸 할 때 자신감을 좀 많이 불어줘가지고 좀 더 자신 있게
because
할수 있었던 것 같습니다.
our team captain, he's actually the one who actually gives us a lot of confidence, and with his leadership, we were able to pull off such a good result today.
막으면 되는데 이런 취업풀까지 보였는데요. 감독님도 출사표에서 작년부터 OK저축은행을 이기지
So even your head coach also mentioned how your team never defeated OK Savings Bank Korea last season. So and that the new player will give the team the energy to break down the wall, and it looks like he has high expectation of you. So do you think you met his expectations?
두 명인 느낌이거든요. 저도 이제
I feel like for me, a head coach, I have two head coaches.
감독님도 저를 많이 챙겨 주셔가지고 사실 멘탈적으로
CV Max is also one of them,
멘탈이
but
나갈만한 상황에서도 둘이서 잘 저를 다독여줘가지고 사실 제가 여기서 나이가
I
많은
feel like
편인데
even in moments where
지금은 약간
I
막내
would
취급을
mental
받는 것
boom,
같아가지고
I feel like there are so many resources
약간
around me that
자신감이 있어야
keep
되는
my
것
mental
같은데
fortitude
그런 부분에서 많이
on
도움이 되는 것
ground.
같아요.
So
게임도 많이 배우고.
I think the biggest issue that I have with is the confidence. So I think we have enough support around me that actually keeps my confidence
사랑해.
standing as well. Would you like to say anything to him then?
사랑한다고 이렇게
I love you.
말씀하셨습니다. 이렇게 해서 한 경기에서 펜타키를 2번이나 하는 기록을 세우면서 단독 1위에 오른 광동 프릭스입니다. 다음 대결 상대는
Two
농심인데요.
pentacles in one match. Kwangdong Freaks has the sole position of rank 1 in the standings. And with your next opponent being Nongshim, what are your goals?
아니 원딜은 약간 부족한 부분이 좀 보였던 것 같아서 그런 거 잘
I feel like we showed our moments where we were lacking in the bot lane. I'll make sure that in the next upcoming match we are more reinforced and steadier.
원딜 서폿이 못하든 이제 바텀은 하나기 때문에 바텀이 좀
And Andel.
아쉬웠던 것 같아가지고
Whether the bot lane or the ADC doesn't do well or the support doesn't do well, it's really both of our responsibilities. So I'll make sure that we are better, that we make sure that we win in the next upcoming match. And that's the end of the interview with Libra and Endel of Kwangdong Freaks, and back to the space.
Thank you very much, dears. You take a look at the standings. That's right. The Kwangdong Freaks are on top. And don't worry, bros. You can still, there's still 16-2.
They ain't 10th. They ain't 10th,
right?
You know, right? That's still ninth place for now.
Yeah, Lil Nongshim, right? But yeah, Kwangdong Freaks on top, and they got their matchup against Nongshim. They're looking at 3-0 down the barrel here.
For Kwangdong, I think what you're going to be looking towards, right, is to not just get that momentum, but maintain it. This team has had some pretty great starts. I think we're all still a little bit scared, but right now, particularly after a performance like this, I'm starting to have a little bit more faith.
All right, well, the Kwangdong Freaks took care of business. We've got our next matchup, KT roster against a D+. After the short break, we've got some content for you on replay. Make sure to watch it and don't miss out. We'll see you in a little bit.
몇인지 알아요?
헬스 왜 타이트 많이
피곤하네 지금 몇 시 보시는 거예요? 마이크
어찌 보면 도전이거든요. LCK에서 은퇴하고 다시 한 사람이 없잖아.
근데 이 지금 시간이 새벽 3시인데 지금 저를 이렇게 제가 첫 번째죠? 네.
오늘 또 중요한 날이라서
네.
리플레이 3 멤버들은 드래곤볼처럼 한 분씩
네.
찾아갈 거거든요.
그러니까 제가 첫 번째잖아요. 나머지들은 막 4시, 5시 이렇게 네, 종강역에서 부평 갔다 영종도 갔다 방배동 갔다 인제 갔다가 저 인천이고 방배동은 고터인가요? 네. 인제는 강원도? 참나.
오랜만이다 이거. 오.
아 자리 이거 여기 타면 돼요? 방배동 중공원 부평 순정남 영종도 박효신 인제 프린스? 다 좀 닉네임이 거시기 한데
생각나는 사람이
오. 아니 그냥 다 좀 유추가 되는데 부평 순정남은 유추가 안 되는데 이상. 얼마나 걸려요?
부평까지 한 50분 걸려요. 지금 가.
리플레이 첫차 출발하겠습니다.
출발.
결혼 언제예요?
결혼이 제가 9월 달에 합니다. LCK가 조금 그 비는 날짜를 좀 찾아봤어요. 한 요 정도 한 9월 21일? 이쯤이 비는 것 같더라고요.
근데 왜 결승을 피해서 나봐요?
그래야 LCK 사람들이 올 거 아니에요. 아니 작가님, PD님 안 오실 거예요? 저희 집사님도 오셔야지 이제.
결혼하실 때 아주. 이번에 프로복귀 하신다는 그런 얘기가 있었잖아요. 결혼 때문에 프로복귀를 미뤘다는 그런 얘기가 있던데 사실인가요?
복귀를 하려고 했는데 감사하게도 팀에서 연락이 좀 왔어요. LCK도 오고 이제 뭐 해외도 오고 그랬는데 결혼 준비도 있고 신혼여행이나 뭐 등등등등 다 걸리는 게 생각보다 많더라고요. 그리고 저도 이제 다시 롤을 시작한 지 얼마 안 됐기 때문에 뭔가 바로 다시 해가지고 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수 있을까라는 생각이 조금 많았어요. 이번에는 좀 준비 기간을 좀 가지고 내년부터 다시 하자.
리플레이는 부담되지 않는다?
저는 리플레이 왜 다 지는지 이해를 못했어요. 나는 이길 자신이 있다.
이거 우리 멤버들 많은데? 레전드 멤버들 지금.
무슨 소리예요? 지훈님은 잘했어요. 제가 봤어요. 다른 사람들이 못했다. 아 이거 또 범인 찾기 하면 안 돼요. 왜 이래요? 아시잖아요 다들.
그러니 이제 부평 곧 도착할 예정입니다.
벌써요? 지금 뭐 5분 안 지난 것 같은데 뭔 소리예요 이거? 진짜예요? 아니 부평 간다며. 왜 저 낚았어요? 진짜네?
안녕하세요.
와!
안녕하세요.
와!
안녕하세요.
좋아요. 아주 좋아요. 아 멤버 좋네.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 부평 순정남 리치 이재원입니다.
영종도로 이제 출발해봤어요.
아, 네. 아유, 부평 갔으니까 영종도 뭐 한 3분이면 가겠구만. 근데 왜 순정남이죠?
제가 19살 때부터 사귀던 여자친구가 있는데 아직까지 사귀고 있거든요. 거의 7년 반 됐을 거예요. 6년 반, 7년? 네, 그 정도 됐어요.
그럼 첫사랑? 오케이.
아니 그냥 첫사랑이라고 했겠다 나 같으면.
이미지 쇄신?
항상 저에 대한 질문은 그거예요. 성격이 어떠냐.
아 근데 그게 모르고 한 거잖아. sorry. 내가 자세히 몰라가지고.
나 나무위키나 있습니다.
사과했잖아.
본인의 외모 티어가 울산에서 몇이라고 생각하십니까?
1티어 하지 않았을까요?
혹시 눈의 꽃 한번 한 소절 불러주실 수 있나요?
어느새 길어진 그림자를 따라서 아닙니다.
네, 나오시면
그 정도 도착했습니다, 여러분.
아, 영정도 도착했나요?
고속으로.
5분 걸렸네요. 네. 영정도 박효신. 박효신 하면 떠오르는 사람 한 명 있잖아요.
누구지?
꽃미남 프로게이머.
꽃미남 프로게이머?
예.
페이? 페이는 저력하시죠?
미친아. 와! 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 진짜 바뀌셨어요.
와. 되게 오랜만이에요. 잘 지내셨어요?
저 밖에서 이러고 서 있었어요.
저희 다 그랬어요.
다 그랬어요. 너무 오랜만에 얼굴을 비춰가지고 뭐라고 말을 해야 될지 모르겠는데 예전에 프로게이머로 활동했던 에이스입니다. 그렇습니다.
혹시 나이가 몇 년생이죠?
제가 95년생이에요.
뭐야, 내가 형이야? 아, 진짜?
프로님이 94.
저 빠른 94.
빠른 94. 빠른. 저 98.
빠른 안 쳐도 94예요. 나 빠른 지금 93이야.
근데 리치님. 예, 저는 98입니다.
여기가 제일 젊을 거예요.
근데 제가 처음에 들은 게 저는 처음에 들은 게 로치님이 나온다고.
로치, 리치.
잘못 들으신 것 같은데. 제가 찾아봤는데 로치님은 SKT에 계신데.
그렇죠.
SKT
지금 코치하고 있죠.
아니 뭐지 했는데 리치님.
저희가 사전 미팅 중에 롤판에서 외모로 티어가 몇 순위냐고 여쭤봤더니 자기가 1등이에요.
이런 말을 저 1등은 아닌 것 같고요.
1등은 누군가요, 그럼?
제 기준에서 이제 되게 덕담이가 요즘은 좀 살이 쪄가지고 진짜 잘생겼었거든요.
요새 뭐 하셨어요? 롤 좀 했어요?
저 롤 좀 했죠. 이번에 리플레이 섭외 받고 현재 티어가 어떻게 되시는지. 티어요? 네. 많이 부족할 것 같은데 지금 티어가 다이아 1위.
얼마나 했어요?
몇 판 하셨어요? 지금 한 100판 한 것 같은데. 100판 한 것 같은데. 마스터를 한번 갔다가.
제 나이는 아니라서. 제 나이 아니라서 상관은 없는데.
전 정글만 괜찮으면 됩니다.
저는 정글만 괜찮으면 되는데, 정글 일단 롤 한 판도 안 했을 것 같은데.
그러면 혹시 어떤 마음가짐으로 보내셨어요?
원래는 안 나갈까 쪽으로 마음이 좀 많이 기울었다가 스타크에서 그냥 게임 한번 할 수 있으니까 좀 편한 마음으로 놀러 가자? 약간 이런 마음으로 나왔어요.
혼자 말하고 오세요.
얼추 외우지.
안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 내가 꼴등이었어? 나 1등인 줄 알았는데?
형 똑같네요. 그대로네요, 그냥.
너도 똑같은데? 보통 프로게이머 애들은 거의 다 안 바뀌더라고.
그러니까요.
우선은 인사 보내주세요. 방금 누꺼마.
네, 제 닉네임 방배동 진꺽마고 최선을 다해서 리플레이 팀의 1승을 가져오도록 하겠습니다. 사실 이거 필살기 아니에요? 아니 근데 저는 낚였어요 진짜. 어떻게 낚았는데? 아니 저는 진짜 현혹들 온다 진짜 진지하게 프로 복귀를 희망하는 사람들이 한다.
나는 현역이긴 해 일단은.
형 현역 아니잖아요. 형 이기는 졌잖아요.
아니, 나 현역 갔다 왔는데?
아 그렇게 말하면 또.
여기는 현역 아니잖아요. 아니 생각해보니까 여기는 이제 다시 팀 구해야 되는. 네. 그러니까 열심히 해야 되고 프로도 이제 다시 프로 복귀한다고 해서 열심히 해야 되고. 지민이도 프로 다시 복귀하는 거야?
괜찮다 이거.
저는 이제 코치를 하고 싶어가지고. 뭐 하고 지내셨어요, 저는 제 집에서 이제 와이프랑 예전에 신혼여행도 못 갔고 좀 여행도 좀 다니고 집에서 좀 놀고 먹고 쉬고 있습니다. 네.
놀고 먹고 쉬는데 왜 롤은 안 해요? 왜 롤은 안 해요? 저 리플레이 서버 이거 들어간 지 한 2주는 됐을 텐데.
너 몇 점인데?
저도 근데 바빠가 이틀밖에 못했어요.
몇 점인데?
이틀 했으니까 당연히 다 해야죠.
아니 뭐 이틀 한 사람이 이렇게 썸을 내고 있어?
이틀이랑 두 판은 완전 다르죠.
걱정하지 마. 나는 그냥 하면은 그냥 바로 오르거든.
근데 정글은 피지컬 필요 없긴 해.
뭔 소리야? 정글이 요새 피지컬 메타인데.
형 요즘 메타 알아요?
요즘 메타 뭔데?
요즘 그냥 그 니달리 카서스 그거 그냥 나 걔가 안 간다?
저 근데 옛날부터 동빈이 형이랑 해보고 싶었어요.
왜? 이유가 뭔데?
그냥 형 되게 시팅을 너무 잘해줘가지고 항상 그 부시 역갱 엄청 잘 보여.
근데 지금은 이제 요즘 부시 대기 하면 정글이 그냥 끝나버리거든.
그건 맞아요.
그 생각했어요 방금.
아 그래?
네.
아 이거 벌써 알지?
예,
메타 파악 이미 돼 있잖아. 현역이 아닌 정글러 중에는
제일 잘해요?
지금 이래 보여도 내가 제일 잘 할 수
난
있다고
동빈이
생각해.
형 믿어. 동빈이 형 우승러잖아요.
이제 마지막 목적지 인제를 향해서 출발하도록 하겠습니다.
인제는 얼마나 걸리죠?
진짜 가나요 근데?
진짜 갑니다.
가짜예요 진짜예요?
저희 마지막 멤버를 만나러 가는 길인데요. 우리가 그대로 가는 걸 전혀 모르고 계세요.
진짜요?
네. 저희가 어떻게 하면 님이 깜짝 놀랄 수 있을지를 조금 얘기를 해서.
저는 걔 성격을 알지만 되게 무덤덤해 할 것 같은 깜짝 놀랄 애가 아니에요 절대.
깜짝 놀랄 것도 없이 저녁날에 다짜고짜 쳐놓으면
어이없어 할 것 같은데?
좀
저희 도착 시간이 언제예요?
시간 40분
2시간 40분 나왔다고?
여행이 될 거니까 여러분의 양도 건강을 위해서 따끈한 운전한데 편하게 주무셔서 수고하셨습니다.
근데 강원도가 그렇게 멀구나.
가까운 데 가는 줄 알았는데 먼 데 가는구나.
우리가
저희 마지막 포들이 근무하고 있는 부대에 도착했습니다.
와.
아니 반응이 왜 이래요 오늘? 우리 마지막 원딜 왕자 찾으러 왔는데 이렇게 반응이.
이제 어떻게 하지? 텐션이 안 올라오네. 오 빡세다.
근데 어떻게 서프라이즈 해주실 건지 정하셨어요?
저희 귀염둥이 막내가 정했어요. 저 얼굴도 모르실 텐데.
이건 프로가 해야지.
친분이 있으신 분이 해야지. 이런 거는 막내가 해야.
여기 무드가 없어. 친구 저녁하는데 왜 감독님?
뭐 좋을 게 있나요 저희가?
저희는 좋을 게 없어요.
아 그래도 원딜이 제일 중요한 포지션인데
롤을 한 판도 안 하는 애라서 여기 두 판은 해봤는데 여기 환호하면 좋아해 줄 거야. 그래서 와 이러겠지 뭐. 누구 나오는데요? 누구 나오는데요? 와! 와!
살이 홀쭉한데?
포를 당해가지고 누구한테? 회장님, 멤버님이 밖에 뭐가 있대요. 아 정말.
축하드립니다.
아니 우리 원딜이 프레이였어?
종이님 전역하셨는데 우리 카메라 보고 팬분들한테 저용시고 한번 해주세요. 카메라.
아 근데 이런 거 하니? 아우.
충당 우선 충성. 경찰 김종희 6월 4일부로 전역을 명받았습니다. 기다려주셔서 고맙습니다.
너무 부끄럽다 이거 근데. 전 아예 몰랐었고 서영이도 근데 아무 얘기도 안 해준대요. 넌 그때 알고 있었어? 며칠 전에?
나 알고 있었어.
근데 나한테 모른 척 한 거야?
말하지 말래.
아. 그래서 부모님한테 전화해보니까 엄마가 가고 있어 그러는 거예요. 그래서 잠 막 덜 깬 목소리로 그래서 그래서 그때 알았죠. 그냥 이거 와 있구나.
그래서 멤버들 보니까 어떠세요?
마음에 들어요?
너무 만족해요. 그 뭐 답정너 아닌가요 이거? 동빈이 형 일단 선수는 맞잖아요. 너무 만족스럽어요.
중요한 거 알려줘? 동빈이 형 이번 연도 롤 2판 했어.
나랑 비슷한데?
진짜 너무 좋아.
연인이다.
들어가는 거 아닌가? 여기에요?
뭐야?
형 또 언제 준비했대?
와 되게 연예인 같아서 그냥 되게 부끄럽네.
자, 지금부터 리플레이 시즌3 창단식을 시작하겠습니다.
너무 행복해.
자, 첫 번째 순서는 리플레이 시즌3 팀명과 유니폼을 공개하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 나와주세요.
입고 있어. 와 뭐야 이거 거의 VIP 룸인데 이거. 와. 시원하다.
청춘 불패 아니야 이거? 자, 저희가 이번에는 팀명을 정해드렸어요. 유니폼 뒤를 보시면 한자가 쓰여 있는데 저 한자 읽을 줄 아시는
난 진짜 하나도 몰라.
세 번째 량.
맞죠? 와 어떻게 알았냐? 량 세 번째 들어가는 나는 사조성 이런 거 모르겠는데?
몰라?
없어요. 우리 그 정도로 가방끈이 길지 않아.
팀명은 은퇴양난입니다.
은퇴양난.
은퇴냐 복귀냐 더 이상 물러날 곳이 없는 여러분들한테 딱 맞는 팀명이라 생각해서 팀명을 은퇴양난이라 지었습니다.
이게 어떻게 나도 많이 물러나 있긴 해.
그리고 이어서 가슴팍을 한번 볼게요. 저게 저희 팀 로고입니다.
심플하고 좋은데요?
은퇴양난의 난에서 따온 거고요. 꽃이 그려져 있어요. 여러분들의 은퇴양난의 상황에서 꽃길만을 걸을 수 있기를 저희가 바라는 마음으로 이런 로고를 만들었습니다.
그동안 3시간 생각하셨을 텐데. 멋있다. 멋있다. 근데 사이즈 딱이다. 이거 뭐 거의 근데 약간 원래 어디 팀창단 취임하면 이렇게 하고 하긴 하잖아요.
맞지.
네.
하나, 둘, 셋. 찰칵.
와 근데 이게 그러니까 이름 로고 박힌 거 옷 진짜 오랜만에 입어보긴 하겠다.
너무 좋아요.
자, 이번엔 다음 순서로 우리 은퇴양난 팀의 주장을 선정할 시간입니다.
투표인가요?
진짜 다행이다. 근데 여기 내가 나이가 제일 안 많잖아.
아니 근데 나는
저희 감독님.
근데 이런 식으로
나
가는 게
진짜 다행이네. 네.
주인공이 따로 있다고 생각해서
오늘만 주인공이니까.
오늘만 봐도 지금
형 이미 고개
할 뻔했는데 솔직히 막내가 하는 게 좋을 것 같아. 현역인데 정말 DNA들이
예?
그리고
롤 무관이기 때문에 무관이면서 나이가 제일 많고 저희를 이끌어줄 수 있는 사람.
저도 굉장히 냉철하게 게임을 바라볼 수 있는 사람.
저도 같은 생각입니다.
과반수.
부담 갖지 마요.
아니 지겨워. 이런 거 지겨워.
근데 형 입꼬리 너무 올라가 있어.
그럼 내가 그러면 주장이니까 급한 그대로 유지해도 되는 거지?
너무 좋아.
뭐 이기기만 하면 저희 사.
난 너무 좋아. 그대로 가.
자, 그러면 주장은 스포님 박수.
다행이다. 여기는 형이 아니구나 내가.
자, 우리 그러면은 주장도 정해졌으니까 오늘 창단식의 마지막 순서로 경단 커팅식이 있겠습니다.
경단식? 경단식이 뭐임?
같은 거 이렇게.
앞에 CG로 해주시나 보다. 가루 삼겹살입니다. 예?
진짜 경단이네. 좋다. 여기 아침도 챙겨주네. 자, 여러분들 접시에 놓인 경단을 들어주시기 바랍니다. 자, 지금부터 앞에 놓인 경단을 자르는 순간 여러분들의 경력 단절은 끝이 납니다. 그래서 경단이에요.
경력 단절.
좋습니다.
좋다.
자, 그러면 경단을 커팅하기 전에 우리 주장 스코어님의 풀스타표 말씀을 들어보겠습니다.
좋다.
든든하다.
풀스타표?
하루에 3판 하겠습니다.
자, 그럼 저희 뭐 이번에 3시즌인가요? 뭐 3번째 시즌은 이기고 마무리 짓겠습니다. 승리를 위해.
뭐야! 자르면 되나요? 꼬띵. 예?
먹여주세요.
아. 우리 이런 거 안 하면 친해지길 바래야 돼 이거. 넣어도 되나?
아,
혼자 먹겠습니다.
저 혼자 먹을게요.
하나 더 먹어. 아.
미드는 다 먹어야 돼.
와 진짜 먼 길 하셨네 여기. 너무 덥다.
근데 우리가 2군 애들 이기면 2군 애들 어떡해?
아까 이거 그러면 이길 수 있을 것 같은데 그냥 열심히 하면. 아까 이거 그러면 이길 수 있을 것 같은데 그냥 열심히 하면.
이번에 좀 다른 거
아, 일단 여기 현역 한 명 있는데 샵이 요새 그 쌤픽 많이 하죠. 스카너 빼고는 쌤픽 아니야?
카마 빼고 그렇죠. 럼블 투페 카메 이런 거 나오는데.
답은 뭐 그냥 무한스킬 아닌가요? 뭐?
다 이거 넣을게요.
난 일단 다 돼.
아까 마우카이 제조하니 안 된다.
마우스 해줘도 안 돼.
나 이런 걸 열심히 해야 돼서 좀 마음에 들어.
네, 그래도 첫 촬영부터 빡센 애들 잡아주진 않겠죠.
바로 2군이랑 할걸요? 바로 2군이랑 하지 않나요?
근데 전 시즌 팀은 3군 한 판이었어요. 전 시즌 팀 섭외해주면 안 돼.
전 시즌 팀 좋다. 전 시즌 팀 섭외해서 전 시즌 팀 밴드 카페 고 가자.
전 시즌 팀 하면 이길 수 있을 것 같아요? 당연히 이기죠. 누구야? 당연히 이기죠. 누구야? 저희 주장님.
아, 저 아무 말 안 해요. 아, 저 앰비션 빡세요. 열심히 하는데 게임.
아, 네, 안녕하세요. 네, 앰비션입니다. 네. 여기 딱 사이즈 보니까 우리 덤빈이가 좀 고생 좀 할 것 같은데 팀에 민폐 끼치지 말자.
아니, 근데 점수가 제가 더 높더라고요.
덤빈아, 어깨 동무하지 마라. 어디 형한테.
저번에 형님빵 졌지만 오늘 이기면 또 형님 바뀌는 거 아닙니까?
처음 보는 그런 돌진의 유머.
그리고 안 간만에 바텀 라인들을 이겨본 게 정말 오랜만이어서
제가 더 잘하지 않았나.
안 돼, 안 돼.
아, 이 리플레이가 생각보다 쉽지 않아요. 네, 춘천으로 갈게요. 가까이 같이 가시죠. 알겠습니다.
가는 길이죠?
가는 길이죠?
아.
서울 춘천 닭갈비도 맛있는데.
어차피 서울 가는 길이에요.
먹어봅시다.
보세요.
아야, 농담이에요.
이거 제가
많다.
이거 이겼어요?
아니 이거는 정신없이 가겠다. 뭐 이런 거 하면.
계획 있으세요?
아니 이거 한다는 거 자체가 그냥 제 계획. 저 원래 진짜 이런 계획을 아예 안 잡거든요. 그래서 제가 뭐 이런 섭외도 잘 안 받는 게 그냥 뭔가 일정을 그냥 잡는 걸 싫어해요. 아 근데 진짜 피디님 너무 꾸준하셔가지고 리플레이 그냥 매화 올라올 때마다 그냥 나한테 아니 근데 애초에 얘기하기 전에 보고 있었어요.
오.
근데 좀 그 형님들이 좀 많이 쉬었던 상태여가지고 좀 아쉽다 딱 그 정도였죠.
내가 하면 좀 더.
하고 뭐 당연한 거 아니에요.
오.
이제 이러고 집 가는 거지 우리? 어디 다른 데 안 가는 거죠?
거기가 또 아쉽구나.
너무 아쉽긴 한데
바나나 보트 한번.
재정
그런 거 좋아해요? 다 궁금하다. 그런 거 좋아하세요? 바로 가.
액티비티 너무 좋아요.
좋아요?
바로 번지 점프.
아, 목 아파가지고.
김민이 좋아요?
좋다.
제일 답을 있어. 이거 원래 좋아하는 티 내야지 않다 이거. 싫어하는 티 내면 갑자기 눈 떠 있으면 저기 빠지가 있다 이거. 명석기 있다 우리.
이렇게 반응이 좋을 줄 알았으면 더 스펙타클하게 준비할 거였다.
갑시다.
고맙습니다.
아 그럼. 잘 먹습니다.
darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows, shadows. chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
디플러스 기아 화이팅! DK 화이팅! 디플러스 기아 화이팅! 펜시로서 화이팅! 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. We got KT Rolster up against D plus Kia. And if you guys watched these two face off in spring, every single time it was 45-minute games, 3 games every series, and it was just chaos every single time. So we're in for a banger, no doubt, although KT did look a little bit weak against Kwangdong Freaks, so that might bring down the intensity a little bit if they don't kind of step up tonight.
They're playing with an emergency sub of casting. Hirai mentioned in an interview that they haven't really practiced with casting in the main roster. I feel like he wasn't an issue necessarily in terms of the loss to Kwangdong Freaks, but he wasn't the savior of KT either. So definitely some synergy issues, I think, showing up here. KT starting off the season with an 0-1, and the performance we saw from D+ upsetting HLE could lead us to a world where that trend of the crazy, Game 3 series doesn't continue. D+ takes a 2-0, KT drops down to 0-4. That's kind of how I'm feeling this is going to go. I was a KT predictor at the beginning of the week, but after the performance we saw from KT versus a phenomenal performance from D+, right now, I give the edge to D+.
Yeah, I think you have to. I mean, taking out Hamalife Esports is no easy feat for DK. KT's still looking for the first win, and DK aiming for a win streak. 2 teams facing playoff teams back-to-back. They must win today to boost their momentum. I'm sure that for D plus Kia, with how strong they looked against Hamalife Esports, they're going to be in a much better mental state, whereas, you mentioned, casting, he wasn't bad per se, but even just one player mixing things up can really change everything, as it is the KT Spring Playoff Round 1 Revenge match.
Yeah, we did see a lot of, people who believed in KT last time around. As you can see here, Chronicle even going for a 3-0 as an outlier there, but Jonas Strong and
wow, way to call him out.
I mean, I was 3-1, I'm not that different, but
True. I was the best of it. I was 3-2. I saw the lines. Yeah. I was also wrong.
I mean, the truth is, Perfect supposedly has health issues, right? And this is something that's propped up some discussion because he's still playing in CL. So, it's a little bit odd of a substitution here, but perhaps with the bigger, more important matches in LCK, Hirai has decided that it's a better and safer fit to put casting in this environment. Perfect might actually not be able to perform or get really stressed out, obviously, under the pressure here in this big match.
Yeah, for sure. Well, guys, we have an opening interview for this matchup, so let's take a look at that right now.
KT와 디플러스에 대한 공통점은
신인과 베테랑의 구성?
이제 스프링 시즌에 저희랑 DK랑 경기할 때마다 풀세트 접점을 갔었는데 플레이오프 DK전 치고 많이 느꼈거든요. 되게 많이 허탈했던 것 같고
스프링 때는 결국에 마지막에 저희 팀이 웃었어가지고 썸머 때도 우리가 그대로 웃었으면 좋겠고 혁규 형 이제 양보할 때도 된 것 같아요. 네, 혁규 형.
DK 자체가 좀 강팀으로 불리려면은 무조건 이겨야 되는 상대라고 생각해서 지면 멀지 못 간다는 생각으로 준비하겠습니다. 하람아, 스프링엔 행복했니? 서머에는 KT가 그리워지게 만들어줄게.
보성이 형, 나는 KT가 그립진 않은데 형은 나를 그리워할 거야. 디플러스 기아의 매직쇼에 KT를 초대합니다.
이제 여름이 다가오는데 썸머의 KT 보여드리겠습니다. 썸머의 KT 출발!
이번 여름 후회 없이 붙여보겠습니다. Let the show begin!
Well, there you have it. A lot of different players have played with each other on both of these rosters as well, just making this rivalry even more enticing as we are going to have the players walk out here on stage. KT led by Casting, as you mentioned, filling in for Perfect, and we'll see if they can get their synergy better here for an even more important matchup after losing that first one.
I mean, Casting has leveled up a lot since his early CL days, and he and Perfect both, I think, are very strong top laners. I mean, are they the best that you could offer in Challengers? I'd say they're towards the upper echelon. KT having that win in Spring in Challengers as well. So it's not like this is going to be a huge dent, a huge hole, a void for KT by any means. But we've just got to see better synergy. And Barrel, he was doing Barrel things in the last series as well, trying to turn the game around by looking for some optimistic engages. And I just want to see a better KT roster tonight than what we saw earlier this week.
Yeah, well, they did take that loss, so maybe they're very much trying to level up for this team on the opposite side, D plus Kia, who took out Hamalife Esports, and they looked fantastic doing it. It was a 2-1 victory, so it was a close series still, but for a long time in the LCK in Spring, it was like 2 teams at the top, and then it became 3 teams at the top as Hamalife Esports became a real challenger. And for DK to take them out this early, maybe we're going to have a top 4 potentially forming here if DK can join them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the dream, right? I mean, this team has been one of our world's teams since they joined the LCK, right? And top 4 is what you want to aim for. Now, the one thing that I really took away from that Hanwha series was the dominant Game 1 performance. Chronicler pointed it out on the cast that day. We often see D+ get early leads and then trip over their shoelaces in the mid to late game, can't set up team fights, can't 5v5. They played a very strong mid-game, pushed their advantages, almost had a perfect game against Hanwha. That's the kind of D+ we've been looking for. Take a look at the record between these two teams. As mentioned, it has gone the distance every time this year so far. Game 3, then ultimately Game 5 in round 1 of the playoffs in Spring. So a very contentious matchup between these two, but if the first week of play is anything to go by, huge edge to D+.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that might begin to get in the heads of KT as well. Once it's not just a normal match anymore, right? It really has to affect your mentality going into some of these series, just knowing the history, the recent history, and how things have gone for your team against specifically DK. And excited things for the side of D+ Kia fans, not just the win over Hamalife Esports, but the fact that they are really coming together as a team. Lucid's beginning to really get comfortable in the LCK. Aiming and Kellen were able to step it up as well in that series, which were a little bit of a weak point in Spring. So definitely could become one of our really strong teams here in the LCK and really challenge that top echelon. So just going to have to wait and see if they can topple KT first.
It's also too early to judge KT based on that upset loss to Kwangdong Freaks. Kwangdong have been looking better as well, and Kwangdong, you know, a bit of a shakier series earlier today, but I think it's a stronger Kwangdong again than what we've seen oftentimes, and KT have a substitute player, and the meta is still evolving, still shifting, so let's see if they can bounce back in a big way here. I think it would be a huge statement. The same way losing to Kwangdong was a statement in the wrong direction. Maybe they can revitalize fan hope here at the end of week 1. As we do have Someday and Pawn here, KT inviting them down to the arena.
Yeah. Always fun to see.
Draft-wise here, I really feel like this is a great meta for the side of D+. You have Lucid, who's been fantastic at AP junglers in the past, loves carry jungle, and on the side of Pyoshik, you know, he's got a quite versatile champion pool, but it's usually not on the AP side, you know, known for picks like the Kindred, you know, and Lilia in the past, to be fair, but
Rammus.
True. But
don't forget, never forget.
I forgot, but thank you for reminding me.
Yeah. That's what I'm here for, to make sure nobody ever forgets that Pyosik played 2 games of Rammus in spring. Yeah, and Lucid is basically like just playing Lee Sin Vi. He's just kind of playing his own champion pool still. So I really love the Vi first ban here from KT. I think that's absolutely necessary when you are playing into Lucid. Not only is it Lucid, but it's just a really strong pick. So take that away. They're also taking away his Maokai.
It was not one of his stronger picks, but one that he has a lot of experience on. And a pick that our top teams have been prioritizing quite a lot, Cuz also playing a ton of it. So I do think this is a ban that makes sense, and they're continuing to target Lucid in this draft. The Senna is gone already here. Now, the Rumble Skarner that we saw in the previous series, not entirely sure that's going to be going through, as I think for casting it would be a pretty big opportunity to pick up the Skarner if it left open. We'll have a lot of agency there, but we'll have a fairly low impact laning phase even if he falls behind. Tristana banned instead of the Rumble here, so we might have that handshake once again. It's up to D+.
It really is up to them. The Corki also, you know, kind of the next step in terms of AD mids. Kalista also a big consideration. And there's a lot of stuff to ban. You might want to leave some options open for yourself. I'm not sure what you would target here. The Nautilus is good. I think that's a good red side ban. Nautilus is still very strong. And that does mean the Kalista will go through, though, so that's deft on Kalista here for game 1.
Feels very strong, though, for KT, because they banned the Nautilus after also banning Senna. Not that Nautilus is weak by any means with other AD carries. Very strong, in fact. But if they take the Skarner here, you have the Rumble answer. If they take the Rumble, you can feel comfortable with Skarner because you already have the Kalista, in theory, winning bottom lane. So this does feel very nice for KT right now on blue side. The Skarner does come through.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're going to Skarner Rumble. They will take away BDD's Talia, which is a strong move here, though.
That is very, very smart. It was banned all 3 games in the first series of the day, and I think Talia is just in a really good spot. I said before, it's Def Kalista, could also be Barrels Kalista. We have seen Keria play it a bunch, but not the standard at this point in time. Just throwing it out there, as it is still potentially flexible. Sejuani
does not indicate a Rumble pick. I mean, it's certainly still possible, but we have seen some of our teams rely on the Sejuani, some junglers who are a little bit less comfortable with other meta picks. But a team like KT usually would be looking for something with the Permafrost, but they will lock it just the same here. So Rumble, the answer to this Skarner. Now, with the AP top lane, you do open up stuff like Yone mid, for example, even though the Tristana is banned. Corki is still very viable, will likely get banned here. So I'm curious how KT is going to really shape up the second part of this draft, as it looks like grabbing an engage support here before all of those get taken off the board is going to be the game plan.
Oh boy.
Or not.
Imagine playing Kalista into not only Talia, but also Poppy. And it's not the only champ that has a dash and loves to be in melee range. They also have Sejuani. That is a really rough 2 champion combo, I think, for KT to deal with already.
Yeah, that is quite tricky. They're going to try to limit what aiming can play in this bottom lane that can deal with the Kalista. The Lucian is banned away now. The Varus might get a look here. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, banning strong picks for the Kalista. The Renata, the Blitzcrank has been quite popular these days as well, but Blind at the moment, I'm not sure if they're going to ban that. If they lock the Blitzcrank in, they wouldn't necessarily know what they're laning up against just yet.
Yeah.
So a tough call to make. We'll see what they go with. It's the Rel instead, which is similar vein here in terms of engaged supports in that bottom lane. See if they want to take the Varus away here. The Ashe is already banned by D+. Zeri will be the option. They have a really strong front line.
No Vi, no Nautilus already, so could have been a really strong R4 pick for aiming, who we know can play the Zeri to really high levels. So I think that's a good look as well, but that does leave the Varus, who we're talking about, available, and
yeah,
you know, already a lot of AP in your lineup.
My concern with the Zeri would have been that obviously it's tough to lane against a Kalista lane with the Zeri, but if you get through it, it's fantastic. They'll take the Corki here as well now, so some flexibility with this pick, allowing it to go into the bottom lane. The Talia already locked that. Yone, I mentioned, BD has pulled this one out several times with the Sejuani lock in here. It's got a lot of great permafrost synergy, can be very strong into the Talia, but again, another dash scenario here with the Talia rock, so very risky, and if you go in, and the shot comes through, Poppy, etc., I feel like if you just put your hand over the D+ draft, you're like, well, this looks quite nice. Yeah, but if you remove your hand away, you're like, ooh, I'm not sure about that.
At this point, it's like, okay, well, we've already given over these two insanely good picks. Let's just commit even farther into this rabbit hole that we have already dug ourselves into. And Nico's going to be similar in terms of sending it for hard engage, but it is a fantastic combo with the Kalista down there on the bottom side. So
this feels very experimental for KT. Like once the Poppy came through, I think they were like, oh, I guess we do it anyways. Let's limit test this, and if we add more and more engage options, maybe one of them will get through, because Poppy can't block everything. And
you know, they could have potentially put the Corki mid. I don't think you wanted to do that, but you could have gone like Corki mid, Talia jungle, Poppy support, and then like pull out some weird 80 carries the final slot. But
Skarner support is also like not impossible, but I thought about it. But here's my main concern with the draft here of D+ is the Corki in the bottom lane. Everything else seems super robust, everything seems super strong, but you're laning into Nico Kalista with Corki bot lane, and yes, the Leona will help discourage dives and can be quite strong if she can land her Zenith Blade. There are ways with the armor shred from Corki to actually trade well in that lane, but you're going to get pushed in. You're going to have a tough time. The Sejuani can have a huge impact there. Pioshik just continues to play around bottom lane, and that's where things get a little bit shaky for me. Outside of that, though, I do feel like the draft here for D+ is overall, as long as they get through that bottom lane, a very strong draft that's well-rounded and is super strong specifically into all of the engage KT decided to go for. So
this does feel like one of those things where it's like, okay, if drafting was rock, paper, scissors, KT Rolster have the rock and D+ Kia have the paper. But they're going to try to cover this engage.
Yeah, the part of the rock, paper, scissors is like the rock is a little bit, weak on the bottom lane here. If the scissors are trying to cut through, maybe it can cut through. It's up to the Kalista.
We'll see how it goes here. Either way, game number 1 is ready to go. Let's hop onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game number 1, and Deft is in a precarious situation, but the Corki's going to be the first one to run in there, so I mean, you had to kind of get vision first before you committed any flashes over the wall anyway, and so Deft just gets out scot-free.
Would have been disastrous had he been caught by a Zenith Blade or something like that, but we'll just be fine. We'll get that ward up into the pit as well. That's going to be a ward dropped here in the river for KT, so see they're just lurking around. Kellen identifies this. It's just a little bit of a vision battle here. As, the setup in bottom lane, you have the heal for Barrel and it gives some additional movement speed, as, that's how this goes. We are still lurking.
Yeah. Just a bunch of lurkers on the Rift.
Hope they have detection.
Well, that's going to be Lucid. Hello. Pyoshik's coming over here, but there's 3 members of DK in the face of Pyoshik, who's like, well, I guess I'm going to blue buff.
Well, this will allow at least Deft and Barrel to hard push bottom and crash this wave in, so it's not without sacrifice here, as this is great for Lucid, but not so great for aiming. And yeah, I mean, ultimately it's not going to be horrible, but it is not great.
Here they come onto the red buff as well.
Yeah, like, I don't...
Lucid pretty slow on this one. And he's level 2. There's 4 people on the side of KT that are coming in here. He is going to smite it, but he knows he is in a really rough spot and will accept his defeat. Although, Buckler picked up, is going towards the turrets. He is going to flash in between. He's actually trying to escape here. And you know what? I mean, oh no,
blast
cone! Not the blast cone, don't do it to me. Lucid's still on the run here. He does not have his W. And Pyoshik is going all the way around, but Lucid has fooled him, and now he's just going to start his blue. Are you kidding me?
He's going to get away with it now. A very expensive move here. He loses Flash, nearly loses his life, but the Flash is perfect. Meanwhile...
going in here. Level 2 was aiming. But yeah, Lucid's just going to start this one up. And I mean, Pyoshik might have just assumed he got into a brush somewhere and backed, but this is about to get really...
This is crazy.
Insane once again. And Pyoshik... gonna see his blue buff going down. He's like, you really stayed. A bunch of question mark pings and another engage in the bottom lane. Kellen might be in a little bit of trouble. Does get rended, but at the end of the day, it's still a good trade.
Pyoshik is hunting, man. He wants this. He has flash advantage and he knows it.
He's down a level. I don't think level 2 Sejuani can really fight 1v1.
Now, he's at less than half level 2. He might be in trouble as well.
Lucid has smite, and so Lucid holds on to his buff. Now,
Pyoshik is game over, man.
Pyoshik doesn't have a buff.
He doesn't have a buff. He's got squad, man. He's got no money. And this is disastrous. Meanwhile, aiming, able to get off with the roam down here.
Are we going to see a Corki gank in this game as well?
Yes. The answer is yes.
What universe are we living in right now? Oh, that we've seen. It's not good. He's just going to back. But Pyoshik is on 2.5 camps.
Yeah, he lost his whole jungle, is now just going to go get sad Krugs. Consolation
Oh,
Krugs.
no, not consolation Krugs.
You know, consolation Krugs. So it's what happens. And
Consolodes.
Oh, no. They really did it to him. They really did it to him.
This is, of course, your very standard Poppy jungle pathing. Enemy Raptors into red buff to enemy blue buff.
The craziest thing about all of this, too, and the decision for Lucid to come back in there and take that blue buff as... Okay, I'm worried about talking about this. The Hex Flash can be used defensively. Is that he didn't have a sweep or anything, too. He just had the ultimate nerves, and he was like, I'm flash this. Pyoshik has no idea. I'm just going to risk it. If there's a ward here, I die. There wasn't. Man, he reasonably could assume that there wouldn't be, considering how the game started and where they were pathing and where they started. So he could have reasonably sussed that out. But he took a huge risk. It pays off massively here. But there is a world where if Pyoshik does something a little bit differently, hold up.
Pyoshik, he is going to have some support, but he actually, first roam is coming over from Talia. Pyoshik, I think, might just be dead, but the W does come out early from Lucid, and the Dragon is going to push him away, so... Yeah, not able to deny that, but Pyoshik does have to flash to survive, and he's still down a level and like 5 camps at this point.
Yeah, Crab's going to go over to Lucid here as well. We'll clear up some vision. And we could be living in a world where Lucid's risk doesn't pay off, or he doesn't flash as perfectly and he dies, and it's the exact opposite scenario, and we're not seeing his phrases. BDD misses the ult.
Yeah, just flashing from Showmaker, and now we got Lucid looking to get over the wall. You can see Showmaker trying to push. And let's see how this one goes down. Jonas Strong keeping it.
See that pet?
Here we go. Here we go. Hex flash over the wall. BDD. The W comes down. Yeah, he's just going to flash away. And that is another summoner taken away from the members of KT by Lucid.
And Lucid, this early game, I mean, we didn't see as much dominance from Lucid in Spring as the tales we told of CL were.
We told a lot of tales, by the way. We got Impale. He is just in so much trouble. Casting is going to flash, though, and he does get away. But, man, that's the worst scenario against a Skarner.
This is the most action with no kills I feel like I've ever seen.
But great. That's awesome.
Just going back to the Lucid point here, he has been so fan. Okay,
no Lucian point, Wolf. No Lucian point. Barrel's dead. Okay, down he goes. First blood goes to Kellen, and Deft has to flash away as well. Barrel not having his flash. Okay. Okay. All right. Surely there's no more action.
I mean, I'm looking around the mini-map.
Are they going to dive him? Yes. I mean, Kellen, yeah, he has Aftershock, but he is going to miss the Zenith Blade. So, okay. Not going to amount to too much.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate, but Deft likely would have been okay. Has Cleanse, of course, but won't have to use it. But Lucid's early games, okay, when he has pressure and his pathing, some of the intelligence decisions he's made in challengers, especially on, you know, AP junglers and fast farming junglers have been so good. I feel like we didn't get to see that much of it when he was on Sejuani and Maokai every game in spring season. But you give him even the Poppy in this case, and his team plays around that deny of Pioshik early, flash out, etc. He handled that situation so brilliantly.
Yeah.
And I'm really loving to see him actually finally get to showcase some of his early game potential here against a strong team like KT.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, this is what we were talking about before the game started, as now he's going to knock the Sejuani into the wall. W comes down, and you know what? Pioshik is just dead. He doesn't have his flash, and Lucian still has his. He gets away. BDD not able to punish in this 3v3. Barrel's still here. He's going to keep Kellen around as Deft is trying to help out, but at the end of the day, it's just a kill here, and now the wall's going to come down. Barrel has to flash away himself, as Lucid's like, come on, guys, let's just do the dragon instead.
This is so crazy, the aggression, and it's pulled a lot of the attention away for KT of that bottom lane. They haven't been able to really put the pressure onto Aiming or Kellen at all. They've kind of been forcing them out of lane non-stop. Sentinel here is going to get focused down. Nothing they could do to stop this dragon. BDD doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash, doesn't have any agency, and that's just going to go the way of D+ here. First dragon of the game. Going back to this moment here. Thinks he is okay because he checked the middle bush, but guess what? There's no vision in that third bush there on the top side of the bottom lane.
Yeah.
And that's where a lurking Leona is.
Kellen has been doing a lot of lurking Leona stuff. He just barely misses the Zenith Blade here, but Lucid does hit the corner of the wall. Nice flash away from BDD. And then they just don't have the firepower to really trade back.
Yeah. Good shove from Showmaker, who is significantly behind in CS at the moment, but has been making a lot of proactive plays at the same time in this lane. Hasn't been able to punish BDD. BDD has handled all of this pressure really well, all things considered. Finally, Deft is trying to do a thing in the bottom lane.
Deft doesn't have flash here, and Showmaker's already here. The root comes down onto Kellen, but I think he's still in a lot of trouble. Flash comes in, and Deft is just going to hold on to his cleanse. He knows he's 100% dead. That's another kill over to D+ Kia. That one going over to the Corki.
I mean, D+ are just running circles around KT this game. And Showmaker sacrificing more minions here. Doesn't have his teleport. It's nearly up. I mean, it's almost perfectly. It could have been calculated as more action.
Lucid's here, and Impale is on point, and you're not getting out of this one, casting. The knockup comes in, and with no flash available, the timing on the gank is perfect. And Skarner's so good at setting those up. Now, BDD and Pioshik trying to trade it back.
He's got flash, though.
Yeah, and this is Skarner, and the ult is just going to sail wide. Pioshik trying to get on in there onto Lucid, but it is stunned to come down actually underneath the turret, but Lucid barely going to go down with just the flail to get the job done.
Yeah, you can see Kellen headed to mid lane. Perhaps thought maybe you'd have to go topside to cover if they wanted to go for a second dive. But with all their tools used and no more buttons left, Kingen should be fine to clear the rest of this wave. So at least KT gets something back, but this bottom lane has been such a disaster, and it's the pressure point KT so desperately wanted to rely on. But D+ have just warped this game so hard to pull them out of the bottom lane, starting from the red buff. And I mean, this is actually, they just took casting and tied him to the back of a train, dragged him across the tracks, man.
It's a lot of interactive gameplay there.
A pull into a pull.
Into a push?
Yeah.
Into a knockup?
Now,
it's like a cheat code or something.
Clean here from BDD at near max range to set this one up with Pioshik. Pioshik will get the final hit there, so sadly for BDD, the kill doesn't go to him, but still a trade back of some kind, but it is not enough to say this game is anywhere near even. Still 20 CS up, Lucid in this game, significantly ahead on farm. And over here, you know, Deft and Barrel no control of the jungle, cannot apply any pressure to aiming. And they've been trying to, but they were punished last time, and they keep getting pulled out of this lane.
Yeah.
And Showmaker sacrificed a lot for this, but it's absolutely worth it.
Yeah. Here we go again. How many times? Okay, well, the Impale is going to miss this time. King a little bit unfortunate on that one. The angle a little bit strange, I suppose. But yeah, at the same time, they were thinking about going down towards the bottom side of the map. They do not elect to do that. But yeah, really the only reason KT is close to them in gold is because BDD is so far ahead in farm.
Yeah, he has a
mid lane.
bounty.
Yeah.
Which is kind of silly because that actually could backfire as well into KT if he ends up getting picked at any point. He just got the 1 assist, now the bounty's fallen off at least. But oof, nothing's going right here for KT.
Yeah.
The next stage of this for KT though is going to be the early team fight where they have the Yone, right? They have the Nico ultimate. Rumble ult still very powerful in the early game in terms of setting up objectives. So this next Dragon, for example, could be where they turn things around in a major way if D+ opt in and they end up winning that. Some first strike gold is going over to Casting here. Despite being killed earlier and forced to lose his flash, for example, he is putting the pressure on with Rumble quite well. Barrel coming up here now too as they look to swamp lanes. Casting has the teleports and go back to bottom if they get this pick.
And you can see King is taking some decent amount of damage. Deft just going to show up, and everybody is here. King just going to immediately dash away.
Should just
get out of dodge.
The TP to bottom now here for Casting. Although he wants to back first, so Aiming is just going to get free gold, and they will deny some farm as well. Deft is likewise getting plates on the top side here.
Yeah, I think that KT should be able to get first turret in the top side, just based on the health bars we were looking at. But this does mean that Lucid picks up a second Drake. Nice individual Drakes for the side of DK. His first turret will go the way of Deft, and might be followed up by Corki in the bottom side, although there is a big response. Nice seismic shove here from Showmaker, just to say no. And yeah, they get over here in time to actually stop this turret from going down.
I feel like this is a bit poor, though, by KT in terms of what they could have done with the teleport and the advantage top side. Like, they still lose a majority of this turret and lose the Dragon. Deft was going to get that turret no matter what. Barrel?
King just impaled the clone. The Barrel is in a lot of trouble, and he's just going to run away.
Look,
that's fine.
It happens, okay? They win the exchange. Like, Lucid gets red buff, it's fine. Now, BDD and Deft are with the Kalista power up here with the Yone. I mean, the two of them could do this pretty quickly, and Pyoshiga's rotating over with the Smite, so they will get away with this in turn, but we're a bit disappointed that the call for Casting was to buy Leandries and then just walk back bottom, and they never contested the Drake Prio whatsoever and just let the turret plates go, and now Aiming is in position to just take the whole thing out, so we'll still get the gold anyways. Not first brick, as you mentioned, but still, I feel like if Casting had just teleported bottom and ulted the wave, then could have actually just been fine. And it would have saved a lot of grief, but he wanted to get the Leandri so badly, but hasn't utilized it at all. Being very critical here, but I think KT had an opportunity to turn that into more than what they got. And they have, with that play though, equalized the gold, taken a slight lead, in fact.
BDD back with a bounty, this time larger than before. 200 extra gold if you take down BDD right now, who has 1 assist. You know, the way it's calculated. The teams are relatively close. He is very far ahead in farm, so that's the way it goes. The top lane also going pretty well for Casting in terms of farm, especially because Kinga was just pushed off of a turret. He didn't get to farm much himself. This Rift Herald that was secured by KT going to be thrown in mid. This isn't at a Drake timing or anything like that, but they would love to take down this tier 1.
Yeah, it would be massive. A lot of damage done to Aiming there as well. Good poke coming through.
Equalizer going to hit him. Oh, that knockback nearly catches Barrel. Probably would have meant his demise, but he does survive.
Have to kind of build Kalista like this with lethal tempo being out of the game now, and the poke is coming through. You can see that D+ really had to respect it there. Casting hasn't had to use that teleport that he saved when they left. You know, they did give that Dragon up, so that's one thing, that extra edge he does have. King can match him, of course, but just one thing to consider, as a lot of gold has been kind of snatched up on the map here by KT, and have brought this back in, and it's an Ocean Soul. So the two Dragons, while individually valuable, don't really threaten KT in a way where it's going to force them to take a fight they don't necessarily want to, or if it's bad game state, bad prio, they feel like they have to opt in. So things have looked a lot better for KT in these last 5 minutes.
Beryl just out in the middle of nowhere trying to get some deep wards in. That's a free kill. Goes over to aiming.
Caster Curse.
Not sure what the idea that was there, but yeah, kind of unfortunate. Didn't have any prio in mid, so that's kind of the biggest issue. Gets collapsed on really fast by the Poppy, who is just in general, very fast.
Kingen is doing the Raptors, by the way. And we're not going to see a teleport from casting, it looks like, to
could also just go in here on a Deft. I mean, Deft is all alone here. He does have Flash and Cleanse, but yeah, they're just going to leave that one as the teleport does come in from BDD. And now try to Showmaker, who is in a lot of trouble, but the rest of KT trying to close the distance and get in. They finally take out Showmaker, and now Kellen kind of left on his lonesome. Lucid the same, just going to ult the Rumble away. But this is a great fight for KT. They turn it around with a TP and pick up 2 kills.
Pretty optimistic against Deft there to try to look for that play as Kingen. If you have the follow-up instantly, it's much easier, but Deft had Cleanse. He also had Flash. He has a turret still standing there. Very difficult to pull that one off as tanky as Skarner is there. They just set up a scrappy fight that with a Yone Rumble composition and casting obviously had the teleport we mentioned just before to get in there. It was a very high-risk play, and I feel like it didn't need to be forced like the way that D+ tried to do it, as Kingen just couldn't resist the opportunity. This is moments before Beryl just trying to set up vision, but there's control. It wasn't it. He died. Kingen here, Deft has Cleanse and Flash, and is able to, after he gets stunned into the wall here, cleanse and back away, and even with the rocks, he can get away. And now things get really dicey, because the Rumble's already teleported in. BDD kind of misses everything, but he does enough damage here. Equalizer gets layered through. This ends up being a huge win here for the side of KT. No way for Kellen to realistically get out of this one. Great re-engage here from BDD. At least Lucid can knock the support away. I'm sorry, knock the Rumble away.
Yeah, and that blue buff did actually go the way of KT, so that's going to feel pretty good after all, especially right before the streak. We'll have that extra. Level 7 are the supports. Kellen looking for an angle as the Banana Brush control held by 3 wards, 2 of them control wards here by the side of DK. KT desperate to try to get some vision in here, but not able to do so just yet. Although Kellen is going to be rooted up here. He doesn't have the help of his team right now. He has to flash away. Very awkward spot for him to be standing, and he will be punished for it.
Showmaker did a lot of damage during that exchange, though, and aiming is also full health here, so KT need to play very respectful. Beryl still could look for an engage, and that's why D+ are spreading themselves out here. They don't absolutely need a hard force for this. They already have a 2 Drake lead. Gotta be so wary of the Nico engage. Kellen.
Oh, Beryl, he has to flash away from that one, and it might work out for him, though. But we got a lot of different angles coming in onto this fight. You see Kingen on the left as the knockaway of the jungler, and this fight comes in. Lucid once again gonna get the job done, and Deft has to flash away from the seismic shove, and the impale in the brush. They're not ready for that one, and now Pyoshik is all by his lonesome. They're so low on the backside of this fight. DK not gonna over chase, but man, they got a lot of value out of that fight.
Really nice trap set there by Kingen. If they try to push on him, he has that defensive capability or he can turn it around. They don't get a kill, but they will be able to, with that exchange, grab this turret on top of the steal there with Lucid's ultimate. And KT, I think in a lot of ways, had so many different opportunities to engage. Number one, to wait for the perfect one. It kind of came up with nothing. They got Kellen's flash, but the barrel chases too far. And this is an issue. Look at how split the calls here are for this one on KT. Casting is trying to watch the flank angle of the Skarner. Barrel's going in here and has to flash. Deft is trying to bail him out while they're also trying to hold aggro of the Drake. They're on like 4 different pages here as a unit. And then ultimately with this coming through from Lucid, the Keeper's Verdict means he guarantees this dragon. And then Kingen, they're like, maybe we can push him. Like, you know, he's all alone. Aiming can't rotate over here. Oops, we're impaled.
Yeah. Speaking of which, oops, we are knocked into the wall as trying to dive here. BDD's going to go down. Casting surely gets this kill, right? Okay, he is going to pick up the kill, but now TP coming in.
Showmaker's Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, Showmaker definitely going to try to punish this one. The equalizer is pretty good. Seismic Shove is going to get some damage in, but this is a Rumble making things pretty spicy as now we got more action as Pyoshik was going in there to try to save him. I don't even know, guys. Pyoshik's just going to go down. It's a double kill for aiming. And now 4 versus 2. They could look for the Baron. We have seen some very aggressive Baron calls in recent times, but they're not going to go for it. Probably the right call.
Yeah, I mean, we got to make a nickname for this series now. Is it the KT Kia Derby? Like, this is actually just too much for me, Valdez. Like, this game is so scrappy. It's so crazy. It's non-stop action. It's not calculated. It's all limit testing. It's constantly, you know, just basically stats checking, hands checking, non-stop. You have this trade coming through, the Showmaker teleports over. Good play by Kingen to at least trade the kill back, but it is going to be Casting who ultimately gets caught here. Holds his own, but Showmaker has Seraphs, and he doesn't take that much damage from the Equalizer. The Scrap Shield is not enough, and Pioshik was coming over to try to save the play. A bit optimistic, I think you could say.
Yeah, a little bit.
Especially considering he is on the Sejuani, so he just ends up being an additional kill that's picked up, and
yeah.
I mean, KT,
for his sake, Pioshik's only going to be 1 kill out of like 46 that we're going to have in this game. So, you know, he's like, oh, what's 1 more? It's fine.
2 minutes until Ocean Soul here for the side of D+. I mean, with the Callista poke that comes through, and also after, you know, post you know, Equalizer drops, like that could be quite valuable for D+'s relatively tanky composition. Just to be respected by KT. Kellen is very tanky, has Aftershock and Eclipse.
Eclipse, Aftershock, the Celestial Opposition. I mean, it's basically like you got to chew through 4 different things if you ever want to try to kill Leona. It is quite strong nowadays. And, well, Casting is now pushing once again. He doesn't have BDD to dive any turrets, so perhaps for just a moment we'll have, you know, maybe a couple of seconds to breathe.
I would like to have one real 5v5 team fight. You know, Valdez gets to have his play-by-play. We get to see maybe a big Yone ult, maybe some Equalizer layering instead of just constant scrappy skirmishes. Or a very disjointed KT when it's supposed to be a 5v5 team fight. It's like a 1v1, a 2v2, and another 2v2 team fight. That's what I'm hoping for, Valdez, on this Ocean Soul fight that D+ is looking to set up for right now. They got Kingen pushing outside. Showmaker does not have teleport, and he's on the top side of the map here, but he does have Weaver's Wall and can rotate relatively quickly here. KT, on the other hand, just trying to regroup. Pioshik walking back to shop. Buys a control ward. This is a really important fight for KT. And they just do not have a lot of control on either top or bottom side, unfortunately for them at the moment.
Saw that Lucid was thinking about pushing that wave, but actually leaves it for Showmaker. And Showmaker will pick that up, maybe trying to hit the spike of the Crypt Bloom or the Void Staff. Probably Crypt Bloom, I would assume.
I think
on the Talia.
Yeah, I think it will be Crypt Bloom in this case. I mean, Showmaker just drops waves topside because he knows Prio is more important right now. BDD TP's back in. This is the fight that likely decides this game.
Yeah, and BDD is their most fed member at this point. He's already taken some damage as Pioshik. He's just going to send it into Lucid, but Lucid is able to charge away from the follow-up as Barrel, only able to get the knock-up on the Poppy immediately, is going to be pulled back. Meanwhile, trying to turn now onto Kellen, who we said before is pretty much unkillable. A nice chunk of damage still done to him. As Kingen still looking for his angle. So many low health bars here between the two teams.
All right, Lucid trying to come over here and start up this Dragon. A bit optimistic, though, as BDD coming back in, looking for an angle. The lineup.
Oh, he just dashed out of the rocks. Yikes. I mean, we talked about this, right? Like in a straight-up 5v5, it is difficult to make this work into this fight, and then knock back into the knock into the wall, and you just don't get to play the game, Pioshik. And with the jungler gone, that will be Ocean Soul to the side of DK. Casting, very nice dodge here, but the follow-up is coming in. Now they're trying to turn and fight this one 4v4. They know the Poppy is gone, but the rock to the face, and down will go the Yone. And Kingen's looking for more, gets a couple of flashes with this impale, but the fight is not done. They're still going in. They're still looking for more blood. DK can't get enough.
So solo right now, Lucid has taken the Dragon. It does go over. And look for a reset here and then go straight to the Baron. Aiming just going to take out the Scuttle Crab here. They have Ocean Soul, so Aiming, even though he lost a little bit of his health bar, will now get a lot of that back significantly as he takes out the Crab. See the rotation over of King with the teleport back to mid. And there is no contest here whatsoever for KT and what has been a very scrappy but honestly mostly sloppy game from KT Rolster. I mean, it all starts off in fights like this where you're walking into so much engage. If BDD loses a ton of health, there's just not much you can do. Then you follow up, and then this moment here where you see the equalizer drop, it's like, okay, everybody loses a lot of their health on the side of D+. They already have a little bit of ocean healing, but that's not really the difference maker here. It's just the follow-up, walking forward with very little vision, and BDD, like, that's not it. Unfortunately, he's had a great laning phase, but outside of the lane, avert your eyes. And this one, and Pyoshik just completely shoved in. And everyone's kind of walking in one by one, and the only engage they have left is BDD's ult, but he's half health, so he can't use it. And D+, they've got a full tank of gas in terms of going in, and they're going to keep doing it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this might just turn out to be one of those games where the draft doesn't really matter when it really should have, just because it's been so scrappy. There hasn't been a real team fight, it feels like, but you can just see some of the stuff we were talking about. Like, BDD does not have an entry. Pyoshik just kind of has to walk at them and hope that he sets up some kind of freeze and some kind of play. Otherwise, they don't really have much going for them.
I mean, D+'s comp has so much engaged. KT's engage is ultimate reliant. You know, you need Barrel's ult, you need BDD's ult, Depth's ult potentially, right? Or Pyoshik's ultimate, whereas D+ just have so much consistent engage, so you trade ults and D+ is like, I'm still ready. You know, come at me. And now they're going to grab this inhibitor. BDD getting some value topside, but it is not equivalent.
Yeah, he's going to have to back now, as they are threatening here with the Baron buff. They still have a minute 30, and now a wall to come down to try to just open up these Nexus turrets. They might be able to get one, but it looks like they don't want to take the chance. Knockup comes in from BDD, but that is Skarner.
Tough to end with the equalizer still available here for casting. Just going to be able to clear this out if they tried to stay and you know, push the issue. There's other ways those ults are back up. No, he's not going to do it to you, Valdez.
I mean, he might. I don't know. Based on what I've seen in this game.
He's all right. Don't worry. Valdez, calm down.
Okay.
It's almost over, Valdez. The first one, like
the first game
there's no more crazy.
of 3.
Look, just 2 more, buddy. Oh my, we get 3.
Yeah. Well, generally these games also go to like 50 minutes long, so.
I know the game state right now is telling me this one's not, but yeah, we'll probably get one.
It probably shouldn't. I'll just say that. Yeah, they're being pushed out of here, and with, you know, I mentioned before, the flash hit with the impale! Where did he go? And now a massive counter engage comes in, but do they have the damage? It's a question. Down will go Showmaker, but that might just be it for the damage that goes into them. Kingan's so tanky, Kellen's so tanky, aiming, still full health, still pushing into the base. And it was a fantastic counter engage, but not quite enough money to get the job done, especially without death.
Yeah, and now with no equalizer, I think D+ could just escort this next wave with the super minions here and look to start chipping away. 25 seconds on BDD, but he won't have his ultimate. Same to be said of Barrel when he respawns. I think this should be the beginning of the end.
Well, they're going to dive a Sejuani under Nexus turret, so it's looking just likely as down will go Pyoshik. And down will go casting, and down should go these Nexus turrets. It was a very insanely scrappy game. Very much back and forth as Barrel desperate. Deft also desperate, but it will not happen. The Nexus goes down, and DK take game 1.
Now the 11 kill Corki might be where some of those media votes are going, because it was a scrappy game, it's hard to know. But for me, it's either mid or jungle all the way. The early game from Lucid, incredible. The risks he took to get them a massive lead and to pull the attention away from that Kalista bottom lane was fantastic. On the other hand, Showmaker, great Weaver's Walls, great map sense, great knockups. The seismic shoves were fantastic from him. And the two of them really shaped this game. There were some moments for Kingan, sure, and yes, aiming did the boom boom when it was necessary. Kellen, he had some good moments, he had some worrying moments, but man,
he had the right energy for the series, you know? He was like, all right, I know what kind of game this is, I'm just gonna send it into the back line.
Lucid's early game prowess finally really on display in a crazy and wild way like what we've seen in Challengers is always a happy thing to see. I think KT's super upset with how this one went. They doubled down on a tough draft into Poppy. If you're gonna hard force the, if you're gonna hard force the Yone, and BDD's one of my favorite players, but you gotta hit your abilities. He wasn't really doing that. His laning was fine, but I think this is a, like, just wipe the slate clean and just move to game 2. Forget about this draft, because this was a rough one.
They're playing on pretty high difficulty, let's say, the side of KT, and that's not really a spot where they should be going for that high of difficulty of draft. Either way, guys, we are done here with game number 1. Only more on the way. We're going to take a break and have the space to break down that first one. We will be right back.
오케이 라인 빨리 데리고 나 몸이 안 움직이는데?
반응해야지 어두야.
야나 CC 나 칼리 25초야 칼리 25초 CC 4.5초 하면 끝날 거 같아
너 지금 씩씩대고 있어.
럼블 풀이 있지 럼블 풀이 있어 풀 있어 풀 벽공 밖에 플래시
연계해줄게.
천천히 해도 끝난다 타워부터 세제부터 볼게 나 그냥
세제부터
럼블 볼게 럼블까지 나와서 뺄게 네 칼리 나왔다 끝날 듯? 괜찮아 칼리 볼 사람 이코 노플이야 이코 노플 야 로네 나와 그냥 끝내라 나이스요
Game 1 in the books for the showdown on Saturday. After the Saturday showdown, DK taking down KT. Digon here in the space alongside Ox and Chronicler, also known as Crocs. Guys, why don't you take a look at the draft here and tell me what jumps out at you? I'm trying to go by it. You don't like that one? You don't like Crocs?
Actually, you know,
that was pretty good.
You know which 5 players wear Crocs as we speak?
Whom?
The team that won.
There you go.
DK, actually, you could see them if you paid some attention earlier during the day. We want to highlight 2 things. I'll take the easy pickings.
Yeah.
It's Talia. And Talia alone is, as we have established, a really strong pick. It doesn't feel like she really has any of her natural predators. You know, things that outrange her are things like the Syndra, for example, not necessarily as strong, as powerful. And then when your opponent first picks Kalista and then also picks Sejuani and Yone, you're like, oh, that's a good champion.
The thing is, right, so like this duo, like the Talia Poppy, the shutdown on dashes, it's like the anti-fun combo. I think it was a mistake to first pick the Kalista. When Talia's up, you know it's super high priority, you know it's super strong. But, you know, those picks came after. But then to go and pick Yone, when you've seen they have Talia Poppy already locked in and go, you know what? Let's put more dashes in. They can't block us up. They can. That's actually how those abilities work. They do a pretty good job of stopping multiple dashes. They went for it anyway, and I feel like, you know, I can kind of understand. They were like, right, we need to get on the back line. They have 2 carries. Let's pick a ton of dive. But the execution was off in game. But also, I think you're just fighting such an uphill battle with how this draft played out.
Yeah, and you could hear the almost disbelief that Wolf threw out. It was like, I feel like they're doing this out of spite because we know how difficult it can be playing through the Poppy. Speaking of Poppy, lots of action in the early jungle game here.
If you're a jungler, you've been on the receiving end of this. And it starts with a late invade. There's no counterplay to that, right? Like, you can't really do anything about it. Your bot lane is not in a position to help you because they shouldn't leash. That's one thing. It's unfortunate, but you'll accept it. You have to make do. Then they actually have the great idea, because Poppy's early clear speed is relatively slow, and Deft and Barrow did a really good job of pushing in the wave extremely fast. We just collapse onto this Poppy, which also means, by the way, that Pioshik cancels his wolf clear, and then Lucid makes the great escape.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a confident. He picks up the buckler, flashes through to take. He does unfortunately take 2 tower hits, but then he's just walking away. And in this situation, I think the thought process of Pioshik was that, okay, he's probably just walked into a brush somewhere, he's hiding behind a wall, he's probably recalling, I can't do anything. But he gets spotted on this ward. You can see there. So now the information's available to Lucid. He knows that Sejuani's gone into his own jungle. He can start taking the blue buff. And then what's even worse, if he'd missed him completely, that's one thing. But he sees the blue die and he's like, oh God. And then he's like, you know what? Let's try and answer this back. Let's go for his red buff, but right now you're level 2, and even though you have flash advantage, this level 3 Poppy is a lot stronger.
It's because, right, he didn't do the full wolf camp. He only has, at this point, done raptors and, like, the big wolf. So he doesn't have XP, can't fight double buff Poppy, and particularly with Sejuani, who can be so oppressive when she's at, especially when combined with double melee top laner and mid laner, like, you can have so much pressure there, but now you can just be playing catch-up for a very large amount of time. And then if your bot lane also collapses, life becomes very hard.
Right, and what we don't see on this replay is right after that, he loses flash down contesting for bottom scuttle. It was just such a difficult spot for Pioshik to be in.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen junglers in solo queue just go AFK for less than that, honestly.
It hurts, okay? You're just sitting there, you have no buffs.
My team doesn't love me, their bot lane showed up, my bot lane didn't. 100%.
It didn't work, that's even worse.
You go hover around mid, trying to leech some XP, and then they start flaming you, like, get away, this is mine.
From there, the Drakes were stacked. It made it very difficult for KT to play there on the back foot. They've got to check on in. DK do a great job of getting in for this Drake fight.
Yeah, and I think one of the things is you can see how much trouble BDD's having. He did have some issue just connecting abilities, but also the Unraveled Earth being a great ability to stop any counter engage here when it's thrown down. Skarner really powerful at picking targets apart, and also D+ did a really good job of playing around that banana rush, and the lack of vision there really choking out KT, not giving them vision of the carries. And then here, they just have to follow up to go for these plays there. Again, BDD doesn't quite connect on who he wants, and aiming's just there for the cleanup.
The zone control that you have with Talia, Poppy, and then adding Skarner as well, because Skarner adds so much threat of, like, if you step up a little bit too far, you'll get CC chained or you get impaled. It just makes it really hard if you lose control. And again, due to both the 2v2 going really, really poorly, and then on the other end, Lucid running circles around the jungle, like. And then the Showmaker was dropping like 2 or 3 waves to just ensure that every skirmish was going the way of DK.
Yeah, I also want to give credit to D+, because they only had 2 carries in the comp. If you get a flank or you get backline access, they can't die, but the vision control was really sharp.
All right, let's take a look at the POG for this first match here. It is the great escape artist. It's Lucid.
Yeah, I mean, there'll probably be some votes for aiming because he had a lot of boom damage, picked up a lot of kills, but Lucid's read in the early game completely shut the enemy jungler out of the game, and then he continued to use the fact that he was ahead to get presence on the map, set up plays for his team. And there was also moments like knocking away Pioshik from the dragon to secure the smite. Just a really solid game. The early game was run by him.
Kellen also, I think, had a great game. Coming in on the Leona, actually hitting his skill shot. The one oopsie where he got caught, but outside of that, did a great job. And again, we saw this already in spring, but to me, that 1-2 of the or of Showmaker and Lucid, I think is the core of this team. And the fact that Showmaker's ward and Lucid's great escape set them up for the early game is amazing.
We got no boom damage votes.
Yeah.
I was convinced we would get a ton of votes for the Corki who just last hit, but yeah, we're healing, we're learning.
The Jonah Strong is truly a visionary.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, Jonah Strong making his own vote. Well, it's time to send it back on over to our casters who have been doing it longer than dinosaurs. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Spacers. And yeah, I think Jonah Strong has identified which champion seems the most strong in the Rift, and he's just voted for that one. A good choice. Is Perfect is in the house.
All right, so I had no idea this was coming. There was no indication to me that this was going to happen, but I mean, they had him play in Challengers, right? So I was like, well, what's the level of like, well, he can play in Challengers, but he can't play in LCK level of illness. So it felt a little bit strange to me that that was what was going on, but he definitely is wearing a mask, looks ill, but KT are like, look, we need help. I mean, this is a rough start. Now, was it really casting's issue in that last game? Not really, but maybe Perfect coming in could be an X factor here, because Perfect had, in the second round robin of Spring, a huge glow-up, and he ended up being a very, very strong player on Rumble specifically as well, the pick that they played in Game 1. So maybe that's going to at least bring some extra, I guess, pre-existing synergy they have and some morale to the team, but it doesn't feel great. Just, I mean, no matter which way you look at it. If it's casting in, the synergy isn't there. If it's Perfect in, he's sick, but let's see how it goes. Valdez is KT, a rough start to the season.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. I mean, Quantum Freak's definitely coming out much stronger than any of us expected, and now they got to face DK, who seem to be their biggest rival at this point. Tristana, same ban so far, and will it be the final ban of Nautilus once again into not Callista first pick?
I think that is exactly where we're headed.
That's the direction I want to go. All right. Can they do it?
And it is
all right.
Well, Skarner Poppy.
Skarner Talia.
Well, you could do this too. Now, maybe KT picked the Poppy away, but
I mean, the Talia herself is already so strong.
I know, but maybe they just don't pick Yone this time, and that helps. But
yeah, I mean, you could like.
You need to go Azir. How about Azir?
Well, Sejuani is the same, and so is the Rumble.
You don't have to lock it in now, but I'm talking about what happens in the second phase where the crowd is going wild with the Lucid lock-in. They banned the Vi. They banned the Maokai. The guy's already picked up a POG on this Poppy, and he gets it a second time into the Callista, into the Sejuani. And we're running it back.
Exactly mirrored so far. And I guarantee you the Korean cast was saying the same stuff we were talking about, and the DK fans are going wild. The KT fans can't believe it. Same bans.
Lucid can't believe it. He's doing it again.
The DK members are kind of just laughing because they know that it went so well.
And I want to say that, I mean, in the thought process here for KT is the draft they prepared, right? This style of play, they knew the Skarner was going to get locked in. They want to have the Rumble answer. They put Perfect in. And KT is probably also thinking there is no way that the same exact disaster happens early on in the game again, right? And I don't think it will. But that doesn't solve the other problems that this draft had. Lucid got a massive lead because of that level 1. As I don't know if I've seen BDD look this stressed out ever since Nongshim, man. When he was on Nongshim, he looked like this.
This is the Yone spot. This is where they picked Yone.
And he cannot.
And there is more thought going into it. Nico first. Nico was picked, but it was the 5th pick.
Look,
so maybe they're still discussing and they know they're going to pick Nico. So Nico gets locked.
Do not do the Yone. Do not do it.
Yeah, I mean, already
I'd rather see Azir
they're in a hole.
I'd rather see Azir here. It's BDD.
Or like, Wei?
Wei is also fine.
Maybe that's like too much magic damage? I mean, Jace? Jace. Okay, well, it's not Yone.
But it's also not... It doesn't inspire confidence into the front line of Poppy Skarner, with lethality being the primary build already on the Kalista. I mean, and Leona as well, which you knew was coming.
Yeah.
So now you're playing lethality Jace, lethality Kalista into Skarner, Poppy, Leona. This is some of the most questionable drafting I've seen, Valdez, and they already fell into this trap once.
Yeah. This kind of reminds me of when CV Max first started coaching in the LCK a long time ago, and he was with Griffin, and they would get absolutely wrecked in a game, and he would basically run it back the exact same draft in game number 2, and he'd say, just play it better. Now, KT would never struck me as that kind of team, nor that kind of drafting, but they've essentially done that here.
Well, 7 years later, CV Max still does that.
Yeah, he does. You know, that's kind of his thing. Again, it's not KT's thing.
KT really trying to force the square peg into the round hole with this one, but if there is a different early game, if we could see the Kalista get advantage bottom lane, the same possible win conditions we talked about in game 1 do exist. And if Showmaker can't have the same impact early where he's dropping waves but getting massive advantages elsewhere, KT could still pull this off. But I feel like the Jace is not the swap that inspires you when you're talking about the front line that exists here in this D+ roster.
Yeah, and it took them a long time to think of it too. You know, they picked the Nico, they were still discussing it, and like 2 seconds later they bring out the Jace. Does it work for game 2? Let's find out. Let's hop onto the Rifts.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game number 2. And as you mentioned, Wolf, I mean, as the KT coaching staff, maybe you still feel okay with what you had, and you just say, don't let Lucid take 3 buffs. You know, maybe Pyosik can be a little bit more proactive in the early game. Maybe they can stop and invade. And maybe if things go normally the way they had planned before the series, perhaps we get a better game state.
I mean, they could have just banned the Taliyah instead of the Tristana and warped the entire game into a completely different draft, right? But they opted into this. You think about other, you know, picks, like 80 picks in the mid lane. There weren't that many left. The Corki's taken away, right? I mean, you're not playing Kiana into this, so you don't want that. You know, what do you really have in terms of
it's
other
got to be the
options?
Akshan.
Oh, no. Scion mid.
Yeah.
So,
hey, man, Cassante was ignored. You could have just picked that.
I think the idea here is we have the AP top laner. We want an AP, or rather AD mid.
Yeah.
And Jace, the one thing, okay, so we talked about Jace struggling to tank. So Jace can actually have a little bit of better time in this lane. The range issue that Chronicler pointed out earlier in terms of what Taliyah can struggle with, Jace can get some advantages here, can get some prio, can keep Showmaker down so he can't make those high impact plays. So in terms of what he offers you in the lane, because we've been mostly talking about team fights and damage profiles and stuff like that, is quite strong. So there is that, and we'll see what he can make happen with this pick here in this early game, because BDD has been a fantastic Jace player in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of, you know, being able to poke them down, being able to take better states of the game without getting necessarily into the grasp of Skarner, Poppy, Taliyah, this does round out that comp in that direction a bit better. So let's see how it does go. Kingen has looked great on the Skarner. I remember, you know, in the first series, DK versus Hum Life Esports, I'm like, Skarner's in the meta, the new Skarner. This feels like the perfect champ for Kingen because it's really solid laning, has a ton of CC, gameplay, you know, playmaking kind of style, that feels like right up Kingan's alley, and so far he has looked very good on it. I feel like it's hard to not look good on Skarner, though,
Yeah.
if I do say so myself.
I feel like if it's simple in lane, -1. If it's simple in lane and it can flank, that's the Kingan way, man. He's like, I like the easy lane and I like the flanking. That's what I do. I set up team fights.
But also, it kind of has that Ornn feel, right? Where he would like do the flash ult stuff, and you can kind of do the same thing on Skarner, where you're kind of just running at them as well.
So, KT say you can't pull off the same trick twice, right? Lucid doesn't get the insane level 1, didn't start Raptors, doesn't have any of that. And look at what this lane was supposed to look like that we discussed in game 1 that didn't happen because Deft and Barrel had to put out fires through the early game, and then were lit on fire by some really good plays from Showmaker. But this is one of the edges that we were discussing in game 1 that's coming true here. BDD trying to get some advantages here in lane as well. Like, these are the good parts of this draft, and KT can snowball this game to a point if they win some early skirmishes, get some early Drake control, for example. It's Infernal to start, to where, you know, some of that scaling and some of the later parts of the game and the dash denial doesn't matter as much, as there's already a plate going over to Barrel and Deft. Good CS under turret here so far from aiming, but it's not going to deny the fact that Deft and Barrel are getting some additional income here.
Yeah, Corki pretty good at getting those under turrets, especially the range, because you can Gatling gun the ranged minions and get them low enough to just one auto them. So having a decent time there. Lucid just power farming, as is Pioshik. Started on his blue side, did Pioshik, and had a ward on his red buff, just to make sure that he had all his bases covered and he could get at least one buff. He does have 2 buffs in this game, and he's going to spot Lucid taking the top Scuttle Crab.
And he's already taken his bottom, and had he been just a moment earlier, might have been able to contest that top Scuttle, but is unable to do so.
Something's going on
Portal
here.
combat?
Portal combat. Yeah, it doesn't last too long, as he's just going to get flashed on him. Perfect. He has aggro on the turret. The flash comes in from Lucid, and that's just first blood. Perfect goes down. And you know what? Sometimes you just get skarnered.
Yep. Kingan
what else
says,
can you say?
I don't care if it's casting. I don't care if it's perfect. I will flash that Rumble and pull him into the turret.
So aiming's going to have to cleanse here. That's kind of awkward. Didn't know that Barrel was in the brush, but still a good start here for DK. Once again, just in a different kind of style.
And you want to be putting as much pressure on as the Rumble as possible into the Skarner, but in this case, just being in range of the flash drag back, it's, you know, it's not where you want to be. You have to respect that or you will get outplayed, and Perfect did. We saw the same thing happen to Casting just moments before. So, you know, it is going to be not the end of the world, obviously, here, but a great play nonetheless from D+. The kill goes over to Lucid.
Done a strong zooming in, I think, because no flash for Perfect, and Kingan has Impale, and Kingan is certainly threatening to put on more aggro.
이러면 그냥 끝인 듯? 야, 볼게.
He's like, I'm looking for it. Flash comes out, and then the charge here, the buckler damage is enough. Lucid takes the kill. And Kingan is just so vocal there in that moment, and one of the things we talked about and noticed in spring is Kingan has really become a little bit more of a shot-calling voice. Obviously, if you're the top laner and you're looking for a gank, you have to be, because who else is going to be doing it? But glad to see the confidence from Kingan in a moment like that.
Yeah, just identifying the situation, taking advantage of Perfect. As here comes BDD, the equalizer comes down from the top side. Knockback here on a BDD who is getting pretty low. Lucid, though, is getting burnt quite a bit by Perfect. And if Perfect wasn't there, maybe they could have turned onto BDD, but it wasn't meant to be.
No, not going to happen. Trying to use that pressure to maybe deny some farm from Lucid, but Lucid is going to be able to get 6 off of these Raptors. Pioshik is kind of lurking nearby still, but just too tanky to try to make anything happen. Raptors get taken. He does hit 6. And another thing to keep in mind is that they were not scrimming with Casting. We mentioned this at the beginning of the series, so he just kind of came in emergency this week because Perfect has been ill. And, you know, this is a Rumble draft, right? And it's a give Skarner, take Rumble situation. Perfect's arguably best champion was Rumble once he started to really hit his rhythm on it. So maybe they subbed him in because they're like, well, he's the one we practiced this strategy with, actually, so maybe things will look different. But so far, sadly for KT fans, it really hasn't.
The issue with this is that now that you've died once and you still don't have your flash, Kingen is holding the lane in the perfect spot.
Yep.
Like you can't get more perfect actually with this lane position. It's right in front of the turret. You're always threatening an all-in onto perfect.
Look at how hard it is for perfect to get those last hits and how many are denied.
Uh-oh.
The slow.
Go again. Ooh. Max range. And Kingen does give him the thumbs up.
Good spacing. Nicely played.
Well done, kid.
And
Lucid was here.
Yeah, he was. Pyoshik could head up there now that Kingen's ult is down, but I don't think he will. There's no jungle up there on the top side. Meanwhile, on the bottom, we haven't really been looking at it that much, but a small CS advantage has started to accrue for Deft, but he was only able to get the one plate, so I think ideally would have liked to get a little bit more out of this lane, but Aiming and Kellen have played it well, as the observers are just like, oh, I want to see more action. Like, his tail's down, he doesn't have flash. Come on, it's not going to happen again. Come on, Jonas Strong.
You never know.
Check back in about like.
He voted for Skarner in the first game.
It's true. It's true.
He wants to see more.
And no doubt we will, but just not exactly right now. Give it like another minute or so, and those abilities come back online.
Yeah. Well, not nearly as much scrappiness as the first game, I guess. Things didn't quite start off with the same gusto as the first one.
Another thing to point out about this Jace situation versus Skarner is that we are seeing Skarner have to itemize magic resistance because he's landing against a Rumble, so it is going to be a while before he ends up...
He is going to scan it, but the knockup comes in into the follow-up from the Talia, and BDD has no chance. The only way to get out of that one is flash immediately, but he does not, and immediately he goes down.
And they're still going to be able to hold this dragon here, KT, despite BDD getting picked here. A lot of cooldowns used, namely the Keeper's Verdict, and there's no way to come over and deny, so at least they get this, but great consolation prize here for D+. Fairly late take on this first dragon. Stats going over to the side of D+ here. Next will be Mountain, so we're still not sure, or rather to KT. We still don't know what the soul is going to be just yet. As Depth.
Yeah, that's a nice chunk. In this 1v1, the Corki definitely doesn't want to get quite near the Callista, unless he gets the jump on her, even then. So Deft gonna get the jump on him, push him back. He has to go back to base even. So kind of awkward spot there for Aiming.
So we didn't see the Zeri. That's super slippery, very difficult to lock down. But Corki similarly has Valkyrie, does have Cleanse. As Deft is like, you want to tango with me, I'll tango with you.
And we're back to the top lane. Jonas Strong wants to prove to everybody that Skarner was the correct vote. And yeah, Perfect's gonna spot that. We also do have Pyoshik up here on the top side of the map.
You might be onto something with that, Valdez, actually. There's nothing like being the one guy who votes for the other thing.
Yeah.
You actually get so upset, and then you're like, you spend the rest of the day talking about it. Like, happens in game one of a 6-game
I can't believe everybody voted for everyone else.
And, like, Ox is in the Brendo bus, like, still explaining why it was Pleta. Like, you're like, I don't even remember the game anymore, Ox, you know. That happens to everybody, right? Another plate will go down bottom side. This is BD. Uses his acceleration gate, speeds himself up, unfortunately for him, into Lucid. And the only way to get out of this one, as you said, is to instantly flash. Very tough to do so in this scenario, and he might still ultimately go down. As
so we did have a little play up there, actually.
Yeah.
But essentially just a trade of flashes.
No Impale to connect.
Push coming in here from Aiming. I think he just wants to back away. Lucid helping out with that.
Locking down this Corki later on, I was just kind of getting into earlier, is going to be quite challenging. So, you know, Aiming's inherent safety, frontline he is going to be able to do a lot of damage later on. Still needs to be careful with how forward he plays, because if he ends up getting caught by Nico, you know, it might just be doomed anyways, even with the flash and cleanse. So Beryl has a lot of agency there. And luckily for us, I think this game is going to be a lot more interesting in terms of how team fights are going to play out. There's going to be some fun neutral games that BDD and Deft can kind of play with the poke that they have with these lethality builds. So, you know, this is looking like a real game of League of Legends where Pyoshik is actually, you know, ahead on farm, and the top side's been competitive, but Rumble's still going to be very relevant as we get to later parts. So this is a cute little cologne to somewhat mask the lane swap. Obviously, they know about it now.
Yeah, Kangen's out of there. Didn't take him very long. And we do have Pyoshik nearby, though, so potential for some shenanigans up on the top side. And Pale is available. Kellen is also making his way up to the top side, as is Showmaker and Lucid.
I mean, Showmaker has Weaver's Wall. I think KT should think twice about heavily committing here.
And they do. Just back out of this one for now. Lucid's still in a kind of an awkward spot, but he has Kellen nearby, and he is Poppy. So it's a lot of posturing, a lot of looking angrily at each other.
It's
a lot of action.
For D+ is so anti-dive, you know, with the Skarner ult, with the knockback from Showmaker, the Seismic Shove, and you've got a Leona and a Poppy, so KT is kind of roaming around looking for an option, and no option looks good. No option seems ideal. It's so hard to actually pile onto somebody and look for a pick, so respect the proactivity, but it is so difficult to pull it off. As once again, now heading topside, Lucid is somewhat nearby on red buff.
He's pathing up there as well. I mean, he's going to be on Krugs by the time this hits. And he's already on his way. Just picks up the red buff, and the timing could not be better for Lucid. He's going to get here. We have Showmaker in position, but they're not going to overcommit to trying to punish this. And DK, just wait.
You can see how tense this game is and how these teams are posturing and how neither of them wants to play passively, but neither of them wants to heavy commit. And what could be a huge swing of gold. Ooh, nice hit from BDD.
Yeah. And CBDD is extremely suspicious, as he should be, of a potential gank. And Deft is just in no man's land, but there's nobody to follow up on Lucid. The double knockup comes in, and now Lucid in a lot of trouble. He's going to burn down Barrel. Just going to get fates called, and Kellen has to go forward. But to his demise, BDD as well, getting some damage, and they're going to take out Showmaker. And it's 3 kills to the side of KT and a Rift Herald.
You can see why they're being so timid, how volatile these two compositions are when they collide. But it's Barrel's engage that ends up being the saving grace here for KT. And Perfect trusts him. He teleports straight into the middle of the fight, which is normally a death sentence for a squishy Rumble. Doesn't have Zhonya's, doesn't have Arm Guard. BS goes right into the thick of things, knowing that if Barrel hits the CC, his equalizer value is going to be massive, and that's going to be a dead Poppy. As soon as they see Lucid go in, he uses everything here. Barrel's ult comes over, Perfect layers the equalizer onto it, and Kellen, he either walks back into an equalizer or tries to send the plate over, but there is just no follow-up. Aiming has to flash the wall here, but Showmaker is left out to dry. A huge win for KT, a huge win for Perfect as well. They end up picking up the Herald, and 2 kills go over to this Rumble. He's going to be able to now try to follow up on some more CC here once that equalizer is ready. Not ready, though, for this Dragon.
Yeah. As here we go again, trying to look for a play on a Barrel, as he will go into clone mode, and he is burning down. But Kellen is going to be the support that goes down, as eventually, so will Barrel. So I suppose worth for DK at the end of the day. Deft and Pyoshik taking a big chunk of damage themselves, but with this Rift Herald pressure, and aiming also low, actually, taking a look at him, they might still feel okay.
Yeah, and some of those ults coming back online. Perfect's ult, Pyoshik's ult. Barrel has his, but he isn't here, as he did burn down to Kellen's Ignite just moments before, but it's really difficult for D+ to fight this, unless Lucid gets a big Keeper's Verdict, which is also now coming online, as the action is high in this series, non-stop start to finish. And KT, without that engage tool of Barrel, not confident enough to start this Dragon up just yet. But again, they can contest it. They just need to slowly rotate Perfect in. Barrel's fishing.
King is just looking at the 4 of them. Doesn't really feel threatened as the Skarner, but he might be the one threatening. Gets the flash out of Deft. We'll be happy to trade flashes with the 80 carry. But now Impale is down, as is the Skarner flash. KT trying to set up here on this one. King now in an awkward spot, but he is baiting out a lot of CC, but they have oodles and boodles of it as King is going to go down. And now the rest of the fight does begin. The equalizer is massive onto Showmaker and Kellen. They burned for so long. He's now in the bush. Lucid just going to try to get on the run, and he is going to be forced to Keeper's Verdict, but even the Blast Cone not going to save you here, buddy. Down he will go, and the Mountain Drake will go to KT.
BDD surely did send him to the skies on that one with the Blast Cone there. We'll take him out. And finally, the Dragon goes the way of KT. It's a 2-stack here into Chemtech. I hear a large audible groan from one KT fan, so that one's announced. But still, 2 Dragon lead, 2 significant Drakes individually. As this fight looks so split here for D+, and yet they don't want to give any additional prio over to KT, but it means that King just ends up getting caught and solo ulted. They don't need to use the equalizer to guarantee that pick, so they can use it to further zone. D+ just completely out of luck on this one. Lucid trying to stick around and maybe try to split them up with the Keeper's Verdict, but stays too long and is ultimately taken out by BDD here. As on a knife's edge was that fight, but Barrel's back. He had his ult back up. KT's critical ultimates this time really coming up big into D+ when they're so split.
Yeah. So KT looking much cleaner this time around. You can see that poke damage is coming in. Aiming has not had a fun time against Callista and Jace. That is one of the champions that you did not list in terms of champs that would love to play into a lot of lethality. The Skarner, loving it. The Leona, great. Sure, Poppy, of course. But Corki, it's kind of rough to get into auto attack range when you're dealing with Qs from the Callista, accelerated shock blast from Jace. And starting off the fights with less than half health is not going to feel good. So something that DK will have to deal with.
And even though Perfect got punished by King a few times, his equalizers have been good. His team fights have been honestly very clean. His follow-up on Barrel's engages have been nice. Barrel has looked a lot better in this game. And once again, has his ultimate back up, has flash up, so with his dash cannon, he has a lot of agency for the upcoming fight. Still a ways away from any objective to fight over, so this game is going to slow down again for a minute, but interesting look here as we see a huge wraparound from Kellen. And they checked vision, so thought perhaps he was going to come over here to look for a dive, but it's pretty tough with Skarner to actually kill a Rumble, even if you have that additional Leona CC.
Yeah, just kind of looking at him funny. And Baron was not yet up, so I suppose that was one timing in the game where you could potentially look for a big dive on the bottom side if you were going to bring multiple members, but I feel like if they did it, they immediately just lose mid-tier 1 as well, potentially, so.
It set up some good vision, Kellen did with that rotation over, sweep the vision out of the jungle for KT. Not necessarily relevant without the Dragon up for 2.5 minutes, but could end up being relevant and could be a flank ward for King to teleport to later. As Baron has now spawned, everyone's rotating over towards it. Perfect has TP, and it's just a fight for vision here. A ton of control ward money tossed into the nether here for D+. They did not have enough prio to hold on to that one. KT definitely feeling really good about the zombie wards and the additional gold they're going to pick up from that.
Yeah, that's the classic that we always talk about, especially when we're very close to finishing our first item at 20 minutes into the game.
Hey.
It's just one of the things we got to mention, and that is going to be that mid-tier 1 falling eventually regardless, so Def's going to take that one down. I feel like both of these teams could have some pretty fast Barons, especially KT, from ahead here. So that is going to have to be something that DK do keep in mind. The game is still close, but you know the potential for fast objectives, even a Chemtech Soul is not that bad, given their comp. I think KT in still pretty good control of this game.
Blast cones, by the way, on Chemtech Rift, pretty fantastic for KT's position. Uh-oh, indeed.
Yeah, the TP's going to come in here, and the Impale, it just keeps you locked down for way too long, although that Equalizer is burning down Showmaker. It's still going to be a kill over to the side of D+ Kia. And again, it's so early on that KT aren't going to pull the trigger here on the Baron by any means.
Yeah, Seraph's value both times. The same set play here for D+ is going to be there for Showmaker. I don't know if he necessarily needed it, but it makes it look really hopeless there for the Rumble trying to burn him down.
That was double TP for 1 kill.
Yeah, and obviously Perfect still keeps his. We'll be up in 20. Equalizer's on a very low cooldown, so yes, the money is good, but at the end of the day, it might feel like a trade up for KT in a lot of ways. I do agree that KT's Baron speed is something that D+ need to respect, and D+ do have great ways to interrupt Barons, so as long as they're in the vicinity of the Baron, I feel like with King's flash up and his ability to go through walls, he can absolutely warp one of those team fights. KT will excel as long as there's not a Skarner between Deft and BDD's damage onto aiming. There's a lot of ways to fight for neutral, and D+ are very rapidly losing control of this map, so trying to get that kill on the Rumble feels great money-wise, but it lost them a lot of everything else, because now you can see Perfect is ready to get top turret.
Oh, look at that seismic shove, jeez. This is going to be quite a lot. I think it hit a clone, though, and the Sejuani, so at the end of the day, classier than perhaps it was.
Perfect gets his top turret, right? He's got TP, so, you know, D+ on a bit of a timer here in terms of the value. And Kingen just trying to clear mid-wave.
And that's not going to be a hit here on Adept, who also does have Cleanse, so not even going to get the Cleanse out of him. And Perfect, as you mentioned, just getting a free turret in the top lane, and now he's going to TP in proactively. He's going to be here on time for the immediate equalizer.
Showmaker's so low, Weaver's Wall tough to use here.
And he's looking for these picks, but in general, the positioning of KT's tanks is quite good. They're always in the front. They're always absorbing the pressure and the damage.
Kingen does have Impale back, but look at the spread here for KT, and the poke war definitely going their way right now. The Leandri's even on these harpoons coming through, and Jace just constantly hitting those backlines. Now Kingen kind of blocking for him, but there is a limit to how much he can block. And if Barrel finds the ult, that's the end of the fight.
Yeah, you see Barrel always threatening from the top side, aiming even kind of in an awkward spot. He's on a ward as well, so they can always threaten him. They know he's not really in the fight right now, but gonna engage here onto the Skarner, and they have the damage once again as he is burning, but he gets through the walls and survives on 50 HP. It's not a kill, but it is a Chemtech trade to KT.
Yeah, and Perfect didn't even use his ult. There's no way they could even approach this pit. He's got choke points covered by Barrel as well. And now it's just going to be BDD heading down to the bottom lane. Now this is Chemtech Soul, so it doesn't matter as much as it could if this was Hextech Soul Point, for example, if it was Infernal Soul Point, even Mountain Soul Point, right? But or even Cloud.
Is that all of them?
Yeah,
did you get all of them?
I think I got all of them, yeah.
Good job.
Or even Ocean.
Good list.
I think that's the one I missed, but yeah. It is significant still, and you know, D+ not going to get anything cross for this. Lucid is going to be okay here. Pioshik doesn't have his ult back up. I'm so terrified of what Barrel can do with Blast Cone angles on this Nico. We've seen it so many times from multiple players. We've seen it from Execute, we've seen it from Barrel himself. We've seen it from Showmaker, we've seen it from Canyon.
All right, well, they definitely saw them. They're definitely aware of this. Pioshik trying to pressure here, going to push them away. Level 7 is Kellen, level 9 for Barrel.
Kingen will have TP up very shortly here. BDD has it already. TP coming in for Showmaker as they start this one up.
Yeah, Kingen doesn't have his TP just yet. He is just running on up.
Very slow to get here, though, and Jace can just join at any time.
Yeah, you see that Pioshik does take some damage. It's not very early, but it's still, we're not even past the 30-minute mark right now. It's 25 minutes in. And with the entirety of DK there, as you mentioned before, Wolf, I think that's a bit risky to try to go for that Baron take. Kingen, he's still here by himself in mid, and again he's going to be isolated as the Impale does come in, and he is very difficult to kill. But eventually he will go down, as Pioshik does take a bunch of damage in the trade, but they have been very consistently just identifying that they can kill Kingen.
Yeah, I feel like Hirai and the KT players are going to be like, look, I'll listen to English cast. We're going to have a talk, because you guys are like, you can't kill the Skarner. Like, solo killing him and focusing him down. You know, we do burn through his health bar. It's
turret, though, in trade.
Yeah. And here's something nice. The caster said the draft was going to run back.
I mean, to be honest, the Jace has looked much better than the Yone.
Definitely much better than Yone. We weren't sold on it, but what it did in lane and how it's helped them fight for neutral when they have such a great engage setup is really quite nice. And I think if you are a Skarner in this position, knowing that Showmaker has Weaver's Wall, you're extremely tanky, you still feel pretty safe to be out there at this point in time, and you want to maintain some modicum of prio in the mid lane with this Baron up, but he isn't safe, and the chain CC is there, and all that burn damage does eventually add up. As Kellen is just going to shadow aiming up here.
Hey, he hit level 8.
There we go.
He finally did it, 27 minutes into the game, level 8. Nice. Congratulations. He still doesn't have his first item. Okay.
Well, they're just channeling back and canceling them, hiding where they are on the map. Like, aiming, they know you don't have package.
Yeah.
And so the idea was we need to back to defend this mid push, but like we also want to try to stay top if they go to Baron because they didn't have any vision really, and then they just didn't get anything done top, nor did they defend the mid turret. So
yeah. Kellen did he did not buy any control wards on his back. Saving up.
He's getting there. Come on, Valley.
He's going to get it maybe by 30 minutes. Maybe. I'm not convinced. And
promise you he gets it. Okay, there it is.
Hey, he did it. Nice. Warmogs.
Warmog's not going to be too... I mean, it's pretty good into Jace poke, obviously, but if he does end up getting caught by anything, it's certainly not going to help him too much. And that's kind of how this game is going for KT. They don't use the poke to kill people. They use the poke to force people to come to them, and then that's when barrel presses are, and then we see the equalizer layered on top, and the fights are won like that. So it's the neutral power of Jace that's so annoying, but they're not aiming for Leona. They're aiming for the squishies in the back line as they stack up that damage. I feel like I've become a Warmogs hater overnight, but while like against Jace poke, it feels like it is the most essential Warmog situation. I feel like it's not actually in this case.
It would be really good on aiming. How about aiming builds it?
Well,
then when he gets hit by the poke, he can regen. And
but what about when he tries to hurt the other ones? When he tries to click on them, he doesn't do as much.
Leave that to Leon. Here we go again. I mean, how many times is this going to happen? He is going to flash away, and the Weaver's Wall does come down. Death barely going to miss. Get dodge on that one, but the equalizer once again is pretty good. The impale on a Pyoshi against the tanks are just being bullied in this game.
And the equalizer got a ton of value there, not onto the tank or not onto the carries, but onto the front line as well. Clean.
Root on the Showmaker. And we're getting scrappy again. The teams haven't fought enough. They say, okay, go for the soul, we dare you.
And again, D+'s comp is much less reliant, on their ultimates. Lucid is the key one that they have. He still has it, the most important one for this fight. KT without those ultimates in that skirmish, a little bit tougher. How many of these shock blasts can BDD hit?
Look at Kellen. I don't think they have any idea.
That's about to find out.
Yeah, they know. They even have a ward over the wall as well. They might have spotted him.
Jamaica gonna back. He has teleport here, but he's so low. He just needs to TP back in if they're gonna contest this. Is aiming.
This is such a weird spot. I mean, now it's Pyoshi and BDD coming over here
and
together.
Perfect. Soloing this.
Chemtech Soul. He did it.
Plus scrap shields.
Yeah.
I mean, the extra damage is going to be significant in these, wonky fights.
Yeah, I mean, especially from ahead, just having that extra damage resist as well just makes it even that much harder. It's just a bunch of extra stats, potentially. As long as that person doesn't get isolated and killed immediately, definitely going to help out in some of these team fights.
I think D+ really kind of didn't know what to do after KT backed off the Baron a little bit there, and they pushed top, but there was nothing to get. They let the Dragon go, and they just gave KT the most valuable resource of all, which is time to get their ultimates back online. Now you got Equalizer back. It doesn't take that long. Equalizer's on a super low cooldown. Beryl has his ult back up again. And now KT start this Baron, and they have fantastic turn, and you just got done resetting. So this is an ideal scenario for KT to actually start this Baron up. They've got the damage. Perfect has TP. It can show up at any time. I just want to clear out some vision and make it a little bit tougher for D+ to make a good decision. They still have a control ward in that pit. That's probably the ideal ward to clear. Maybe not the ones on the red buff, but the one in the Baron pit itself could be a better option. But KT could start this Baron up and say, all right, we have some of the best turn League of Legends has to offer. But instead... yeah.
Instead, we are backing.
Didn't even clear the control ward in the pit. Just going to let D+ know.
The series between these two teams, it always does give you a very nice challengers feel in terms of just how chaotic it is. So, Elder Flip. You got it in 4 minutes. Neither team seems to want to go for the Baron just yet. You get some Elder Flip action in here.
Well, I'm starting to wonder if either team is going to be interested in the Elder either.
I think they like that one.
Okay, they cleared the ward in the pit. Now they're going to clear this ward here.
You definitely have to, clean it up quite a bit before you do go into the Baron.
Sure.
Two junglers just kind of looking at each other, and that one will go the way of Pyoshi.
Ooh, they're just trying to push on aiming, knowing there's nothing to block. I actually kind of like this position here for KT.
Yeah, definitely should be good. I mean,
now,
the question is, how deep do you want to go, right? As King and he's just pressuring bot lane turret.
I mean, it's tough here for the teleport for King, and teleport flanks not really available here at all. He's actually walking up.
Half health, Lucid's already here. Are they going to continue on this one? Lucid does have the ult to come through, but the Sedge ult catches him, and Jace is going to secure it as Beryl nearly goes down, but it does not matter. They have a perfect angle, and down will go two of the members already, the bottom laners of DK. The Baron goes the way of KT. Down will go Lucid and Showmaker, and KT, they might have just won the game right there.
I mean, what was Kingen doing that whole time? He just took a joyride between two turrets. He was just driving through. He didn't come to the fight at all. They needed him there. They needed a front line. They needed some defensive options. And even though he couldn't have gone for a flank teleport, he could have just teleported onto his team and helped peel for them there, but he just didn't show up. And now he's the last man standing, looking for an Impale here. I think it's too little too late.
He's not even going to get the kill on a Pyoshik. I mean, Kellen, he's still getting in there. He's still fighting, but with 5 members alive, they will be able to take down the Nexus, and we will have our game 3. As is always the way, we go the full set, the full distance between these two teams whenever they face off.
Pretty self-explanatory last fight there. KT had a ton of control. They were very patient around getting that Baron vision, and finally their first win of the season does come through. For the most part, running back the same draft with the Jace, a huge difference maker in neutral. So good into the Corki. When the Corki is trying to farm mid, they just assign BDD mid there and just constantly shove him out, constantly poke him out. And they are able to win it in the end. Beryl with some really clutch engages this game too. Very much the difference maker along with Perfect, who emergency subs in, is sick, and still gets it done after a rough laning phase. It took me a minute to pick POG there, Valdez. I'll leave it a secret for now, but
yeah,
I think it was a team effort more than anything else, and for the first time, KT finally link up as a 5-man unit.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot cleaner than game 1. It definitely looked a lot more playable, especially the stuff you were talking about in the early game, just able to get some nice leads, and then you've got control of the situation, the vision, your poke is landing, and you don't have a Yone dashing onto Leah Rocks. Things definitely looked a lot better for KT in that second game.
I'm so puzzled by what the decision-making of Kingen in that last moment. I mean, I don't know if it would have necessarily mattered if he TP'd even onto his team, but the man was literally driving between two turrets while his team was getting wiped. He had TP, there were wards on his team he could have TP'd to. And I think D+ really feeling the pressure in this one. And yet again, for now the 4th time in 2024, full series. 3-gamer.
Yeah. We got the glasses. Very cool. And just saying that KT's going to get the win. Crossing out the 0 as always. Making it a 2-1. But we are not done with this series, guys. We got one more game. We are going to take a break and then have the space to break down game number 2. We'll be right back.
야 먹어봐 야 궁 쏴줘 호피 잡아 걸어 이겨 쭉 가자 하나 위에 하나 우리 위 잡았어 잡았고
stop it, you two. You guys are just flicking at each other. All right.
I know what Deagon's talking about.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back here to the space. The salty run back proved to be true as it is now tied up 1-1. We have one more decisive game. Deagon here alongside Ox and Chronicler. And I need you all to start spelling my name with a 6, D6ON, because we've got our 6-game series. It's long, long days here. But let's start here with the draft here, Ox.
Yeah, so not many adjustments made in this situation. In fact, this isn't actually the draft from this game. This is the old draft. So we can have a look at the new draft.
Look at that! Look at that!
Did we actually change drafts? I can't even tell.
The Nico.
He's joking.
Yeah.
So Nico was
over.
picked in 4th instead of... they picked Jace instead.
Yeah, I actually think that Jace does make a difference because it allows, between like the lethality Calista and a Jace, you have a decent amount of poke. You're no longer like fully committed into dive. You can play at a distance. Even the equalizer works at a distance, so it does shift up the comp a bit. But real talk, I think the biggest difference was your Sejuani not getting put mega behind in the early game. That really changed how the game played out.
There was also the fact that casting, even though I agree with the casters, was not even close on the level of issue or the list of issues in game 1, ended up perfect, or rather ended up doing such a good job. Like, I was really impressed on by his rumble, particularly out of lane.
Yeah, honestly, we saw the same Lucid play earlier, just run up towards the top side of the map and Kingen just drag in the top laner, and the same thing happened all over again. One person that really didn't like this was Dan. Ox really didn't like this. It looked like he bit into like pickles with his face as soon as he saw the draft. But all right, let's take a look at the post-game stats, because we weren't able to get that to you right after the game. Yeah, I will say Perfect came on in, did a lot of damage on Rumble, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think casting was the problem, but Perfect was definitely the solution. I think we've seen the Rumble picked in the Skarner a lot. Skarner obviously just has a lot of value, very tanky, but you can have pressure in lane against him. And if you deliver on the Rumble, if you get the Huni tick of approval, you can carry with that pick.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the highlights here, starting with the first one. Up on the top side of the map, the Herald fight that where it started to look not so great here for Deft, but they turn it around, do KT.
Big thing here is also that Barrel and Deft had a much better game. They didn't get bopped in the 2v2, and I think these team fights, we're seeing KT just be way more cohesive, ready to actually collapse when they try and get on top of Deft. And Lucid there a little bit over, or rather, a little bit preemptive going in. But also, as we saw there, Kingen just kind of, like, where do I go? What do I do? That disconnect between him and the rest of his team was there for the entire game.
Well, let's take a look at the next highlight that we had here over on the top side. Yet again, it was a lot of kind of waiting and more of the same. Wolf called it out. Kingen nowhere to be found, just kind of cruising around, had TP, but the rest of the team getting into a fight at Baron.
Yeah, I feel like this is quite a weird situation. I really don't know what the comms were with Kingen here, but this scenario, with this specific Baron Rift, that perfect sort of runway for the Rumble ult, the value is astronomical. And as soon as that comes down, you know you've won the fight. They got the Baron, and I'm still trying to work out a TP top.
So my interpretation is that the plan was to play it slow, and then Kingen would come for the flank because he's Skarner, right? But then you already give up the Baron, and also the rest of his team was definitely not looking to play it slow, so they need to be on the same page.
Maybe he was looking in between the turrets because earlier in game number 1, Lucid went between the turrets on the Poppy in that early part. He's like, I'm going to try to figure out which way to go between the turrets, not take turret shot. Oh, my team is dead. Let's take a look at the POG here. Who gets it in game number 2? It's Perfect. Substitutes on in, saves the team. This is what everyone's been wanting if you're a KT fan.
This is a guy who has had such a market improvement throughout this year, and it's really telling. Casting, I think, had a pretty decent game number 1, but Perfect comes in. The team fights from KT just look different.
Yeah, and especially, you know, if it's a role where you're playing something like Skarner or Cassante, I feel like there's maybe less skill expression at times when it comes to these big fights, but I feel like Rumble has been such a feast or famine pick, where like a bad Rumble has been such a detriment to a team, but when you have games like this, you can just completely take over and the value is huge.
As we have some time here before we go to the decisive game number 3, and we take a look at our picks. Media! Hey, Pog Media! That one's good. Analyst, good. Way to go, y'all. Shout outs.
Yeah, I really like the mix here because if you look at those fights as well, all of them were won by one thing or another. Either was, which is what we ended up going for, perfect, and even though his laning phase, he obviously took a bit of a beating, even though I think he only ended up dying once in lane. But then the barrel rider with his ultimate was about as big of a 180 as you could have had from game number 1, where he just chain died and didn't hit anyone at any point.
It's just the most barrel thing ever, honestly.
It's the barrel classic.
Yeah, I mean, I watched game 1, I'm like, this guy's a 2-time world champion. Then game 2, I'm like, this guy's a 2-time world champion.
Oh man, Max at home loving the barrel votes here. All right, because we haven't had a lot left, because we haven't had a lot of draft changes. One quick thing. What do you want to see? Just quick.
DK the blue side and a carry for Lucid. I think that game 1 it worked out, but game 2, I think you need to go back to that.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. A big reason they won game 1 was the advantages Lucid could get in the jungle, so I think play on that.
All right, well, let's see what happens here. Again, a decisive game, very important between these two squads that were close in the standings in the spring split. And now, early on into the summer split, in the first round, they're going to need to figure it out. Who will take it? Let's find out.
Thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown of game number 2. As we're going to have DK on the blue side, I would assume. Maybe they say, okay, well, we won game 1 so hard. Perhaps there is a way where we just get on the red side, we just do it again. But I don't know. I think most people are going to still favor that blue side, and we might see a different draft this time around. Finally, Kingen looks very not pleased, but he oftentimes doesn't look very pleased, so I wouldn't read too much into it.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, but there were definitely some issues there. Blue side for D+, not a surprise. As I was going to keep my perfect vote a secret, I thought most people would vote for Barrel, but I thought perfect. I wanted to give him the nod because he's sick. You know, he came in, he played a fantastic game, the team looked different.
I felt bad after he died the first time. I'm like, oh man, he's sick. He comes in here solo killed, like, but he turned it around in a big way.
So we are in the 4th back-to-back. The 4-peat of the
Oh no, not the 4-peat.
Here for D+ and KT. Rolster going to his 3rd game all year long, including playoffs that went to game 5. D+ was able to get the better of them there, which only Jonas Strong and G-Sun could have predicted back then. I was a KT predictor going into this series, or going into this week. Going into today, if I could have swapped my prediction, I would have.
Same.
You never know what's going to happen in this 3rd and final game. But in terms of bans, looking identical.
They are looking pretty identical. We don't have a first ban Vi from KT,
but that's going to be the second ban.
That's probably going to be the second ban, yes. I think that's absolutely what you need to ban against Lucid. If you're not banning Vi against Lucid, I think they're just going to first pick it, even with Skarner available. But let's see. Let's see how this one does pan out. The Callista also denied, so nobody's playing that one in this game. Although we did see it in both games 1 and 2.
Yeah, and even though aiming handled it pretty well, the Callista and the Corki gave them a lot of power bottom side there and allowed them to play the Nico support, which was the engage that led to all of those really cool combos. It was a really cool draft from KT. We were skeptical as that looks like a potential Cassante angle here for D+. And you see the Twisted Fate Man. Not necessarily, but often it is what it means.
Yeah. TF, I think, in general, a pretty good ban against KT Rolster. BDD is a fantastic TF player. I hope it doesn't mean that Showmaker's playing Akali. That's doesn't really feel like the meta for like TF mid and Akali and stuff like that, but
if the mid,
we'll see.
If the mid doesn't have CC, it doesn't belong in my LCK.
What about Corki?
I mean, Corki has other options. Like,
Yeah.
I'll give Corki the nod.
Why did they leave Vi open?
They have an answer. It's going to be Pyoshik Sejuani.
That's not a good pick into Vi.
It's going to be Pyoshik Sejuani coming in.
So
I mean, they also banned Tristana, so I don't know if Pyoshik is planning on playing an AP jungler here.
So you're taking Talia, right? You're not giving them Talia Vi.
They're giving them Talia Vi.
Okay. You know, I've been pretty judgmental on KT's drafts so far, but this one, this might push me over the edge.
Let's see what the plan is. I don't want to judge early.
I think Skarner and Varus are great picks individually.
Because
I'll say that.
And when you have Vine, Talia, which will obviously be locked in here, they're just using this time to think about what their third pick is going to be here, which will probably just be Rumble. Although it's a lot of magic damage, so there's other options to consider. The Cassante is still strong here into the Skarner. I don't want to judge this until I see what BDD is playing. And if I'm not convinced
How about
by
Renekton?
that... Could be Renekton.
Renekton, another choice. But
I think it's going to be Cassante.
Cassante does feel a little bit more OP, but it's Zeri.
Nautilus is up also. This almost feels like they're like, aha, we steal BDD's pick away this way because now they have to lock the Nautilus. I said Nautilus, not Nidalee.
Yeah, I did hear you correctly.
Yeah, no, I'm not telling you. I'm telling BDD. That's the wrong hover. There you go.
Yeah, Nautilus very strong in general, but also very strong into Zeri when you're picking it when your opponents can pick after your Zeri.
Yeah, he typed a knee and not a nah, and he had to backspace and then type the nah and then click the Nautilus. This does mean BDD loses his top-tier counter picks that he would have potentially liked to have. Now, this also indicates to me that BDD has a special pick prepared for this Talia. They left it open, right? And now they're going to just not grab it. So, like, at this point, you ban the Rumble, you ban the Cassante as KT Rolster, but as D+, you're like, well, they left it open, so they clearly have something prepared, but we don't know what it is, so it's very difficult to actually ban out BDD here. It could be the Azir, but...
There's still a lot of things you can play in the mid lane, right? You could still go like AP jungle and throw a Corki in mid, right? That's still an option here.
Yeah.
They did take away the Nidalee, but still a lot of other great AP jungle options to potentially go for. So a lot to think about here, I'd say, if you're DK. I think when both mid and jungle are available, it's really difficult to ban away BDD and Pyosik, so they're just going to take Poppy away.
Okay. Doesn't feel like a very... I don't know if... I mean, it's not a bad ban by any means, but it doesn't feel like that's what KT were leaning towards here. As Veigar. So I told you, you can't ban it because you don't know what it's going to be, and BDD had something special prepared. He thought he was going to have the answer to this. Very strong in Divide, as we've seen in the past. Also, Skarner pretty good in Divide as well. So I do like this angle here for KT Roll. So yeah, you gave Lucid his best pick, but doesn't necessarily mean free win if you have the answers, right? And BDD has a pretty decent answer here, as I did not expect to see this hover.
Well, King and Gragas into Perfect's Skarner could be pretty interesting. I mean, it's a lot of sustain, I suppose, but the Rakan is going to be the choice. They really want extreme, hard engage. We're all going in at the same time. Every champ here pretty much does that. The Talia is more of a follow-up, along with the other three.
It could have been a Lulu and just opt in for survivability, and Enchanter support is going to have a better time into Veigar cages than the Rakan will, but if you can manage that cooldown, you see it drop, you go in, oh boy, World's MVP. I said it earlier, I was like, he likes to play the champ, but does the lane really well and does the flanking.
Kindred!
Okay.
Alrighty.
Well, that's a Pyosik special. We got the King and special here. It feels like an exhibition match. Lucid has his best champ, BDD, playing the Veigar he's famed for. And it's all coming full circle. Depth Varus here, the Nautilus to lock down this Zeri. There's a lot of CC on both sides. There's a lot of zoning for KT. When you combine the Event Horizon and the Lamb's Respite, it's a pretty cool combo where everyone's kind of stuck in the cage. You can't kill anybody. And then you have the ability to pull people into the cage with Impale, as well as the charge from Skarner's E. So if you look at all the different things that KT's comp can do, it's very creative. And I feel like they didn't want to show this draft in this series, but they felt like they had to. They left those picks open. They let Lucid play the Vi, tried to set this trap. And I'll give them an A for effort in terms of the creativity.
Oh, hello.
Hello. There they are. Is that a Looper? Not 100% sure. But anyway, on the side of D+, it's Looper and Pawn. On the side of D+, I feel like their draft is perfect for them. I mean, aiming, Zeri, right? Showmaker, Talia, Lucid on the Vi, King and Aatrox. Tons of mid-game power in this draft, and KT's execution is a lot tougher.
It definitely is, but I really like this Kindred pick. I think it's great into what they have. Extreme hard engage. That ult's going to be great, but let's see how it goes. Game 3 starts now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty. And how about a little invade to get Game 3 started here? It's just going to give some stacks over to BDD's Veigar so that he has a little bit of an easier time in the lane. Very generous of you, DK.
Too bad he didn't go first strike. We've gotten some money out of this.
Yeah. So the Kindred, it's great. It has a good matchup into the Vi. It has a great matchup into this comp in general.
He has a pentakill on it, Valdez.
He has a pentakill. It's Pyoshik. It just feels perfect. It's where you'll oftentimes, you won't see the 5th pick on red side save for the jungle, but this is like one of those times where it feels really good. So
yeah,
really cool to see, and I think only a player like Pyoshik could potentially get it done.
The Kia KT Derby, man. Forget Telecom Wars. This is my new hot series of the season.
Yeah, they're just so evenly matched.
They're evenly matched. The drafts are head-scratching in some ways, but extremely creative in others. And, this has just been super entertaining as Kellen's going to get hooked, but should be okay here. Nice trade, obviously, out of this. But I look at the setups here for KT, and I think, wow, there's a lot of really awesome potential options here for how this game goes so well for them in mid-game skirmishes. And even early game skirmishes can be incredibly strong for them. And then you have the late game, I press R, champion dies for BDD. Great hook.
Oh, the hooks have been good from Beryl. He's just had a fantastic time on this champ in general. Pyoshik is over here. He's going to spot a Vi, or where he should be. Maybe we'll take the wolves away. Did go from his red immediately into Lucid's jungle. So once again, just trying to get started on that good jungle 1v1.
Trying to ask him how he likes it. Some of that jungle gets taken away. And up on the top side, the Aatrox is going to struggle with some of these early levels, but can start to be a huge menace, especially if Perfect just goes back to buy that standard tier to start stacking that up. King will be able to actually get relevant stats and continue to pressure him in that top side of the map. As long as he can hit those sweet spots, which seemed to be a little bit of an issue yesterday. Well, we'll see what he can do with that pick. At the moment, though, struggling into those early Skarner levels, as we often see. Did go Grasp. Perfect did this time around, so a bit of a change up there.
Ooh. That was a really nice hook from Beryl, just because it was on target. Kellen had to dodge it, but also it wasn't close enough to the wall where he awkwardly hooks the wall and then takes half his health and damage because he missed the guy, but he hits the wall. It's like right there in that sweet spot where either you're going to hit the champion or you're going to hit nothing.
Yeah, that was really well done by Beryl.
It's just funny to praise him for missing a hook, but it's just one of those very small things.
Just so well positioned.
Yeah, Lucid and Showmaker is getting in there, as they do want to take the scuttle, as now trying to get on top of Def, but that knockup's not going to come through as Beryl just flashed away. Meanwhile, BDD and Pyoshik, they want to fight this one. But at the end of the day, it's essentially just a 4v4. The Event Horizon comes down, and Pyoshik's going to run straight for the marked Scuttle Crab, I'd imagine.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, especially with the lack of control they have now here with no Event Horizon. Deft.
He wants it. He's feeling the energy of this series. Meanwhile, Event Horizon is going to miss, but that does zone them away. Perfect's also down here. Look at how well the team is playing around this one. Might come down to a smite, though, as it will go the way of Pyoshik. He does pick up the first mark very early on. As Deft's going to have to flash here. Kind of an awkward spot for him as he is burning down. He's going to trade back a little bit, but not the greatest lane state for him.
Yeah, even with Halo Blades here, you're just not going to be able to offer the same amount of damage as Zeri in this type of trade pattern. Kellen is in position. Ignite goes down. He has to flash. Barrier also popped here, so Def down both sums. Beryl zoned out now as well as he is, and that's going to be aiming, picking up the plate here early. Knowing, of course, that Pyoshik went topside, there's no one to bail out this lane. BDD will teleport over to try to catch some of the farm. We'll, of course, be able to grab 2 stacks there. And we'll get some additional stacking going. Grabbed a tier as well. did not go for the Gatherings, late game AP either, is actually going Scorch here. So I think that really says the type of game here where KT are trying to fight a lot in mid game.
BDD?
Yeah.
He didn't go Gathering Storm?
No, he didn't. I saw it in the runes earlier. He did not. Unless I missaw it. Pretty sure he did not.
Yeah, BDD is a known Scorcher. Yeah. And I mean, I guess the idea is that you just want to have a better lane state against the Taliyah, but, you know, Veigar loves his AP.
He certainly does.
That's just another way to scale up very nicely, but he's a known Scorcher, so.
He really is.
And he does take it pretty much on every champion.
I think that one of the things about Veigar that I've always felt, and you guys told us I'm basically a Veigar main, it's one of the picks I play all the time, is that his early game and his mid game are so incredibly strong even before he gets all that AP because of Event Horizon, right? You can really warp team fights your way, and even his execute on his ult before he has a ton of AP can be quite significant. So, you know, if you want to try to continue to put that pressure on in lane and then roam in a lot of matchups, you can really get that done in the Scorch's value. In this matchup, you know, not really going to be the case, especially when you teleport bottom and give up control, but just wanted to point that out.
He's just picking up extra farm, Wolf. He's just getting down there. He's like, oh, that's a nice, juicy wave for me. I'm Veigar. I'm going to stack up some stacks. That's what you do with stacks. You stack
them. Yeah.
KT's going to make a big play here for the Drake. 4 members on the Drake, but 4 members of DK also trying to get in here, but they want to turn onto Kellen. And where are you going to go? You're trapped in the cage, and immediately he goes down, just executed, like you said. Nice foreshadowing there from Wolf, as immediately Kellen just doesn't exist anymore. And they don't get the Drake, but they get First Blood.
First Blood, pretty significant here. Gold over to BDD, plus the 5 stacks he'll pick up on top of the stacks he's gotten in mid and in bot there, off of the takedown. So his money stacking up here as well as, ooh. It's going to be okay for both parties involved in this scenario, but I don't think anyone really expected that to come through except Beryl.
We can't fathom it, you know. He just understands it himself, and all of us just kind of have to guess.
Yeah, we're all just living in Beryl's world.
Yeah, exactly.
Whenever he's on the stage, you know, you just have to accept it. You're in his territory. You know, they say win in Rome in the LCK. We say win in D+ versus KT.
Yep.
Look the other way. So that play there, though, from Beryl and the lack of vision ends up really costing D+. Kellen can't do anything because he's hooked. The Event Horizon is there. He's put in the center of it, so he can't even flash out. And that's what it seemed like happened there. So he's just dead. There's so much burst. BD is able to get him with the ultimate. And pop goes the Rakan. And this is the early game power of that Veigar. Now, as you mentioned, they weren't able to turn it into the dragon. That is perfect.
Well, he's going to bring him back. I mean, is he going to commit to a play here? Yep, going to get the Impale. And the flash will answer it. It's always fun to play champs that just get free flashes if you set it up nicely, and Skarner is definitely one of those.
BDD will drop a significant amount of money to make this attempted roam happen topside, though. I don't think they're going to feel too happy about that, even though they did get the flash.
See Deft and Beryl, they're trying to clear this wave, but they're not quite able to. The damage is a bit delayed on a Deft. They will get this kill, though, and the dive is going horribly wrong. As 2 kills go the way of KT. Now they do take out Deft, and aiming will still alive, so he'll get some value there, but not quite the cleanest dive I've ever seen, Wolf.
That's why you don't dive Nautilus. It's another Nautilus feature, is he's got those roots, and he just looks at one champion, he roots them, he hooks, he roots again, and he has a shield. You can't kill this guy, he didn't even have to flash.
Is it worth it? No. I don't think it is. I mean, aiming did get 1 extra wave. He's gonna get 1 extra plate. It is Zeri. I mean, it's not that bad.
So he's hooked kind of into the center here and tries to actually look for the knockup. So he actually could have tried to flash out there and survive, but wanted to actually re-engage. Looks like if Showmaker hits a nice shove after that, I guess maybe you could have turned that fight around, but he's just burst too quickly. And it's a judgment you have to make instantly, right? Now, watching this again, Deft gets knocked up here and then shoved, but Beryl is still pretty healthy. And look at the root, the hook. Not really going to be what you want here.
Whoa! Wow!
Okay. BDD definitely feeling a lot better than he did after that Game 1 loss where he looked like he was having a rough time. He's definitely changed the atmosphere now, got that First Blood. They get the 2 kills bottom side. KT looking great here in this final game.
Yeah, they're definitely starting off on the right foot, as they did in game number 2. They were forced over to the red side here, but we talked a lot about their draft and how it feels like they got a lot of options. Even though they did have to give a lot of power over to DK, I still feel like they came up with a lot of good answers by the end of it all. And now KT are going to get started as Event Horizon will miss. And Perfect also has to cut the dash short. So Showmaker will be fine, but that is an early Mountain Drake over to KT.
Big for KT. You can see the potential of that, Skarner pushing somebody into the Event Horizon. This one was a little bit disjointed, so it doesn't end up working out, but very strong potential combo there. And BD will just sit back and farm. Don't know how many stacks he's on exactly, as we do see 2 stacks of Kindred Mark here for Pyosik at the moment. But I'm sure he's starting to get pretty up there in terms of that AP damage. It's Kingen. Gonna swap down here bottom side. They'll put the Zeri top. A little bit more comfortable up there to just kind of push in, maybe grab a plate here before KT can react. BD does have his teleport back up, but I don't think he wants to expend it here.
Ah, yes, the Zeri versus Skarner lane.
Yes.
My favorite. See this all the time. Big mainstay here at the LCK.
Very hard to get to the Zeri, but also very hard to hurt the Skarner.
Yeah, top Zeri getting that solo farm, That's the way it goes. Lucid and Kellen are up here, and they are going to push Perfect back. We've definitely seen this before.
I mean, now
seen it like 3 times today.
Now BDD is considering the teleport to the top side if they wanted to hold on to those minions, but he won't. We'll just stay down. Showmaker does not have teleport, but does, of course, have his ultimate to come up there, so could Weaver's Wall in if they really want to heavily commit, and BDD has to keep track of this. And Perfect says, my Veigar's got TP. You can try it if you want.
We'll see how it goes. 3 people coming on in, no teleport, and Perfect is just left out to dry as they're using quite a lot. Oh, the flash on in, and Perfect is going to turn it around. Picks up a kill for himself, 1v3 underneath his own turret.
I mean, it's just so hard to dive a Skarner. He has so many tools to stop the dive. He has flash, and he's able to trade it back. Well played by Perfect in this moment. Super clutch, and Deft and Barrel are getting plates bottom side here, so yes, Aiming will continue to do the same. But it feels like a huge trade up here for KT, considering how many resources were committed there to the top side.
TP. Yeah, and that's from the Skarner. So first turret blood does go to KT. And you saw that Aiming it was just so difficult for him to actually do damage to that turret, as now he's got a Skarner on his back. Trying to go for the trade here is Perfect, and with Lucid in the river, he will back away.
Yeah, Perfect's like, that's the gameplay. I did 3 autos with the Q. And that's about all I can offer you. That's all I can tell you, Zeri.
Yeah.
If you come back in about 3 to 4 seconds, we can do it again. But stay in melee range, please. Because BDD did hit like 105 stacks. 4 stacks for Pyosik now, a big spike for him on the Kindred. So KT kind of swimming through this mid-game, feeling very good about how things are looking. Veigar stacking up. The Archangel's finished. Have to finish those tier stacks, of course, but BD picked up some extra money there. And this is a very strong mid-game situation. You can see how ahead Pyosik is on farm on the Kindred. And so it's really tough to fight this next Drake here for D+, but it's hard to give it up, too, when you don't know what soul it could be. It could be Hextech soul, it could be Infernal.
Yeah, if it's Hextech, and that goes the way of KT, you just give them the win from there, as it will be incredibly strong with Veigar. You've got Varus, you've got Kindred. I mean, so many ways to proc it, so many ways to follow up on plays, slowing everybody. As Barrel's going to find his support enemy.
I mean, BDD is nearby.
He's almost trying to bait Kellen into a fight so that BDD could get something going, but it's not quite going to happen.
I thought potentially we would just see Barrel press R there and try to set up the chain damage into BDD's ult, but they think better of it.
He's going to find Lucid, who does dodge that nicely. And really, your time to go in is when Event Horizon is down. And I think DK, they have identified this, but really nice Chain of Corruption does come down. Barrel also going to maintain that front line here, and now trying to go for the follow-up engage, and Kellen is just so dead, but now Barrel taking a ton of damage, and DK looking to turn this around, but again, the Lancers fight pretty good, but Pyosik left out to dry, and BDD and Def not quite able to step up to them as Aiming, and Kingen so good, getting a bunch of resets, and ending that fight in their favor.
I'm not 100% sure why KT thought this was a fight they wanted the hill they wanted to die on, really, in terms of trying to force that. Yes, BD picks up that kill, but they use everything onto the engaging Rakan, and there's a Eclipse, Aatrox teleporting into the fight. Perfect doesn't have TP. You can't win this one long term, and as you mentioned, D+ know their window to push on Event Horizon. They actually get a ton of space here, and then Barrel goes in. Event Horizon is used to kill one support, and then all of your peel is really gone. Timing of the ult here for Pyosik a little bit off, but I don't know how much it really matters here, as the numbers game is 100% always going to go D+'s, and the Skarner is just kind of looking a little bit silly over there on the top side. Perfect still doesn't have TP, and that's going to be the second Dragon going over to D+ Kia.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think when Veigar was a bit more meta, we used to talk about this a bit, especially with Vi, but the Vi can kind of just go under everything and not really care, and essentially just, you know, ignore whatever you have in terms of defensive capability, which is part of the reason why it's so strong. You can't cleanse it, she'll always get in there. In this case, Lucid was zoned out a little bit, but then he just got to press his R onto a very nice target. And it's an Infernal Soul here.
It is. So, I mean, this is so massive for Veigar. And interestingly enough, because of the fact that D+ didn't, or that KT didn't get 2 dragons, they have an extra dragon worth of percentage-based AP he can get actually after this. So very important for KT these next few dragons, of course. But on the other side of things, I want to talk about the Zeri that's sitting on 4 kills. It's aiming Zeri, arguably his most iconic pick, and he has a Shiv and Runen, so his wave clear is pretty insane. So getting Prio back for KT to actually contest these dragons is going to be so challenging. And I am very concerned about, you know, what this game is going to look like from here, because yes, they have a gold lead and arguably infinite scaling, but I think the game state heavily favors D+ with this big Zeri right now.
Yeah, the Zeri is basically a raid boss at this point, and you can throw down an Event Horizon, but that's got a cooldown. You can throw down a Lamb's Respite, that's got a very large cooldown, and the Zeri is just going to be skating around the map and can delay and can wait for her next opportunity to go in. You can only delay for so long, and I think KT, if you get very far behind, yes, you can throw all those things down, but then eventually DK just swing the hammer and kill you. So
yeah, it's like, did BDD's R kill the Zeri? If yes, like, okay. If no, then
they do have a Nautilus. I mean, a couple R buttons you can press on that pesky Zeri. But
aiming does have cleanse, of course, as well, so a lot of safety here on this pick. Now, it was a lot of scuffle there around that Herald charge, but no objective up to contest here, so everyone's going to reset and go back to their lanes. But if KT had been able to secure that turret, I think that would have been one step in the right direction for helping maintain, or at least try to regain mid prio, since their turret is still up, but they don't get it. And Zeri backs, grabs a crit cloak, and aiming heads straight back to mid lane, and watch how quickly these minions disappear. It's pretty insane. I mean, Zeri's so strong she can get pentakills on other champions, apparently, as we learned today. So, like, I don't know. If KT want to get prio for this dragon in 2.5 minutes, they're going to have to be proactive about looking for a pick, and that means Perfect's teleport is really important, because perhaps a teleport flank could be what they need.
Yeah. I like how there's nothing really going on the map. There's no other objective. I mean, there is no objective. The dragon's not even up. And there's no camps for Lucid, so they're just all still kind of hanging around the dragon. Now, that does mean they're not in position to stop this push, so KT do get a free mid tier 1. Showmaker will get the bot tier 1, but the mid one is going to feel a bit better for KT.
That's really important for them. That means that they can potentially keep that mid prio a little bit more. I love the ward that's in mid as well set up here. Aiming is going to clear that one out, but small things like that can be how you get an advantage, and how you might even potentially be able to set up for a pick. If someone gets greedy, good to clear that. As we do see 140 left, way more vision control right now for D+ on the bottom side of the river, and that's where this next fight is going to happen. And in terms of damage right now, Zeri is huge. They do have Leandries here for Showmaker, but I don't think that a 20-minute Baron is really on the cards. There's too many ways for KT to shut them down. Perfect has TP, he has Impale, and BD just going to put a cage on top of that Baron pit. You can't really do that right now. But KT kind of have to respect the possibility of it, and that means that vision just hasn't really been cleared up all too much on the bottom side of the map. Some of it cleared by D+ as they reset wards and start putting it up here to the top side instead. Maybe D+ have other ideas. Maybe they think they actually can start this Baron on spawn.
I think it's kind of rough. You don't really have a good tank for that one. I mean,
I just don't think so, right? Like,
Lion can only do so much in terms of tanking that damage, and I guess it'll also depend on what kind of Baron it is, but yeah, at the end of the day, they have the damage, but not really the tank ability, and you can get yourself in a bad spot against a Nautilus and a Skarner, of course, who have many different angles to engage as long as the Skarner's there.
So there's a
very important.
Yeah, there's a game 2. So
it's been a long day.
Turret's up for KT and Zeri backed here. They have the wave prio. All that vision was actually, like I said, kind of replaced by D+, so they don't actually have a ton of control here or a ton of vision. KT are going to kind of get the jump on the prio here for this dragon. And D+, not in position really to come over here and contest this realistically without a really nice buy ultimate here from Lucid. Love the positioning here of Perfect. They do a ton of damage to this dragon.
Another ward comes down. They see it's started up here, but the damage you mentioned is huge. And Beryl just walking up the event horizon. There's no way for the Vi to get in. You just cannot access the pit. And so the first Drake goes the way of KT with no bloodshed at all. Now KT is waiting in the brush, is going to zone DK away, and DK will respect that. So no kills, very much LCK Dragon taken. Lots of maneuvering, lots of strategizing about how they were going to take that one, and then KT just took it.
I think a lot of this came down to the fact that Zeri backed. You know, aiming went to grab Last Whisper, and so the wave was there. It was tough for D+ to get in first. Positioning for Perfect so good because they have an Event Horizon on one side and they have an Angry Skarner with Flash and Impale on the other.
And the Nautilus.
Nautilus as well, as you mentioned, and D+ now kind of like, oh, we missed everything there. We didn't actually get a strong cross map. Not that there's much they could do. This mid turret is still sitting at like 75% health over here, almost 80% health. And so KT are just going to rinse and repeat as the Veigar gets stronger and stronger as this game continues. Beryl stealing away some blue side shards here. And, I mean,
here we go.
Board, here we go. But, like, KT are around this area. All they need is to suss this out, and it's just going to be a no. They're able to avoid the Scuttle Crab.
Beryl just needs to place vision, and this will immediately stop. And there it is. There's the vision. And they have to back away. I mean, it's only 3 people. You can see Lucid's getting chunked. Everybody's getting chunked. Pyosik runs over, and they have to stop the Baron. So with 3 people, they can tank it up if nobody knows about it and sneak it, but that's going to be spotted out here by KT.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, I mean, I think it was a good try. I mean, no harm, no foul. Nobody gets taken out for it, and there's no, like, top turret to take. There's no standing gold on the map outside of that mid turret that, yes, Zeri can push waves to, but she can't actually go up and hit because there's just too many threats. And knowing that Skarner's TP is up means that he could come from any angle where you don't know where the teleport ward is, so you just have to be really respectful. So all he could do is send minions to the turret, but he can't actually do damage to it himself. If the team groups for it, that's what KT wants. They want to pull him into the center there. So KT really hold all the cards right now.
Uh-oh. Not like this. You can see they don't really have the vision. Oh, the hook around the corner, and the Chain of Corruption will come down, as well as the R from the Nautilus, and Showmaker in so much trouble, but the counter engage comes in. The Lance Respite is massive to keep them all alive, but Kingen is running at them. He is alone, but here comes Lucid now into that back line, takes down Deft, and you see it's Kingen against the world, whereas Perfect is going against the world as well. Kingen and Lucid still on the chase here. So many low health bars. BDD still alive. Perfect still in the 1v2. Lucid gonna pick up the double. BDD still alive.
The flash missed Q though, and Kingen's gonna get out here. And Perfect, I don't know if he's on for this world. Whoa!
Nice try, but yeah. Oh, the damage on Kellen. He is just so incredibly tanky. Can they actually kill him is the question. Need the Vi Q to come back up, and there it is. They should have enough from here, and that is the one from aiming to finally take down Perfect.
The one thing I didn't see in that fight is who BDD ulted, because there were several targets of the early part of that fight where he could have actually gotten the secured kill and he just held it.
Did he get in range here? Did he use it here?
No, he didn't use it at the beginning of the fight. As Beryl ends up getting the knockup, doesn't. Yeah, I don't think he was in range there, so can't get Showmaker there.
Nope.
And the Lamb's Respite is pretty good. Great flashes here in reaction to Can, but it's a 2-for-1 for him. And then Lucid gets over the wall here. BD just trying to set the event horizon to help his squad get out. He lives and then flashes.
Here?
Yeah, that was not the timing, unfortunately. And then he flashes to try to hit the Q and completely whiffs it. And that's a great fight for D+. You can see with proactive re-engages into a moment like this, D+'s comp is actually so insanely strong. And there's just so much CC and mobility with the Aatrox that's so fast at closing the gap on these squishy champions. The Weaver's Wall plus the shoves. And aiming is just so huge at this point. I mean, he's a big shutdown of gold if BDD can get into ultimate range and actually just QR him later on in this game, but he's not quite that big yet. Doesn't have a death cap. Doesn't have that many stacks. Sitting at 203 right now. So significant, but he's looking at a maximum of 1,119 damage on his level 2 ultimate.
Yeah, he just got Sterixed in the last one. Just didn't factor it in, and unfortunately, you know, if he didn't have that item, Aatrox, he would have died, but it's not the way it went. Here comes Perfect over the wall, maybe thinking about running at Lucid, maybe trying to get some vision, but kind of a weird last fight. That doesn't give you a great sense, I think, about, you know, who's really strong at this point in time. It was a very messy one.
I mean, aiming, if he is still alive at the end of the fight, I don't know if KT ever wins those, right? And it's so hard to catch him. He's so mobile, and he's positioned himself so incredibly far back. It's Kellen who's caught by this event horizon. They're just trying to zone here as they push bottom parts, or the bottom part of this fight, but Lucid just gonna walk away. Kingen does not have TP, so I don't know if he's actually gonna fully channel that back. He decides ultimately not to.
Yeah, I would say probably can at this point.
And that mid turret still getting so much value here for KT.
Yeah, it allows them to step up in a somewhat precarious situation. Kingen just trying to get what he can with this passive, just going to clear out the wave. And it's a standoff, man. They're just looking at each other. Nobody's willing to start up the Drake just yet. We did have Kingen channel his back, and he gets Warmogs here at 27 minutes, but Lucid went back as well. So now Pyosik just going to start this one up alone, and they're missing 2 players at this point in time. The wall will come down, and it will actually push KT off of this objective.
Yeah, it's going to reset as BDD does not have flash, wants an event horizon onto aiming so badly, but is just spaced so incredibly well on this Zeri. Event horizon just zoning the front line here. Barrel looking for an angle here. Can he get into range to ult aiming? He's trying.
Oh yeah, he would love to. But he is going to play that front line and skip vision. Do they know about this guy on the left side, the Vi? They get onto the back line, and now the ult comes in. Kellen does go down, but Lucid's in that back line. The Lamb's Respite is going to keep them all alive, but the health bars are so low, and Showmaker is just running them down alongside of Aiming, who, on the Zeri, alongside of this Aatrox, will eventually nearly totally wipe them. The triple kill comes through, 5,000 damage for Aiming. And that was the engage that DK was looking for.
And even with Barrel on the Nautilus, they just can't shut this guy down. And each and every time, it's D+ dictating the pace in the beginning of these fights, as Showmaker does an insane amount of damage, gets 3,000 assists as well, the 4th to do so here in mid for the LCK. Still got a ways to go to catch up to Chovy, but Dragon is going to go the way of D+2 for 2 here in terms of Dragons, but the gold lead is so significant now for D+, or more than that. Aiming just seems too big to fail. And look at this setup here. Barrel looks for the hook, and the damage comes through. Yeah, you got the Recon, you burst him down, but look at the damage Showmaker is doing. The Lamb's Respite here just buys time, but it doesn't delay the inevitable with all of this damage coming through from Showmaker. Perfect doesn't really do damage. She's just simply a tank, and when the damage line of KT is either dead or zoned away, there is nothing you're going to do. And if you can't 100-0 the Zeri, you can't win this game.
It's exactly what we talked about not 10 minutes ago, right? Like, you can delay the team fights, but eventually DK, if they are far enough ahead, they can just wait. And Barrel, he threw everything into Aiming. He was zoning him. And that's one of those things where you're like playing with your friends, you're like, I'm zoning this area, I'm doing everything I can. And it just doesn't matter because they have so many other threats. They have the Zeri who can then eventually just dash right over the wall, straight into the guys that are trying to run away. And yeah, it's just not quite enough. The delay is not enough for KT. Vagar is not strong enough.
No, really not. I mean, they're sitting at 30 minutes in nearly, and he doesn't have his death cap. He's very far from it.
Oh, there's a little bit of an engage here as they're trying to get on up. Pyosik and BDD is in a really rough spot. Knocked up forever. The Lazarus fight and triple impale. Will it matter, though? I think the answer is no. Pyosik, though, with a couple of kills, though, making it interesting. BDD also picks up one. But at the end of the day, Kingen and Aiming are still alive, and they're still fighting here with pretty healthy health bars. Perfect is so incredibly tanky. Can they take him out is the question. He's flashing onto Aiming, and he takes him down! Perfect with a huge kill! Gets the shutdown of 1,000 gold, but eventually does go down himself.
Massive shutdown.
Only Kingen and BDD left.
Massive shutdown. I thought perhaps he was going to try to make a play to pull him into BDD, but he knows he's low enough. He can actually flash stun him into the wall and look for the kill there. He picks up the shutdown, which is massive for him. As this fight starts off with Beryl said, I've had enough. I'm going on this Zeri, but no one else can get anywhere close to the zoning from Showmaker. And the Lamstress fight here is fantastic with Perfect getting a massive impale, but ultimately it is a fight win for D+ until Perfect snap flashes onto Aiming here. Aiming not going to respect the range here. Wait for it. Wait for it. Bam! And that was super clean for Perfect. It will cost him his flash, but on the Skarner, you feel pretty good with that. And picking up the money is massive. And they might have been able to even start that Baron up if Aiming was alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those two can duo that one, especially if BDD gets zoned away. And it was insane how much value Pyosik got in that fight. It was almost like they forgot to kill him after the Lamstress fight because they got two of the other guys, but he actually just dashed away and he got a double kill somehow. A lot of the members on DK were also pretty low in that Lamstress fight. You can see the difference here in XP between our 80 carries. Deft is very far behind in comparison with where Aiming is at right now. Deft down towards the bottom, actually, as Kingen is alone, but so is Beryl, and that hook is not going to hit the wall. Beryl just dead, not going to be saved by the Event Horizon, and that might just be Baron.
Yeah, I mean, we were all in Beryl's world until now. Beryl is the only one in Beryl's world, and I don't think he should be there right now. It's game 3. It's the series decider, and another intense.
Oh, here we go. Lamstress fight is going to be cast, but he's alone, and everybody else is running away. So Pyosik will be taken out. Lots of damage coming in now. They want to end this right here, right now. BDD is in the Zhonya's against so many people, and he will eventually be taken out by Aiming, of all people. Going to stack that bounty even larger, as they will now go for the Baron.
Beryl gets caught. He wants to set up for the flank there, but I mean, even Kingen had GA. There wasn't really any way they could have blown him up there, and Beryl is really fishing the last fight as well, just going straight on to Aiming with no follow-up, no ability for the rest of the team to come through. These are really backfiring for him. Unfortunately, that means D+ will get the Baron, and you know, it's one of those moments where you look at the scenario and you're like, well, D+, super happy with it as we go back to this moment here where Pyosik again buys time. A ton of poke coming through from Deft and BDD, but look at Kingen flashing in on the play, knowing he can make this call because he has GA, there's no threat, and also the ult from BDD is down anyway, so wouldn't even been forced to drop the GA. Just a decisive call after it all. And it all started off with Beryl looking for the flank and getting caught. This is not Infernal Soul, but it is going to be Infernal Soul point here. D+, though, looking for more damage to the base first.
Yeah, they have 2 minutes of Baron now. They can certainly split this up into a 4-1. They've got Showmaker down on the bottom side, can always join with the wall. And even Kingen going to join him down here to start this one off. Definitely want to try to extend this lead. They are in a comfortable spot already, as maybe they're just going to dive instead. I mean, they are looking for BDD, and that is the ult to come in, but no follow-up as finally the Rakan goes in, and down will go BDD. Beryl as well underneath the turrets, and that's a couple of more kills for the Zeri. Is this just going to be another Penta? That's a triple already for the side of Aiming, and you can see that KT do not want to give that one over.
Yeah, I think he's going to be hard-pressed to kill for a full health Skarner, but, you know,
maybe it was just a double. I'm not sure.
I think it was a triple.
I thought it was a triple, but I saw double come up, so I'm not 100%. Either way, this is great for DK. They're pushing in, and they might finally end the chaos that is DK versus KT every single time. That's perfect now. There's only so much tanking that Scorpion can do. And down he will go. Down will go the Nexus turrets, and D plus Kia will be your winners tonight in the 2-1 victory over KT.
Once again, a series that goes to 3. It goes the distance. And D+, the winners of the last one in Game 5, will start a streak as they win another in 3 here against KT Rolster. A back-and-forth series. You know, the run back of the draft, the small tweaks, right, coming through from KT. Super fun to watch that. Then everyone playing the Dream Champ. You know, BDD on his classic Veigar. You've got aiming on the Zeri, Kingan's Aatrox. We had a little bit of everything in this series. And honestly, I would say it's pretty close between this one and the Hanwha series, but both D+ series have been the best of the season so far.
Kingan says, I'm number 1. I pulled out my Aatrox. I'm a World's MVP. And you better respect me. And Lucid as well, just another massive series. This guy, who's gonna stop him? Now that he's comfortable in the LCK, he's just insane. And you mentioned it at the beginning, you know, we talked so much about how good Lucid was in Challengers. And I'm so glad that everybody now gets to enjoy it. Not only the Challengers watchers, and yeah, every single DK player is getting a moment to do a little celebration. And they should be really excited at this point, facing off against 2 really strong teams and taking them both down.
The Kindred pick, you know, at the end of the day, always felt like a delay of a lost team fight, and there was never enough turn. And the ults were often used by BDD super early because he was under so much threat. He was like, why well, I just have to press R on somebody before I die to get the damage out? But it never felt like there was a big high-impact ult onto a Zeri ever. Aiming's positioning was fantastic. And he became so huge. The Aatrox as well for Kingan was so pivotal in some of those late game plays, flashing forward. His flanks, even though he didn't often get kills on them, kept KT Rolster honest on some of those Drake setups. Like, they couldn't actually move in to try to set up an event horizon because that meant that they put Aatrox in the position to then blow up BDD. And both teams playing a pretty good game of League of Legends here, right? The early game was very back and forth, perfect with some really clutch plays as well. Like, yeah, I think for me so far, and we'll see what happens tomorrow with the you know, Gen G T1 series, that might take the cake in the end, but this is my series of the week so far for sure in terms of entertainment value.
Absolutely. I think this one was really, really fun. Really close at many times. These 2 teams very evenly matched. And at the end of the day, it just feels like DK are coming out stronger here at the beginning of week 1. Or I should say at the beginning of summer in week 1. And yeah, you know, some of these champs, you like the ideas, but you were talking about the composition. The Aatrox is just one more added threat. Every single person, every single champion in the DK roster was designed to dive the backline, and there were just too many threats. You can't event horizon them all forever.
I mean, in that last fight, you saw that basically everything perfect used onto Kingan to keep him out of the fight. He's like, all right, I'm going to push him back, I'm going to impale him, and meanwall, the fight is over on the other side.
Yeah, and eventually, you know, if BDD gets caught one time, the fight's over. It just doesn't matter what the comp is. And DK, this is the winning fight for them.
A lot of mixed comms here, but you could feel the tension is definitely, it's there, but it's also kind of a hype moment.
Showmakers joking around.
They know the game's done.
Asking if Varus has ults, they want to go for Varus. Down for Skarner, flash Q. Jeff, get over here. Showmaker once more. And that does it. That is the final team fight of the night and aiming.
What do you think? Do you think Ox votes for aiming in this one? You think he could be man enough to do it?
No. There's no way.
I voted.
There's no way.
I voted for Kingan. Actually, I did it. I thought his zoning was incredible.
Fair enough.
Some of his clutch plays were good.
Look at him. No way. Hey, Chronicler gave a thumbs up. He's like, yeah, okay.
Oh, I love our team. All of us.
Yeah.
We're all so fun and cool, and we make fun of each other all the time. We're
Especially Wolf. He's the best. Anyway, guys, we are done. We are done for today. It was 6 long games once again. A lot of fun. I hope you guys did enjoy. We're going to hand it over to the Space to finish off the night.
Thank you very much, guys. We are fun and cool, and we do make fun of each other all the time. 2-1 to D+ over KT in this very crucial battle for standings. Ox, why are you looking at me like that? What do you want to say?
I just thought this was everything we expected from the series. I don't think you can spin it any other way. This was kind of like, I mean, we were talking like, is it going to be a 2-0 because D+ looked really strong in their previous matchup? But no, it was always going to be 3 games.
I'm just the fun and cool. It's so true. We are fun and cool. This series, I think, always brings out the best in all of us. It is so chaotic. I'm just so glad, Deegan, that on one day you both get the authentic Breon experience.
I did.
And then the authentic DK versus KT. And now all you need to do is wait till your first Telecom War and DK versus Gen.G, and then you have everything. You have the whole list.
I can't wait. And we get that tomorrow. Well, no, I guess we get Gen.G versus...
Yeah, that one is... Don't worry about that one. That one you got plenty of.
All right, well, let's take a look at the draft here. As they said on the cast, a lot of backline dive. They didn't run it back as we expected. Veigar was one that really you wanted to talk about.
So, in theory, this draft is amazing. In theory, I think KT really nails it here because you have such good anti-dive with the Veigar and the Kindred, right? So, I look at this and I go... You have a ton of zone control, you have Skarner, it all looks amazing.
Yeah, and then there's this thing with Veigar. I don't know if anyone's aware, but his passive actually, it gives you a lot of extra ability power.
Oh, it does?
And there's this item. It's called, it's on the tip of my tongue, Rabadon's Death Cap. And it actually gives you more AP based on your current AP. And it's really good on Veigar. And BDD, I hope you're listening to this right now because he didn't build it. He built Leandries for some reason. And he just felt like he didn't have the
Don't
damage.
forget about Sonya's.
Yeah, that too. And then also, I feel like part of the issue was they had the Lethality Varus, and I know they have the Kindred to sort of make up some of the consistent DPS. Part of it was the Veigar build, but also like it felt like there were times where they should have been winning, but there was just no damage. No damage was coming out, and you should have a really strong anti-dive composition here for KT, but for various reasons, they just weren't able to cut through the bulk. And really, D+'s dive execution was very sharp at particular moments, especially, I would say, Lucid on the Vi.
Yeah, because you see, even we saw some of the combos like King or a Perfect dragging 3 people into a cage. That should be enough to win you team fights, but it didn't end up happening.
Yeah, if you don't have enough damage, you can't do it right there. I know that. Back in NA, Robert Yip, part of Immortals. A true Veigar aficionado. He knew. He was mauling as well. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that we had here on the top side of the map. Again, good starts to the fight, just no way to finish off here.
Yeah, and I think the problem here was they tried initially to get the Rakan. He's around the wall, so you don't get the follow-up. They try and commit onto the Talia and then get caught in this huge counter-engage. And the Kindred comes down, which does stop them from immediately dying. But look at those low health bars. Double flash burn to try and get away from the Aatrox. The re-engage on the Aatrox isn't there. And then Lucid comes in like Superman to make sure they aren't just able to walk away.
As we mentioned as well, the crucial thing is that even with them surviving, like, first, they use the ultimate of Pioshik just to not die. Then they flash away from Kingen, which ends up saving their life momentarily, but it also means that that flash Q, extremely unfortunate coming through from BDD. And BDD, I really rate this guy, right? Like, he is one of the big 4 top mid laners in the LCK for a reason. But unfortunately, I think his builds also consistently have been a weak point. And these are the moments, like, with how close these games are, I really don't like item discourse because I feel like often it kind of detracts from what is happening in front of you.
Sure.
But here, I do think it is warranted.
Yeah, especially when the damage is there. Yes, the missed flash or whatever, but the fight was set up for them to win. Also, Lucid coming in and flying it. That is just such a great feeling when you're playing Vi, the superhero ult. All right, let's take a look at our second highlight here where the nail was truly put in the coffin.
And this one's so good. Lucid finds his flank angle, playing through the vision. And watch, the moment the Veigar cage comes down, gets the flank, the Vild knocks them into the unraveled earth. You actually see Death get mangled there and stunned. It's such a flawless engage, and again, the Kindred ult comes down, and it extends the fight, but it does nothing to turn the tides. Beautiful engage once again from Lucid.
I want to highlight as well, I actually think Wolf, especially watching these fights back, Kingen has a bit of a reputation, right, of being somewhat of an Aatrox fanatic, but then you see his Aatrox in team fights and you go, okay, but at least he's really, 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 really good at it, because the multi-man knockups and the pressure that he has, even though we've moved away from the lethality build, is insane.
And that's one of the unique things you love about guys that have champions that they're known for. It gives you something more that you can reach into the back, because we've been fighting over Skarner, and then Kingan's able to pull that one out that he's known for. Plays great. Let's take a look at the POG. Contentious maybe? No. Lucid in the jungle gets it. Wolf, you're outvoted. I'm sorry. Huge plays here.
You know, sometimes I feel like the POGs have been in history, like previously before this, focused on big boom boom damage. But it's really been great this season so far, and I think this was such a heads-up one.
This one was so insane. So what he does, he redirects and flash Qs, and then with his ult cancels the Nautilus ult that was on top of him, right? So I think that aiming should get a couple of votes, because I think aiming on the Zeri in particular has stepped up so much. I think you can trust him so much more. The one flash play from Perfect, notwithstanding. And then, as I said, I think the King and vote I love as well, but his control in fights, I think, was the biggest reason as to why this game went to DK.
I think it's insane because obviously Vi is a champion who's been out for a long time, seen as quite simple, the R's point and click, but the mechanical execution and decision making in these clutch, like minute moments and fights are really special.
All right, well, let's take a look, or let's have a listen to the interview now. Translations by Deer. Take it away.
Thank you very much. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Lucid on the side of D plus Kia, who just claimed the second consecutive win against KT Rolster in a 3-game series. Congratulations! This is the first solo POG of the summer. How do you feel? I actually thought that Aiming would get the POG in Game 3, but I'm really happy. It makes me feel really good. So it was a matchup of two teams who went neck and neck all spring, and it was an intense match today taken to Game 3 as well. So what do you think makes the game so close against KT? I feel like KT has a lot of players that are veterans, and because of how skilled they are, it always takes us to a 3-game series. And this summer, you are the first to pick Poppy, and with an amazing performance, you've received your POG. So what do you think the Poppy's strength is for the current meta? I feel like the way that Poppy can take a lot of advantage early, and the way you can actually gank really well with her are the two main strengths. So let's take a look at the replay where we witnessed a bold pathing by you. And even while getting chased by Sejuani, you refused to recall. So, right here, I knew that Sejuani was there because of the vision thanks to BDD. But I knew that I was going to be able to survive thanks to the vision that we had mainly, and that I had some backup. And in Game 3, you picked Vi as your B1 pick. And just from the way you play, it shows us that you have a very good understanding of Vi like no other. So how confident are you with Vi, and how do you catch these engaged angles? I feel like, yeah, I'm pretty confident with her. And the engaged angles is really based on the positioning of my teammates. And Pyoshik's signature pick, Kindred, made an appearance, so what was in your mind? Yeah, it actually made me... I felt a little flustered. We definitely didn't expect that. And I felt like we got outplayed in the early game. But I feel like in the end we were the lucky ones and we were able to win. So what an amazing win by D plus Kia. Your performance really stood out since the opening day, and after all the experience you gained from Spring, you seem to have grown immensely. So how would you rate yourself? I feel like I've gotten and grown to be a lot more confident. And I feel like especially in Game 2, there are a lot of mistakes that I was able to get from the feedback, and just from the guidance that I get from my coaching staff and the older teammates that I have, I feel like I'm able to grow. Now, along with today's victory, there's another good news. Showmaker has reached 3,000 all-time LCK assists. I hope that we can stay as teammates and work together for a very long time. Congratulations, Showmaker. Now, with your next opponent being T1, how certain are you for your third consecutive win? I feel like even before the schedule came out, actually when I saw the schedule, I knew that we were going back to back against strong teams, and I was very worried. But now that we're starting off strong, I feel like we are able to win. We'll make sure that we have a good result. And that's the end of the interview with Lucid of D+ Kia, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for that translation. As a DK find themselves at the top of leaderboards behind, of course, dominant Kwangdong Freaks, who we saw earlier. And down on the bottom side, surprising, KT Rolster. I'm not sure how many people could have predicted that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you'll see teams start towards the bottom because they have a really hard schedule. And to be fair, KT haven't played against like easy teams, but also really being 0-2 is not a good look for a roster that underperformed in spring.
Kind of a rough one for KT. The Kwangdong loss, I think, stings more. Them losing today, like this was obviously a very close series, but that 2-0, that one really hurts.
Also, you know, Perfect playing as well as he did while being sick. Very impressive. They're going to need the time to get themselves together. Tomorrow's matchups, DRX versus Homo Life, and then the big one, Gen G, my first Gen G versus T1 match. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see this one. It's going to be a lot of fun. That does it here for the Saturday Showdown and the Showdown on Saturday night. It's been a lot of fun. For all of you that have been watching, we thank you so much, and we're excited to have you back tomorrow for the final day of the first week of the LCK Summer. See you then.